Hello guys. Sorry for the delay. We're here. Welcome. I'll log in. 30 minutes, yeah. I wanted to be here like a little while ago, but I had something come up here quick. You needed to change Woody's horse. Set a bite of the evil Franks. Campfire chat is later today, yeah? I think it's in 2.5 hours, right? Yo, Insta sub from D4, good. Thank you, man. Eagleborn. Yo, thanks, man. Also, we had another sub from Mick B. Mac. Thank you as well. Hello, Symphony. Yeah, today is dev chat, the dev stream. Your Flash Bunny went live is today. Oh, what did you make, Monkas? Do we have a link or something for the campfire chat? This one? October 2nd, 11 AM PDT. Yeah, so it's in 2.5 hours. I'm gonna put a timer. So this is 124 minutes. Wait. Also, I don't know why the chat on the stream is not working. Something broke there, it seems. Wait, this timer is not right. It says 2 hours and 3 minutes. Oh, it's 44. Okay. Okay, so das. I'm live in the US. I'm in Greece right now. Here it's 6:36 p.m. Thank you, Symphony, by the way. I appreciate the 1 year. Will assets be random now if the dungeon change? What do you mean the dungeon change? I mean, the aspects you can get for the codex are still there for the dungeons. Yeah, these things here. They still exist. Also, I just realized that there's actually a dungeon that I have not done. It's kind of funny. It's actually multiple dungeons that I have not done. Nostra Deepwood. No, I just don't have it. This one dungeon. I guess there might be more here, like Cultist Refuge I probably never done. Oh well. Alas. Before I'm in Germany, and I haven't been in Germany for a long time. You haven't followed in weeks? What have you been up to, Symphony? I mean, if you want to binge watch, then I recommend you set some time aside for that on Friday onwards. Because I'm probably going to be releasing like another 30 videos this week or so. Something like that. Gamescom was in Germany, I guess, true. People that have the expansion and don't have the expansion, I guess technically will be able to play together as long as you don't try to do the expansion content. The insanely high focus of hatred, okay. Well, me too. I can tell you it's a blast. It's actually kind of nice to combo. Okay. Should use the kitty mount. Meow. Okay. Can try. We better run concealed aspect over shredding blades. Shredding blades does nothing with the number of ice blades now. And concealed. I mean, the thing is, you always make everything vulnerable, and shredding blades just has a higher number now. Concealed is 25, shredding blades is 30, I believe.
I'll keep my forge hot.
Where's the horse? Okay, so guys, in case you weren't here yesterday, we were doing a challenge. I've been working on this for a while, but yesterday we managed to hit level 100 on our level 1 gear only character. And then we pushed Nightmare Dungeons and we cleared a tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon as well. And I killed all of the normal bosses. So I guess what I will try today is we push Pit a little bit and see if I can actually hit tier 61. That would be the ultimate goal, I guess.
The best care for your traveling companion.
I only have one cat actually. Wait, where's the others? Where's the That's not right, is it? Is that the only one? Okay, maybe it is actually. I thought there would be more. Looks cool with the armor though. I like the armor. The helm. The spine look here, it's kinda cool. I like cats, PTR review build. Okay. Yo, catty, thanks for playing as well. Imagine telling that someone doing season 0. Yeah, it's kinda funny, man. But this is what I got. So I cleared at 31 pit, which wasn't too easy, so I'm not 100% sure if I can do 61 pit, but I'm not sure how hard it scales. It might actually not scale very much. So let's try to get some pots. I can also upgrade our... Okay. Actually, I think I should have pots with the instance. So it's lightning, cold, poison. Cold is there either way, and then we can do lightning or fire. I guess we do fire shadow. So do this.
Exquisite concoction.
May your road be filled with wonders.
Wait, are these all my 42 elixirs? take 4. Is there enough known about the new class to have a solid idea of builds? There is. And you can find like 15 Spiritborn builds on my Discord. But they may or may not be mildly outdated due to changes and new findings that I cannot tell you about until 2 days from now. F. R. RNA. Those dark types are incredibly effective. True. Make sure I don't get sniped by some crossbow here. Okay, we're doing a 41 pit. The goal is 61. Let's see. But I think that will be rough. We are surviving. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Maybe we can do a 61 actually. That would be cool. $15 is gonna turn to 2 after playing and trying them? No, what? I mean, every class has like, you know, 10 builds or something, right? So, especially with the Spiritborn, there's like so many options. You know, all the core skills have their own build at least, and you know, these kind of things. And then there's like, you know, all these like weird fawns things you can do. Then these other stuff like Payback and Touch of Death. So, just from like the core skills and Payback and Touch of Death, you already have minimum 6 builds. And then you have like all the basic attack stuff. That's like another, you know, 2-3 builds or something. And then whatever else, like weird shenanigans you can do. And Darius is something we're planning for Spiritborn, for example. And so on. Hello.
And you already started stream?
Yeah. Ooh. Ah, true, physical damage. I keep forgetting, man. Like, I feel relatively safe, actually, against elemental damage. But physical damage, man, is pumping me. I gotta be aware of that, man. Physical attacks actually hurt a lot. Nini? Yeah, she just left again. I wonder if I will be able to kill the Lilith blood boils in time if I try Lilith. I might try Lilith if I survive this stuff here. Crossbows. This is a very dangerous monster type. Actually, it's usually a very juicy one. And not very dangerous, but not when you have like 0% armor. You know, just giving Diablo that's a reason to nerf Rogue. I mean, what was the reason they buffed Rogues in Season 5? Was it Season 4 already? I'm not sure, actually. Like, they gave us trick attacks, and, you know, they changed the key passes and all that stuff, and I'm like, who asked for this? So, here we are, I guess. Okay, reach the boss in like 1.5 minutes. Not terrible. Ooh, this can actually be dangerous here. He does a lot of physical damage as well. We can probably 3-stagger him though. Ooh. Hey, right, in the 31 we had a Blood Bishop, which is like Omega tanky. Current patch. Okay, 41. On X is another section for Diablo 4. I mean, if you're looking for streams, I'm not sure if it have something like, you know, games section and stuff like that. I mean, I know that they've been building up like the live streaming on X, and I've been actually trying it a few times here and there. But yeah, I was kind of like waiting for some improvements, and also I had a bit of trouble like working with the triple stream setup myself. So I want to like look into that again, but right now I'm not really focusing much on X streaming. One of my favorite Spiritborn skills. Quiver is probably my favorite of all. But I also like all the centipede stuff. It's like very thematic and I enjoy.
Hello. Greetings.
Technically clearing a pit 61 after timer still counts.
Hello.
Actually it doesn't, because it won't get Neep Iron. You have to clear it in the timer. Invited me. I'm not sure why. Sorry, but 51, another 10 tiers. Okay, we have 51. Let's see how that goes. I guess if I can do a 51 in, let's say, 8 minutes, then I might be able to do a 61. And if I can do a 61, then we can get anything we want. Will it be a full clown suit and the extra Spiritborn called the Spirit Berser? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Still killing stuff relatively fast, yeah. I think they made like the first 60 levels very easy, right? Like I remember at some point they rescaled the pit and I think the scaling was like much reduced in the first levels or something. It kind of feels like it. I went 10 tiers up and it doesn't really seem like crazy. Okay. Oh, God. I guess at some point it's to get wanted by one of these physical damage attacks. It's still bad that I can't stack any armor on this. And you actually notice now how much it matters. Are you guys excited for the campfire chat later, by the way? Should we make a bingo card? What's on you guys' bingo card for the night? Let's go. Oh man, these champions is tough, man. I'm sorry, I'm out of potions. Need to be a bit careful. Actually, the timer is good though. I guess only the bosses will be very noticeable right now. Whoa. Imagine pre-ordering the 4 expansion, knowing the history and the changes that are coming. Like, do you not like the changes or what? What are my thoughts on Rune when being available to Vessel of Hated Buyers? My thought is expected as fuck. I mean, it's just, you know, expansion stuff, so that's what you get. I mean, other people like, man, what are your thoughts on like dragon flying only available for Dragonflight expansion buyers? Or like, I don't know what's going on. In WoW, like you buy the expansion, period. You know, this is how it works. It's called dynamic flying now. Okay. Yeah, I know they changed it to like a permanent feature now, which is very cool. I mean, this was like long overdue, and the dragon flying system was pretty cool, I think. Thanks, Gimpelon, for the way for this time. Guys are getting tanky, man. It's not pay to win, guys. Rune words. It's just part of the expansion, you know? It's just like you can't access the new class and so on. It's just like, you know, the new content basically. And I guess you just have to accept it. If you don't want to buy the expansion, then you're just not playing the game that other people are playing. I don't think it's like a huge deal, to be honest. I think they actually did like a very favorable... They made like a very favorable system for players where you can actually do a lot of stuff and profit from a lot of the updates and stuff like that. You can even play seasonal characters still. They're not even taking that away. I think it's actually more than you could hope for. Yeah, it's gonna be like 4 staggers. It's gonna take a while. Oh, shit. Okay, well, it's gonna be spicy. Tough. Yeah, I was playing around the pots. I had like 1 or 2 left, I think. So I tried to do this very carefully. Oof. Oh, 51. Wait, how did this enable RP walk? Look at this. I'm like very slow. What the fuck? How? What is going on? Where's my character going? I'm not sure how I did it. I stopped now. Hey, hand sanitizer. Well, congratulations for the new job, I guess. Keyboard bugged. Little of time. Now we have to do a 61. I think 61 is a good target, because if we beat a 61, we can get everything that the game has to offer. So I have to do one more. Leave iron. Let's go. I think this might be a bit rough here, but we'll see. I'm eating cake right now that Nini made. Chocolate almond. Very nice. Okay, I see. I think getting to the boss will actually be okay. And then if I have like, I don't know, 5 to 8 minutes for the boss. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Like, who did so much damage to me? These just like normal guys. Was like one of the sharpshooters or something? Or maybe multiple guys hit me. Ah, here, I think the cliff lurkers, they're just like aiming some huge shots or something. So pay attention to those. When these like lightning orbs here are not physical, they're probably like lightning. This challenge really teaches you what is actually dangerous here with physical damage. Kinda funny. I don't think we're gonna have enough time though. We are not even doubling the timer. Unless you have like a really good and easy boss fight, like something like Scourge of the Land, and then I don't know. Oh, just get Spirit Caller, guys. We got this. Okay. Should have maybe used the tier 3 instance as well, I realized. It's like, what, 40 all stats? Or 25? Be kinda useful actually. Got one whole elite pack of this protection shrine. Oof. Okay. You might have like 7 minutes or so for the boss, it might be enough. Okay, I think these guys will one-shot me when they charge me. The big fatties here. Oh. It's gonna be dangerous. I'm not gonna try to let them hit me. That's gonna be tough. Okay, I do not get one shot. Hold on, I'm not sure if the elites will do more. Maybe they will do more. I'm not 100% sure actually if elites do more. I need one more elite pack here. Okay, only 5 pots. Oof. Okay. And it's the same boss again. Okay. Okay, the tornadoes will definitely one-shot me. There's no way. Boy. I don't think I have enough time. Yeah, this one is too slow. Okay, I need to try to get more time for the boss, and it's kind of shitty with the tornadoes. Tornadoes cost me a lot of time. I think I'm gonna take 3 Siphoning Strikes. I need more healing. I don't have enough health pots. Actually considering going blurry again. I don't really want to. I can't really change much else here, unfortunately. I think in Season 6, it would actually be a better build to go Exposure and Death Trap. Death Trap gets an upgrade where it hits the enemies again. Okay. Let's try it again. Hi Icebird, how's it going? New trailer is a live action trailer. Yeah, you watched that already. Am I getting invited all the time? In this campfire? If you look very closely, you'll find out. Am I gonna try Throne and Liberty? I have tried it already, actually. I played it like a week ago for a sponsorship. It's a pretty nice game. It's pretty hype right now. Actually kind of surprised to see another MMO come out right after the WoW expansion and pull these kind of numbers. Kind of wild, actually. Since like the WoW expansion is only like, what, 3-4 weeks now or something? The future season quests not be related or to or located in Vessel of Hatred, since base game and players won't be able to access it. Yeah, good question actually. I mean, it said you can play season, but I'm not sure if you can actually access the seasonal content necessarily. I think it would be kind of weird to always make all of the seasonal content only in the base game and not in the expansion zone. And realistically, as time passes, I think I will care less about the vanilla players, not more, so. Hey Vesper, thank you for the 20 manas. Yo, the overall opinion about expansion, login. Let's try this again, 61. We didn't die, so that's good. No problem in instance. I'm sad that we have a new expansion, but still no real endgame loop. I mean, there's like, I don't know, 9 different endgame systems now that you can blast all day long. How much more do you want? Okay, these fucking knights will probably one-shot me. I don't see that I survive all of this. Let's try a little bit and see how fast we are here. Or maybe not. Gonna try another one. So I had 6 minutes for the boss, right? And it was not enough for Resurrected Malice. Which is a fairly squishy boss. Okay, one thing I could do actually is on the boss I can switch to Advantage Elixir. It's actually big damage. Maybe I should just do it anyway. Let's try. Yeah, the expansion is gonna be very enjoyable. I mean, we've played basically the expansion already on the PTR, right? We just didn't have Citadel, we didn't have Spiritborn, and so on, but... You know, if you have seen the stuff on the PTR, that's basically it. It felt pretty good. Why am I going pit? We're trying to beat a 61. Which is the hardest content in the game that you have to beat in order to progress your character. So that's what we're trying. In other words, I need my masterworking mods. Oh my god, man, what the fuck? Okay. I'm not sure if I had my dark shots up yet. I think I need something like a good floor 1, I think. I'm not sure what it will be, but it ain't fallen, I think. I'm gonna try to see and find a good floor 1 that I like. That was a crappy start, holy.
Magic, steel. I've seen all manner of wounds.
Isn't 360 levels too much? Yeah, I would have liked if they made less Paragon points and not more Paragon points, and maybe just changed the Paragon system more than they did. But okay. Oh god. I guess these spiders actually do full damage, right? Oof. We also have Cold Burst. Seems like the snakes was actually not a bad monster type here, to be honest. Look at this shit, man. I was actually focusing relatively well on the snake monster type and on the, what is it, bandits. Cannibals. 580. You missed them being a point of grinding though. I feel like this burger is at least a reason to farm. Just one item without getting anything otherwise. Yeah, I don't know. I can enjoy the game even if I don't get an item. In fact, I can enjoy the game without ever getting an item. So there's that. Yes. Okay, this looks like a good run here. Let's go. Darko, hello man. Thank you. I can actually feel the higher hitting from the 3 out of 3 siphoning strikes instead of 2 out of 3. I keep forgetting my instance. I wanted to get the other instance. Holy. Was it just a cleave, man? That did so much damage. Yeah, I have to play this a bit greedy to make enough time, so... What the fuck? Poison, man. Okay. This guy's come out of stealth, man. Kill me. Whew, 3 potions. If I get this again, I have to scroll actually. Because I don't have enough potions, I'd lose like 5. Lethal. That's a lot of elites, marksman. Make sure it doesn't help me very much. I guess ideally I want a protection. And almost anything else doesn't matter. It's gonna be like another 6 minutes or so for the boss. Maybe with the advantage elixir I can do it. More stealth, guys. Ah, 4 poses again. Let's see. We have very little time too. Slither. I think it's not gonna work. Let's see the spirit shadows. Although we do get ads that we can maybe get for trick attacks. Actually, I want to do this side. That's the advantage spot. We already have 2 stackers down, so... Oh shit. Okay. I have to do another one. The tornadoes, man, it's gonna take forever. Fucking tornadoes. Thanks for all the subs, guys. And a raid. Miss Chippy. Hello. We should raid.
Wanderer, I know what you are.
How was the stream? What have you been up to? How's it going? Well, not too bad. I have a little challenge running right now. I want to level to 100 with only level 1 items on hardcore, which I have accomplished. And then I did a Nightmare Dungeon 100, and now I'm trying to push the pit. I want to try to beat a 61 pit, because that's the highest tier you have to beat in order to get Neve Iron and everything else in the game. So I wanted to do that now and see if we can do it. Hey Max, by the way, how's it going? Okay, let's get some tier 3 instances as well. This is 40 all-stats actually. 40 all-stats is actually somewhat noticeable at this level, right? It's gonna be like 4-5% DPS. 3% actually. And then a bunch of crit, bunch of res, bunch of armor. Okay.
Good.
Let's try this again. I've been talking about that. Okay, thank you. Who subbed actually earlier? Eliathon, thank you. And Del Torres. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I've done a few attempts now. I actually reached the boss twice and almost killed it the first time. But I was running out of time a little bit. I probably need like 7 minutes for the boss. If it's like a decent boss. So, I have to get like a really good run. So let's try it. Is there any difference? You have pre-released content. There's no difference, so this is just for next week. Okay, here's snakes and bandits. Let's see. God, man. Arsonists. It's actually a very dangerous monster combo here. We're kinda slow. I think I'm gonna try another one. I need to roughly double the time, man, if I want to do this. Try to wait for ads and trigger attacks, and you have to stagger. Yeah, I mean, you can try to time this a little bit, but on the other hand, I have only 3 ranks of trigger attacks. It's not like crazy. I don't have like, 9 ranks or something, like on a cowl build or something. So the timing of the trigger attacks is not the craziest. So like we know 90% of the stuff that will be in Season 6. We know what will be there, but we don't know how it will be. Today we will. We're also gonna get patch notes. Oh my god. What the... I didn't fill my potions, by the way. Fuck. Wait, let me reset this. I had like 2 potions. Oh man. Oops. And I actually almost died there, trying to TP out. Ooh, okay. Whew. I had slightly better gear. I probably would have done the first one already that I did. Like I could have like 5 crit here, for example. And here. I could have like 10% more crit, for example. And also 5% attack speed here. That'd be kinda nice. Ah, this is the Scroll of Escape. Yeah, I can bind it. I mean, I have... Like, on this character alone, I probably found like 15 or something anyway, so... I'm fine right now. I have many in the stash, but I don't really want to use anything from the stash. Oh my god. It's insane, man. How much damage they do. Snakes. Kind of weird how this lighting feels like it does no damage to me. Even though it's usually one of the more dangerous things. It's just like all the physical attacks just hurt so much, man. Wait, did this guy just go invisible when I smoked him? Looks like it. Or did he die? He died. I was saying it was like 50%. Somehow I bursted him. Thanks, Winka. Okay, timer looks fine. The potions do not look fine. This is bad. I don't have potions. I mean, what the hell? I think I'm gonna try another. Can't. Any predictions on chat? What major news are we hoping for? Well, I mean, they will reveal the season theme today, I guess. And then, I don't know, maybe more Spiritborn stuff. And then, I mean, all the other class changes, balance changes, difficulty changes, and so on. So I expect a lot of updates there. The runes as well. I really loved AOZ in Season 2. Yeah, AOZ was kind of fun with the tough relates. Oh no, the wall. Oh my god. Okay. I can't kill this champion if... Oh, this cost me like way too much time here. Gonna go out. I almost had him and he's like 10% or something. Then the wall happened. Hello, cute guys only. Big news means next week it launches the expansion. We're gonna get the changes and the season theme and everything. Everybody can bind the commands on the wheel, by the way, so that's why it was so fast. You don't have to do it manually. I'm gonna play campaign base game to finish. Yeah, I wanted to do like a campaign playthrough from the base game. But for the expansion campaign, I will just speedrun it because I'm gonna be racing. So I have to do the playthrough in a year from now when the next expansion comes out, I suppose. God. There's a lot of lightning here, what the hell? We have 3 lightning grenades? No, 2. But it looks insane, man. The arrow stone's going. Thinking I should play with Death Trap just to speed up this a little bit. Get them all stacked up and then Arrow Storms into one pack. Because right now I'm doing it all one by one. We definitely save some time here, like if I can do this like let's say for 6 elite packs throughout the run or something, pull them all together and then clear them like, I don't know, 20 seconds faster, it's like 2 minutes safe. I don't really use my Shadow Step very much. This time you pay attention and learn the lore. Good luck. I'd have them, by the way. How are you? The Mac version of Diablo 3 is the big news. Didn't I have a Mac version already? I think I just did like some optimizations or something on the PTR there. But yeah, there's a new season coming in D3 as well. In like 3 weeks, I believe. Oh shit, there's okay. We killed the 2 champions. And I forgot to refill my potions again. So bad. This looks like a decent run actually. Let's see if I can salvage it. Yeah, I mean there's a chance that these guys will come out of stealth and one-shot me. I'm not full. I think this one side is kind of nice though. It stacked them pretty well. What? Ouch. 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 Holy. Man, that's such a good run and I forgot my potions, that's sad. I might have to leave because of that. That was very nice. I got 7 pots. Okay, we're getting there. This is the run, guys. Shit. We got the water. And the champion sounds very good. I just need a protection shrine and this is done. We don't get like an ultra shitty boss, I think. Ah, get the bubble. Okay. Yeah, that's like probably one more pack, but let's go. I'm not gonna do all this backtracking. I'd like to see the second shrine here. Needful. Okay. Should have maybe used it for the boss, actually. Not gonna have enough time, I think. So it's looking really good on the first floor, but this takes very long. I gotta try it. Bramble. I think he's kind of tanky, eh? That's fairly easy, I guess. Who am I kidding? I think he's gonna smack me actually. Too hard. The large range, man. don't have time, man. Ah. So close, dude. I need maybe like, I don't know, 20 more seconds, I'd say. Or like just like a slightly better stagger nuke or something. Yeah, maybe if I hadn't forgotten my potions at the start, could have done it. Damn it. I had only like 5 potions or something when I started. That slows me down. Maybe I should have cleared the final corner in floor 1 after all. I heard they're giving away 104 expansions. Say what? Okay, great. I am actually giving away 5 expansions. But not today. How much longer is it until the campfire? Oh, 51 minutes actually. Uh-oh. Can we do it? Season of Hatred Rising. Visitors posted on X. Yeah, we started on the PDR already, no? But we didn't actually see what the season theme is. Okay, got vampires and snakes. Let's see. Oh, I still have the advanced elixir running, and I maybe should keep it. Just YOLO it. Because realistically, after today, I won't have any more time for this challenge, so I've already accomplished way more than I wanted. Here we are. Okay, that's it. Well, I was just talking about it. Should I go back to the health potion or not? I guess I should have, but... Clap. We almost did the 61 at least. We were like a few seconds off. GG. Yeah. Ah. Ditch. Missing Lilith. Yeah, I think I couldn't do Lilith actually. I mean, it would be funny to see like how weak I would be, but realistically I can't kill the boils. I'm not sure how much life they have. But my DPS is, I don't know, on a CC target. I guess my DPS is something like 500k if I had to guess. Maybe a mil. I'm not sure how much HP the boils have, but I probably can't kill them. Yeah, all my gear, man. I farmed so hard all this time, man, and now I die at the start of the run in a 61. You know, I was just going to farm some Neef Iron. Damn it. Oh, man. Ah, okay. Anyway, I guess we can get ready for the campfire. Was fun, though. That was a really cool challenge. I'll be a B 1 minute, by the way. Okay, we're back, guys. With Cookie.
Did you tell them about a Mexican fiesta?
Yeah, Nini prepared a feast today. For a friend who's leaving for a while.
Mexican fiesta.
Did you post a picture?
Not yet.
Yeah. She's gonna post a picture. Yeah. It was just like piles and piles of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you're eating a Mexican wedding cake.
Cake.
It's called cake, actually, yeah. Mexican wedding cake. Say hi to our guest, guys. Oh, he came to comfort you.
Hey, madam. We died.
Yeah.
We can't show your rogue action today. No rogue energy right now. But maybe later.
Maybe.
Puyne, mama.
Maybe.
Cookie for us too. And we have enough cookies, guys. Everyone can have a cookie.
Did you say hi to Chad Merlin?
What have you been up to, huh, Merlin?
He's been holding his comb all the time. I think he wants to have a beauty treatment. Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, he's a
For
fluffy.
the hair salon? The Nini hair salon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not meow, guys. You wanna take him
Are
again?
they still calling him a cat?
Some people.
Goodbye, Chad.
Always. Behold dog, guys. I want to see what was the playtime on this character actually, like 15 hours or something, right? Like if we hit 100 after 9.5, and then I guess it was a bit of FK time, so let's say 10 hours leveling. And then I was doing a 9 push and then the pit stuff. I guess it's like 15. Yeah. It's probably the longest I've ever used a single set of gear. Nice. Oh, by the way, guys, last chance to do a gauntlet before the expansion. It's gonna be disabled next season. I wonder what I'm gonna do with it, actually. Speaking of last chance, I guess I have to do like some last man standing PvP stuff soon, right? Cause what else are we gonna do? Need to ask Condas and Chronix and Panda. They're in. Hey, Icy Winds of Hell, thanks for what's up. Nice to see you. How are you? Yo, Brian. Hello, by the way. I missed that earlier, but welcome. That was a hell of a fun challenge. I agree, man. That was cool. I'm glad I did it. Let me just move this here again. So yeah, final result. We killed all the bosses on normal versions. We did a T100 dungeon. We did a 51 pit. Almost a 61. I really wanted to do a 61. I could have done it, you know, some more attempts at some point I would have cleared it, I guess. If I had done it just like carefully, slowly. And maybe slightly improved my gear. My gear could have probably been like, I don't know, 10% better, let's say. Like 10% DPS. That would be noticeable as well. I could have also done like some other tweaks, like take ambush glyph instead of turf, maybe. So yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, Lilith I don't think would have worked. Like, even if I could have enough DPS to kill the boils, which is doubtful, like, the fight itself would just be so long that I would just, like, stack up so much extra damage taken. And I also, like, she does a lot of physical damage. Like, phase 2 is basically everything physical besides the skulls. Let's say, even if I dodge all the skulls, like, everything there is physical, I think. Like, I can't survive that. Maybe I could have tried one of the tormented bosses, but I'm not sure which one. Andara is pretty tough. Beast is also pretty tough. Duriel. Yeah, I mean, there's no way I would do something like Duriel or so. Like, all these guys, they have like way too much physical damage. Like, you can't survive that without armor. Yeah, Grigar also has quite a lot of physical damage, I think. I don't think he does exclusively lightning. If he does only lightning, I could survive it. If I don't take any of the, you know, stacks. I've never tested that if he actually does physical damage or just lightning. I guess he does physical though. Seer. I guess Seer could work, but Seer is basically exclusively physical as well. And then there's the the Hellborn, or the Bloodseekers, I mean. Oh. Anyway. So Diablo channel live already? Should be soon. Just gonna keep this open here for later. Das ist the number one nice to have feature.
Oder so.
Ja.
Diablo hatte das ja auch, aber das ist jetzt nicht.
Why is Jesse Rock suddenly... Why does it play with sound for me? What the fuck? Did that happen? Okay. I just opened a default category to see. Okay. Thank you, Wax. Announce the next season name on X. Yeah, it's called Season of Hatred Rising. I think on the PTR I just said Season of Hatred. So they renamed it slightly. Diablo 3 resurrected announcement. An emergency seasonal leaderboard announcement. I mean, that would be cool, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I guess leaderboards are probably like sometime in the next few seasons. What's my estimation? I mean, we can... Do I have my feedback still? Yes. Okay, let me see. So here was my feedback, which was quite a lot actually. So... I think that a lot of the stuff we will probably see to some degree. I think we're definitely gonna see like a nerf to players in various ways. Because stat squish was a joke. You know, stuff that I mentioned that I'd like to see change. Main stat, glyphs. Yeah, I'm not sure about the maximum one mythic. Item power inflation is also, I guess, somewhat unlikely. Reduce additive from items, Temperance, Paragon, Glyph. Bring down top end builds. I think this is not too unlikely. Penitent. I don't see why it would be just locked for like, you know, I think level 50 I think was right on a PTR. So that could just be like, not be level 50 at least. Ancestral drop rates I think felt fine. I don't think they're really gonna do much there. I think it was actually bugged on the PTR and there were too few Ancestrals. So maybe just bug fixing that will be enough. Ancestral uniques are hard to get. Maybe this is gonna be addressed. Some items that are plain useless. This was actually like a chat point. I didn't actually care too much about this, but yeah, lucky hit, gain life, and then also the life regen. Both are extremely weak now. So at least they could be buffed or something. Ranks and ultimates, I don't think that's gonna change. I don't think this is gonna change either. Like, it's just like a general, general points basically. So maybe gonna do something about this in the future. But we have like a lot of like proc builds basically, like Victimize, Burial, Azure Wrath, and so on. So this looks like it's gonna be a lot of builds like that. Okay, Glyphs 2 OP. I think they're definitely gonna get nerfed. I don't think they're gonna do anything like this here. Like I was complaining that all the legendary effects on the glyphs are just like, you know, 10% damage there, 20% damage there. They're all extremely boring. So at the very least, I should fix some glyphs that have like unusable legendary effects, like damage to injured or damage to healthy, and these kind of things. And otherwise, yeah, I guess in the second expansion they can rework them again and make the legendary effects actually cool. That's kind of whatever, I guess. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna change either. Like, we just don't have enough good legendary nodes for like to cover every build. You're forced to take 4 legendary nodes, and not every build actually has 4 legendary nodes to choose on the paragons. So that's kind of sucks. But I don't think this is gonna get addressed unless they surprise, like make one new board for every class that's like very generic or something, which I doubt. And then I also don't think they're gonna change this here with the paragon boards. Okay, runes, I absolutely expect Warcry and Petrify to get nerfed. Either higher cost or worse effects, or longer cooldown, or anything like that. Or, yeah, make them very rare. I'm not sure how rare they would be comfortable to make them, but I think it would be cool if maybe these kind of glyphs are actually, you know, maybe quite powerful, but they are like, you know, you have to omega grind for them. I think that would also be fine. But I don't think they're gonna go that route. I think they're just gonna nerf these and maybe buff some of the other. And more utility stuff. I guess it's for future seasons. I guess we have the runes that we start with. And then they're gonna make more runes in Season 7. You're quitting WoW, Diablo 4, good game to start after playing WoW for so many years. Okay. Expansion just launched and you're quitting. Holy dude. Okay. I thought it's a good expansion. But yeah. That's a new expansion in D4 now, so it's a good time. I'm gonna try Rogue Spin to win, Victimize. Yeah, Victimize, Spin to win is gonna be pretty good. Barb. Okay, Thorns. I hope they're gonna fix these bugs because it did infinite damage. Mighty Throw was nice. Core skills are weak, so I hope they're gonna do something there to like generally bring Barb up a little bit. I don't think they're gonna do anything about the Dust Devil stuff being mandatory for Whirlwind and Double Swing. Or pet barbs. Druid, Stoneburst definitely needs some changes. I don't think they're gonna do what I suggested, which is just like make it a real channeled ability, because right now it's not. It's just like a fake channeled ability. You just actually tap it and you don't spam, you don't hold it, which is kind of stupid. So that needs to change, I think, but I don't think that will. Many bugs on Druid. Yeah, we'll see. Necro. Saurus was fun, but it's maybe too OP. Minions are down bad. I think they're gonna get buffed a lot. I guess the Bloodwave Spirit stuff is gonna get nerfed. Well, rather bug fixed. It's mostly a bug that's causing it to be really overperforming, which is Blood Artisan's Kurast scales with current life instead of just your life percent. You lean towards, I don't like how runes are now classes or abilities to be used by other classes. Feel like I should stay within the class. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is that the class itself always has like the upgrades and the ranks and all these kind of things available to them, and also like generally way easier time using those, right? Like easier to proc it or shorter cooldown or whatever. I think it's not bad that we allow something like, you know, procs that give you like a certain effect from another class. The big problem is that they made so many of these weird effects from other classes with the runes that just have no purpose. You know, like the stun grenade from the rogues or the meteorites from the stork and these kind of things. Like, who cares about this stuff? The pestilence swarm from the Spiritborn. Like, all this stuff is completely pointless. And I'm not sure what's the reason for this to even exist. Bone Spirit doesn't have bug, just the Blood Artisan's Kurast. Yeah, it's a Blood Artisan's Kurast that's like quite bugged. too powerful. I mean, it was it was like one of the strongest builds on the PTR. Right? They were also like speed farming 3 minutes, 100 or something. And was hitting for like billions of DPS. I mean, that's, you know, that needs to be nerfed, I think. Oh, rather bug fixed. It's a bug after all, so. Blood Artisans Kurast. And I guess if they do that, then it's probably just gonna be like a pure Bone Spirit. I didn't get to try it on the PTR, I only played the Blood Wave build. But I guess if Blood Artisans is fixed, then this build is gonna lose, like, I don't know, like a times 10 or more. Probably more like a times 15 or times 20 even. The topic says tonight. That's what messed me up. Tonight only applies to Europe. It's afternoon in North America. Well, you should ask the Greeks, man. They say basically good evening right after noon. So it's night where I live. Okay, Necrosaur ability was good. Shields, I wonder if they're gonna do this, but I don't think they will. So weapon tempers for shields are a must if shields were ever going to be useful again. Like ever since season 4, you cannot use shields on Necro because they don't have a weapon temper. So this needs to change, especially now that every weapon temper is a multiplier. But I don't think they will do that. Okay, Rogue, to delete Shadow Clone, I mean that's probably not happening, but who knows. They do think they're going to do the Dance of Nice fixes, like don't spam tap it anymore, which will nerf it, so they will probably buff it. Lots of double dipping and victimize, I don't think they're gonna fix that. Shadow Imbuement, I don't think they're gonna change that. Faction Winterglass, probably getting something. Conjuration Mastery, I don't think they're gonna change that. I don't think they're gonna change Deep Freeze or Shatter. I don't think they even know that Shatter is bugged, honestly. Familiar skill is probably gonna get some buffs. Yeah, F. Oh. Here we go. Okay. They won't fix Victimize. I mean, Victimize itself is working now. That's fine. Victimize is okay. In fact, it's very strong. The problem is the Dance of Knives. The Dance of Knives, the way they played on PTR was that you just like spam tap right click all the time and you don't hold down the button. And if you want to play Dance of Knives, you want to hold down the button, right? You want to like right click and then watch something on your second screen. That's how Go Team Hunter works, and that's how Dance of Knives is supposed to work. And right now we can't do that. You have to always spam it because it gives you more DPS and doesn't cost charges. So I have to fix that. Okay, what else do we have here? General stuff. Raw damage procs. Yeah, Frostburn and Azeroth. They might get nerfed. Rune stash is not happening, I think, for the launch. Long-term wishlist. I mean, it's obviously not going to be addressed today at all, I think. Leaderboards. Lower remove damage multipliers. Push mode. Account bound items after trade. Unreal rune words. I think all these things are not happening. But okay. Let's see what's gonna happen today. I mean, it did a really good job with the updates from Season 4 PTR to Season 4, and then Season 5 PTR to Season 5. And I think it's gonna be similar now that, you know, Season 6 PTR, a lot of stuff was really out of whack, and then fixed a lot of it. That was it. One timer for NA, one for EU. Ah, this is the timer now, 27 minutes. Now what do you do 27 minutes? I died too early, I guess, with my rogue. I could start deleting stuff in my stash, but I don't think I care enough. They can't bring back D2 Runewords. They totally forgot how to do it. You see that in what they did in D2 Remake. I mean, they added a lot of really cool and beloved runewords though after D2R launch, no? I mean, all of them are probably relatively OP, or most of them. Which is like a general problem of rune words, I guess, that Diablo 2 has. But I guess at this point they just embrace that rune words are OP. Yeah, Monster Eagle's gonna oof. Get the points. Do you miss bounty farm at all? You mean like the free bounty farming? I don't know if I miss it. I don't think so. I mean, I was probably one of the people who didn't dislike it as much as most. Most people hated bounties in D3. And I just did it, you know. I knew when I start a season, I have to pay my bounty tax of 5% of my playtime. And I did it. And that's it. No, Buchabu, thanks for Prime, by the way. Remember when I had to do bounties to get normal rift keys? Oh yeah. Yeah, that was actually like a bit of a real gameplay loop, right? And then at some point it's just like, fuck it. Okay, it's just open normal rifts now. I mean, I guess in the end it saved the game. Like many steps with that, I guess. Saved the game. Because people did play a lot of Diablo 3, you know, for how little development they got up to now. But yeah, that's kind of weird that it just kind of like gave up on making like a real gameplay loop and just killed bounties by now entirely, actually, since the visions exist as well. They're just better than bounties. The trials are also gone. Yeah, exactly. Like all the stuff. You know, there was actually these kind of little systems here and there, right? Like the bounties and then the trials and so on. And I mean, the system kind of made sense. It's just that people didn't like it as much, I guess. And then it just removed like half of the system. What will be meta this time? I would say you wait 23 minutes and 53 seconds to find out. Is the only endgame now the pit? I mean, pit is the only like challenge, I guess. Like the only infinite challenge. But everything is like scaling to a much higher level than before now. With Torment 4 difficulty, like the general bar has risen compared to now. Like World Tier 4 and Torment 4 are not comparable in any way. Like current World Tier 4 is probably like comparable to Torment 1. And then comes Torment 2 and 3 and 4 after that, basically. So there's like a lot more progression you can do now, and like generally all content in game is going to be much harder on the higher difficulties. Gorilla build, infinite damage barb. The gorilla build, you mean? Ah, that build, okay. Oh, they don't have emotes here. Ah, yeah. Heck yeah. Oops. You almost tend to become a D4 streamer with the support a streamer pony promo. Millions of dollars, I'm sure, millions, man. It's gonna be millions. I mean, to be fair, they did support a streamer last June for the launch, and the mount was way worse, and I got quite a lot of subs. But I was definitely, I was probably the luckiest when it comes to that. This time we have a much better mount, so that's kind of cool. Do we have that here? Yeah. This is the mount and the armor that you get for a supporter streamer. So if you don't notice from last time, if you gift 2 subs, you'll get a mount, and if you gift 4 total, you also get a mount armor for it. Yeah, this is the horse, and then it's the armor. This is gonna be on launch for, I think, 1 month. So you can also decide later. You want the Merlin pet and mount. Thank you, Vithuza. Yeah, don't do it yet though, guys. Wait. You have to do it next week if you want to get the mount. More horses. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool horse, I think. And we already get a cat, right, from the expansion and stuff. And I think there's also like some panther or something. There's like a drop that you can get and like in the game and stuff like that. So there's gonna be a few cats anyway. It does look pretty awesome, I think. Yeah, and there's also the Twitch drops here, so you haven't seen those yet. So for 4 weeks, yeah, each week they have like new drops here. So there's like always a back attachment for each class and a weapon for each class. So I look like this here. Also kind of cool, I think. I like the bow. Yeah, nothing for Spiritborn. I mean, Spiritborn is like completely new anyway, I guess, so that's probably fine. There was a white panther and a black panther on the PTR. Yeah, I remember the black one. You get a special mount when clearing the raid in the first month. Oh yeah, true. Where's that again? This was in this post, right? Okay, when you log in, you also get these weapons. On October 8 to October 15, stream yourself playing D4 on Discord and earn the Mighty Sea of Voices weapon model. Oh, I didn't know about this actually. I completely missed this last time. Earn his tours, check the Discover tab in Discord to accept this quest, and then stream at least 15 minutes to your friends on Discord. Ah. Where was that thing with the citadel? Ah, here. From October 8 to November 8, if you manage to complete the Dark Citadel, you'll earn the reins of the long fur beast. Little cat mount. But they don't show it here. I don't remember reading that the other day. I also didn't see it. Maybe they added it later or something. You could have been one of those expansion keys. Yeah, they gave me 5 expansion keys to give away. So I might do this like this weekend or on launch day. I haven't decided yet. So, good luck. Going hard on Thermo. I mean, I give you a full month to do it. I mean... You have to do the Citadel. It doesn't say which difficulty, so you have to do the Citadel on Torment 1. That shouldn't be the craziest in 1 month, I believe. What if you already have the expansion? Why don't you give it to your friend? How does a Twitch subsystem work? Buy subs? Okay, so if you are not familiar with Twitch, basically when you're on the website, like first of all you have to make an account, okay? And then there is like a sub button. Actually this channel doesn't have it. So if you go to Rex. So you go here, and then there's, in my case, it says gift a sub because I am already subbed. But then you can press on this. And then you can just, in my case, I'm just gonna give some subs, but this is how it works. Boom. And then if you do this, you do 2 gifted subs. There's like a way to gift subs like this, basically. Then you get like a notification, I guess, here or something. And then you can claim it. Don't mind me just showing chat how sub gifting works. Okay. Hey, Max Shadow. Okay. You have to be a streamer now to get stuff? No, you don't. You have to find some random people on Discord and then stream your Diablo 4 to them for 15 minutes. Or do it to your second account, I guess. Why did I give to Rex? Oh my fucking god, man. What a guy, man. He just draws fucking 100 subs, dude. Okay, then. Yeah. I won't let you get away like this. Okay. I'll probably do it on launch day, though. Okay. Yeah, would you like 100 subs or double it and gift it to the next one? That would be a funny... like these videos that people do? Rex he gifted us 100, actually. Holy, what a guy. Did his sub war just start? Yeah, I'll get back to this. Anyway. How many have I actually gifted on this channel? Let's have a leaderboard. Here's a sub leaderboard. I wonder if it shows everyone. I guess it should be somewhere. I do gift from time to time. Ah, here I am. I have 57 on this channel, man. And he just dropped 100, man. Holy. Okay. I know this is sub leaderboard. Never mind. This is like I'm actually the 19th longest sub. Okay, that's not the sub gifts. Do I have this here? Shatter, location, bits. Shit, there's no sub gifting leaderboard. Okay, so I don't know how much I've gifted. Can I see this here? Weekly top gifters. Pog. I broke even with the other guys. Weekly top cheers. Okay, I guess we can't tell. Top subs, top gifter. Is that like a second thing? Ah, here. Okay. It's Rax himself. That's funny. Dude, 2.1k, 1700, 1200, holy. 11, 10. That's a lot of subs. Max for GG, by the way. Awesome attorney. Awesome attorney also dropped us like 200 or something the other day, man. Holy. Doesn't have icons here. This one is just no name. Okay. What is he doing? Is he doing like a bingo card? Okay, what do they have? Armory. What is SDO players? Feedback, pre-order. No plans at this time. Joe Shelley appears. Rage Legends. We hear you. Bugs, leaderboards, nerfs, rune words, party finder, battle pass, paladin, largest patch ever, progression, countable, shop. Solo players. Ah, solo. SDO. Okay, solo. Mood filter. Yeah, okay. Okay, what can we add here? He has 5 spots. Shadow Clone. Yeah, we got a prime from SF Gemini. Thank you as well, by the way. That's not how Blizzard spells it. It's Soldo Omega. Paragon. He's very good at writing with, like, you know, the mouse. Like, I cannot do that. How does he do that? I guess he must have very low mouse sensitivity, then it's probably fine. If you do it with very low mouse sensitivity and you have a bit of practice, it might be fine. Diablo Immortal. Auction house. Paint Legends, I guess so. Anyway. What is the last thing he's gonna fill? Hey, Oxford, thanks, man. There's more renown in those statues. And it's actually not exactly little statues. It's like, what did I call it? Tenants of Akarat or something. Joe Shelley appears. Yeah, we haven't heard anything of Joe Shelley in a long time. Coming soon. Okay, so here it is. Anyway. 9 minutes. Largest patch ever. I mean, fair enough. It's the expansion, so of course it's the largest patch. Colin. Colin is absolutely gonna be there. Should we go with the... Okay. Let's pause the... I took out little statues from the Akarat statues. Yeah, I guess it just has to do with like the campaign and all that stuff. You know, Lilith is done. And now we get the Mephisto stuff. So there's new statues. Apple, it's going to be our most advanced iPhone yet. I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? They bring out a new version of an old product. If it was not the most advanced version, then it would be kind of weird. Hey, Blender. Not to be accurate, tenants gift. That is secret. Eternal item sort? What do you mean with that? Yeah, you can sort them very easily, so when the patch comes, you just take everything you have on Eternal and bring it to the blacksmith. And then they are sorted. It's funny seeing all of the streamers here in the chat. That's Big Daddy then. Question, what's everyone's starting class when Whistle of Hatred begins? I wonder. Is Maxa working on a god build for launch? Yes. yeah, maybe he's gonna write that one. And he has been testing it a lot as well on PTR and stuff. And yeah, I mean that's gonna be like the most important build guide on the entire site, I guess, outside of anything Spiritborn. So I hope he is aware of that and doing a good job. But maybe he is really good at optimizing builds like that. I've been playing a lot of Factorio lately. That's a cool game. I played it once with a friend. Alright. Something's happening, guys. How long are these subs going, by the way, man?
Desolate Hatred is the next big chapter in the story of Diablo 4. When we last left off, we had defeated Lilith, and Neyrelle was sailing south with Mephisto's Soulstone in hand. This is a tremendous burden for someone as young and untrained as Neyrelle. But somehow she has found the will to fight, challenging the primeval every step of the way. In this expansion, we follow their path as Neyrelle seeks salvation from Mephisto and searches for a way to banish him back to the Abyss.
As we wrap up Diablo 4, there has been a huge battle in Hell between Inarius, the Cathedral of Lights, and Lilith and all of her demons.
Throughout this entire campaign in Diablo 4, you're basically trying to defeat Lilith, so you team up with people like Neyrelle, who's this young, eager character, and then you've got Laura, who is this sort of wise drunk. He was the Herodrim, so he brings this rounded, old-school thinking. He ends up being the catalyst of the group.
Inarius believed that if he killed Lilith, he would be accepted again by heaven. So he went after Lilith, he actually stabbed her, and heaven did not take him back. And he had this moment of, I've been wrong this entire time, and she used that against him and ended up killing Inarius. Her goal was to devour her father, Mephisto, and we ended up actually stopping her. And so even though she was defeated, she kind of gave us a warning of, I was the only one that could actually save you from Mephisto.
Neyrelle is left with the Soulstone, and she decides to take the essence of Mephisto and trap him into the Soulstone.
Lorath is still with us and is going to
Very
try and help
now.
us find information on where Neyrelle went.
And so we leave off
Yeah,
with
I'm gonna
her
turn
sailing
on, yes.
south with the stone, telling you, do not
That's
follow.
actually.
The world might need you. And over time, things start to unfold, and you realize that Neyrelle cannot do this alone. And so you start your search for her. When we pick up in Vessel of Hatred, the Cathedral of Light is kind of in disarray.
It became a bit fractured with the death of Inarius, so there was a bit of a split with the Cathedral of Light afterwards.
This created an opening for a whole new sect to rise up and take things into their own hands. And so you end up with a militant wing of the church that is the Burnt Knights. Burnt Knights are led by Yurvar, a survivor of Hell. He's uncompromising. He feels that he's final judgment and that he's going to make better decisions for the church.
They battled in Hell, and now they're on this manhunt for Neyrelle and for Lorath. They want them to pay for their crimes, and they think that they should be the ones that have a say on what happens to Sanctuary.
Mephisto is the Lord of Hatred. He's probably the
He's very upset about my
primeval that can create the most deep-rooted chaos, breaking up the people of Sanctuary.
In the events of Diablo 2, he was destroyed. He's been slowly resurrecting himself in Hell, and he wants to come back and bring himself back to Sanctuary. And now that he is in this Soulstone that Neyrelle carries, this is his opportunity.
The Herald of Hatred is Mephisto's wolf form. It's this astral projected form that he gets to put out and connect with the player and whisper in people's ears.
The connection between Neyrelle, the player, and Mephisto is the fate of the world. Neyrelle wants to get rid of him, but the more time she spends with the stone, the tighter the bond between her and the stone is.
The corrupting influence of Mephisto's soul stone is going to potentially convince her to bring Mephisto back instead of destroy him like she originally wanted. So we need to actually make sure that she fulfills her original intent and doesn't fall to Mephisto's influence.
Nyrelle plans to bring the Soul Stone into the Vault of Light so she can purify the Soul Stone of Mephisto's essence.
The Vault of Light is this really sacred place that Akarat created. His presence is really important through the history of Sanctuary.
Akarat wandered the world speaking the teachings of the Zakarum faith. His tomb is also said to be in the Vault of Light, which is in Nahantu.
Akarat is the one who discovered the spirit realm. When the World Stone was forged and Sanctuary came out of it, this veil was created, and that's what created the spirit realm. Demons aren't there, angels aren't there. It's a very special place for humanity. And for a long time, the spirit realm was not touched. And now Mephisto's corruption is creeping its way. And that's the fear that everybody in Nahantu is thinking about.
Spirituality is really unique to humanity, and in the jungle, it's a big part of their culture.
Aru is this elder, this magical being, a Spiritborn, and he's really connected to Nahantu. This is his home, this is his ancestral lineage, and he's guiding the player on this journey to help Nyrelle.
We actually find out that there have been sightings of Nyrelle in Nahantu, and we end up following her there.
In Vessel of Hatred, this is a story about isolation. We start off with the concept that Nyrelle is trying to do this alone, but at some point, you realize that things are escalating. And so we morph from this idea of isolation into the idea of being stronger together.
For someone that has been through the journey that our Wanderer has, that Nyrelle has been through, you feel there's hope that Sanctuary is not going to be lost.
You get to see pockets of Sanctuary that we haven't been able to see before, but it's still all in that same tone, in that same world that everybody loves so much.
Hello, Diablo 4 community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 developer update. This is a very special Diablo 4 developer update, as this is our pre-launch stream before Vessel of Hatred, which is actually going to be shipping here next week, which is crazy to think about. I'm joined here by Mr. Brent Gibson, game director for Diablo 4. I know before we have our big show, you wanted to talk a little bit about Vessel of Hatred and what's to come.
Yeah, this is a really big week. The fact that we're finally on the doorstep of shipping Vessel of Hatred is a bit surreal. We've been working on it for a very long time. You know, over the course of the last 5 seasons, so much has changed. And we're excited to talk about some of those details today. Everything kicks off with our epic journey through Nahantu, where we're going to be telling the next chapter of Mephisto. And it doesn't really stop there. We haven't talked about it much yet, but we've actually created a custom quest at the end of the story that leads those players who haven't gotten to Endgame will get to Endgame.
That's awesome.
Along the way, you're also going to find brand new ways to play with the Kurast Undercity. We've talked about this time attack dungeon. That's super cool. We'll go into more detail on that
to the left, there's the Joe
we have
and Joe
co-op
sitting.
PvE experience with the Dark Citadel for those hardcore players that like playing with friends. You're going to have something really cool there. And we also have brand new ways of gaining power. Whether you're hiring mercenaries and leveling them up or finding our new powerful runes that create rune words to sock it into your gear, you're going to have a lot more ways to actually alter the builds that you've been playing with all this time. So at the end of all this, we have the star of our show, our class that wants to go fast, the Spiritborn, which, you know, everybody got a sneak peek at that quite a while ago, and we have been polishing it and getting it ready to make sure that it's the most fun it can be at launch.
Yeah, and it's great because like we're actually going to be going through all these aspects today in the live stream with our kind of our subject matter experts across each of them. So I know, as we mentioned, next week the Vessel of Hatred will actually be shipping and be released to everyone. Right now, the plan is for it to be out on October 8th, and that is still very much the plan. Still the plan. We actually did release a map earlier this week in our What You Need to Know blog that kind of pretty much contains exactly when each of the release dates are going to be, but players can actually end up doing early download right now on PC Battle.net. We do have early download coming up for console this weekend on the 5th, so there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipe, a lot of excitement going on. The other thing that we did talk about as well is Twitch drops. We do have a Twitch drops campaign that is actually starting at the launch of Vessel of Hatred. It's actually going to be starting on October 8th in Pacific time, so it's about like 12, 16 hours, somewhere around there afterwards, but there's some really cool back pieces, really cool weapons that you can earn, and it goes throughout the whole entire month of October through like that first early part of November. We also have a Support a Streamer program this time around, which is really cool because Support a Streamer actually really helps out some of the smaller streamers that are actually really wanting to, you know, stream Diablo 4, which is really great. If you gift 2 subs for, or if you actually purchase 2 subs across any streamer that is streaming across Diablo 4 and has this enabled, you'll end up receiving the mount that we actually just showed right there. And then if you do an additional 2, you actually get the mount armor as well. So it's a really cool way of helping out some of the smaller and mid-sized streamers out there that, you know, really benefit from some of these programs. And it's great to see all these new faces as they actually jump into Vessel of Hatred. The next thing we do also want to talk about is a cool promotion that we're actually doing with Trolley here in the US. Trolley actually makes some candy. So they're like sour bright crawlers and things like that. There's actually some really cool weapon skins available if you actually purchase Trolley specific products here in the US. We actually have them here on set, but you can see all the cool weapon skins. But if you actually purchase these, and you'll see that they're clearly marked with like Diablo 4, they got the Spiritborn on them, and you can actually end up taking a photo of your receipt, going to a specific site, and then you'll end up getting kind of the rewards in game. And you also have a chance of actually winning an Xbox too, which is really cool. So,
it seems like
and this is a cool promotion that I think Xbox is actually doing across multitudes of titles, including like World of Warcraft, for instance, because this was actually going on with the War Within here at Blizzard. So, yeah, like if you're in the US, look for Trolley products. Thankfully, we have a whole bunch of bags here, so expect me to actually be eating these throughout the stream.
We've had like 7 bags in the last 2 days.
As we've been like prepping for the stream, like this has been my whole entire diet. Actually, no, I've been eating normal food, but at the same time, this is like my kryptonite right here. So expect me to be eating these throughout the stream. It's my favorite stream because we have snacks now, so I'm like, this is perfect. This is perfect. But one thing, again, we wanted to mention, which is the release date. And I think we have a release date map here. So yeah, as you guys can see, on October 7th in Irvine at 4 p.m. Pacific, or Pacific time, or California time, if you want to say it, is when the actual expansion is going to be launching. This is a global launch, so everyone is coming out at the same time. The world is round, so you can't get everyone in on October 8th, so that's why there's some in on October 7th, but we wanted to make sure that we could get as many people in on October 8th, and of course a little earlier on October 7th, but everyone's coming out at the exact same time. So looking forward to everyone jumping in. We do have an action-packed show today, a lot of stuff to cover. We are going to be hitting up on the patch 2.0 PTR changes first, is first up in the agenda. Because we have so many things to share, I will note this is our 20th live stream for Diablo 4 that we've ever done, which is really cool. And this is also our first time we're actually streaming on TikTok. We already stream on X, we stream on Twitch, and we stream on YouTube. So this is kind of a nice momentous occasion. But because of how much content we have and how many guests we have, we are going to say that we will have some small little breaks while we actually mic new people up, bring them into the studio, and then swap them out for other things. But we are going to be talking first about patch 2.0 PTR and the feedback that we actually received from players. And then separately, we're also going to be talking about
what's the maximum
Season 6, Season of Hatred Rising. And separately, we will finish off the show with all the Vessel of Hatred features and going into a little bit more of a deeper dive.
T-shirt is cool. I actually have one of those. I gave me one.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I mean, we have so many people coming in that we're having to pack them in rows.
Yeah,
so
exactly. You're gonna see multiple levels of people in the studio. So we're gonna take a quick break while we get the first group in for our patch 2.0 PTR feedback overview. So we'll see you in a bit.
Okay, so I have like a little like transition screen here. Okay. So quick check. How much of the bingo is already checked off? Does he have it open? Oh yeah, looking good. Making progress.
We could do coming soon for the rest of the PTR.
Oh man. Okay. Let's check back on the next break, guys. TikToks have live streams like most social media. Yeah, I've not tried or seen or even considered something like TikTok live streaming. Recently we made a TikTok account and basically we take our YouTube shorts and put them on TikTok as well. Thanks to SUR. But yeah, I've not really considered making like TikTok only content or even streaming on TikTok.
Awesome.
Oh,
I
so many
appreciate
people.
everyone
Okay.
bearing with us
Wow.
as we get people mic'd up. We're going to be doing this a couple times throughout this stream, but we're here to talk about the PTR learnings from patch 2.0 PTR, which we had earlier this month. Super beneficial.
He doesn't have a cookie
PTRs have been
like a chef
great
hat.
for us since we've started actually hosting them for Diablo 4. And of course, this one was a very, very big one because we have a lot of big changes coming with Vessel of Hatred in Season 6. But I know we want to jump straight into it. So, Aislinn, I know you're going to start us off and talk about some progression changes.
Yes, I am. So let's, like you said, Adam, let's jump.
Oh, you actually, before we do that, sorry. I just realized no one knows who we are.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they know who I am. There we go. There. I was just like, wait a minute. Of course, we have some familiar faces, but if you guys want to do quick intros,
Yeah. Hi, I'm Colin. I'm a lead designer.
Hey, I'm Aislinn. I am a systems designer.
Hi, I'm Charles. I'm a class designer.
Hey y'all, I'm Anthony. I'm an associate class designer.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah,
there we
know
go.
Anthony.
Now we got everyone settled.
I'm not sure if I met him.
Aislinn, do you want to talk about some of the progression changes?
Yes.
Yeah, everyone knows
absolutely.
Colin.
So
He's
as
very
you
likable.
said, the PTR has been just fantastic for us. It's given us so much data, and the feedback you guys give is just pivotal to us launching in the state we want to see the game in. And everyone wants to see the game in. And so, let's talk about it. Let's talk about some changes we've made because of it. So first of all, monster intensity. Something we saw in the early game was people weren't noticing the changes in monster intensity because people were skipping through difficulties fairly quickly. And so we've decided to move monster intensity from scaling over normal, hard, expert, and penitent to scaling over torment 1 through 4. Because you're going to be progressing through torments a little bit slower, so you're going to be able to feel the intensity changes, I think, a little more potently.
Yeah, there's a bit more jumps, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, the intensity system was essentially monsters just become a little bit more reliable in their damage.
Right.
They start to predict your movement a little bit more on the projectiles.
Yes.
It's not a massive change, but it should sort of make the monsters feel a little bit more aggressive and dangerous.
Yeah, they just become a little more lethal, I think, ultimately, beyond numerical changes. Second up I want to talk about is one that I'm really, really happy and excited about, actually, is that elites, unique elites, and super elites are 3 different types of elites you can actually fight, if you know that or not. That's the thing. And previously, they all did very different amounts of damage from one another. Like, for example, a super elite might deal actually 2 times the amount of damage of a normal elite. And what that was causing was when an elite spawned an affix, like lightning enchanted, or poison, or whatever, the super elites would do 2 times more damage with those affixes, but you didn't really have any way to tell, right? There was no way to tell if an affix was spawned by an elite or a super elite. And so kind of seemingly randomly, an affix might deal 2 times more damage to,
I'm not sure
to you out of nowhere.
what is what exactly.
And so what we've done is we've normalized
Unique elites
the
are like
damage
named
that all of these
elites, I
different
guess.
elite types actually deal.
Like the rare
so that
monsters
when you do see
outdoors.
the affixes that they're spewing out, you can expect
Super
the damage
elites are
they're
probably
gonna
the
receive. Like,
triple
how
affix
much it's
elites.
gonna hit
There's
you
like
more.
one affix elite
Way more
in the pack, and
consistent,
then
way
there's
more
triple
predictable,
affix
which is
elites
really
alone.
helpful for not getting randomly one shot.
Our favorites,
those.
Yeah. And then finally, on difficulty, we have some changes to standard difficulty tiers. We know some of you guys are looking for a challenge, so let's take a look at what a challenge looks like. All right, so we have a level 1 character here in Kiovashad going to the statue to change their difficulty. So
this
what
bit
are they
looks
going to
familiar.
change it to? Well, before they could access normal, hard, and expert, but now they can access penitent at level 1.
Oh,
But
shit.
we only play. Yeah.
Why would you play anything else?
Yes. So you have to beat the base campaign on your account once, and then you can go into penitence. And let's see how that turns out for this person. Oh yeah,
I'm sure it's
just
going
an
great.
Helltide.
Just a few a few too many demons.
Just a couple few too many demons. Yeah.
Mythic uniques.
So, so you can do penitence at level 1 now. It's pretty hard, guys. So if you plan to go in at level 1, be prepared. But seriously, we know people really wanted to be able to push their builds as far as they could, as early as they could.
Cool. Yeah.
And now you can. So whenever you feel
We're
like
definitely
you're
gonna
ready
make
for
a
penitent during your
penitent
leveling journey,
only
hop in there and
hardcore
see
race
how
at
you
some
do.
point, guys.
Yeah, I know that was like one of the biggest
sure.
points of
Get
feedback
ready.
we got during this PTR, which was like, hey, we would like to see if Penitent wasn't like gated way further down the line and if it could be brought in. So it's now available at level 1. And you know, as we've shown in the footage, it can be difficult.
sorry
but
about the
I think
ads. I
what's
tuned
nice
down the
is
ads
like if
already
someone
for
creates
the
alts and they
stream.
end up, you know, finding a bunch of mythic
Can't do
uniques
more.
and stuff which you can use at earlier levels.
Yeah.
You then can at least potentially start off in Penitent a little bit earlier and you know, stay with a higher difficulty in that type of way, which is nice.
Oh yeah.
We really want to embrace like the sort of choose your difficulty that we really liked with the mine cages in season 5, 4, and
Yes.
5. And again, like to your point, alts just are able to speed run their way to max level right by playing at a really hard difficulty.
Exactly.
So it should feel a lot better.
And it feels great to just hop into penitent early, like when you're capable of doing
It
it.
does,
It's
yeah.
just awesome.
Yeah, we don't necessarily expect everyone to play at Penitent. It's really hard to play at
It is hard.
at
It
your
is
own
hard.
risk. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Your character needs to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about some itemization changes. So we got a lot of feedback that once you got to max level and you were, starting that ancestral grind, you were stuck with these non-ancestral items for a pretty long time. And we do like that, but we know that people want to see the journey for those non-ancestral items to be a little punchier. And so we've made some targeted changes here to ensure that non-ancestral legendaries have more, punch to them. So we've increased the amount of masterworking you can put on a non-ancestral legendary from 4 to 8. We are also allowing them to be tempered twice. Previously, both of those values were exclusive to ancestral items.
It buffed
but
the unique drop rate as
now
well. That's good.
non-ancestrals can go up to that.
Triple sounds about right.
Additionally, we saw that people were going to like the boss ladder, or they were just finding uniques out in the world, and they didn't drop it didn't feel like they were dropping as ancestral as often as they should have.
Right, because they're so rare.
Right, they're so rare, and you want finding a unique item to be an exciting moment.
Yeah, it's good changes, I think.
So we've tripled the chance for them to.
And you
drop
can
as
even
ancestral.
temper your early
And
game
this should
gear
help
now
a lot,
twice as well,
especially
unless
during
there's like
boss
some
ladder,
level
when
requirement.
you're killing these uber bosses and they're dropping lots of uniques. A lot more of them are going to turn out to be ancestral.
Definitely. And this should mean that once you're starting in around level 60, you have a lot more progression.
I guess realistically the masterwork into 8 is not really so impactful, at least for normal items. I guess for uniques it could matter. If you find like a really good unique roll and you can't get the ancestral version, then you can at least masterwork it to 8, which is nice. But yeah, the tempering is pretty huge.
Online.
Yeah.
But then there's still items that you can chase that just enhance that build.
Right.
And we saw that like not having that second tempered affix and not having those 8 masterwork ranks really sort of hindered your ability to get that build online,
Yeah.
to get into the fun and start blasting.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, because we don't want you to
Anything's
feel like you
guaranteed from
have
the
to find
start.
ancestrals for your build to function.
I wouldn't say so.
And this change is
twink,
working
maybe.
towards making that true.
Not the first
So you
character,
still
I
have
think.
those items you can chase, but you can still get those endgame builds online pretty quickly.
Yep, for sure. And finally, on itemization, we are adding some Scrolls of Restoration to the season journey. The Scrolls of Restoration are the Scrolls of Tempering that we talked about at Gamescom. You can use them to reset the tempering chances on an item. And we wanted to add these to the season journey so you could just have a couple of deterministic ways to acquire them and use them on your gear.
And this, of course, is not the only place you can earn these Scroll of Restorations.
No.
300 sword,
You can earn
25%
them
crit damage, by
throughout
the way.
world. There's a small
Isn't that
drop
very
chance,
low?
and we'll be actually talking about another way of earning them later on as well.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
Yeah.
So I think one thing that I'm excited about on the unique changes, if you
And this
equate
only happened on
greater
PTR right now.
affixes in season 5 to ancestral,
Yeah.
you're actually going to have a higher chance to get an ancestral unique compared to getting a greater affix on a unique than live, right? So
Right,
it means
yeah.
that uniques are really exciting. You might actually get like the Staff of Endless Rage, for example. Maybe you're not playing a Fireball Sork, but now you're like, oh, well, I have an ancestral version of this
That's
unique.
huge.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so it
Time to go
really like
Fireball.
kind of gets you to experiment a little bit more, and we really like that aspect about those uniques sometimes being a lot more powerful.
Yeah, no, we want that moment when you see a unique on the grounds to be really fun and exciting, and seeing it drop as an ancestral with greater
That's lower
affixes is
than
about as
okay.
exciting as it gets for uniques.
And first they increased them like this, and now they're lowering him again.
All right, let's talk about some player power changes based on PTR feedback. So I want to start by framing our goals for Torment difficulties. So Torment 1, we want all content to be available in the game. You can fight Lilith, you can fight the boss lair, you can go to the Dark Citadel, etc. All these activities are available.
Okay, here we
Torment
go.
4 is intended to be aspirational content. And what that means is you've already unlocked everything in the game when you enter Torment 1. But Torment 4 is like the essence of Diablo like build crafting, where you're just pushing your character as far as you can go. And Torment 4 exists for that purpose, for people who want to push their character as far as they can go. And with that said, and the reason why I'm saying this is because we were seeing that people were getting to Torment 4 way faster and way easier than we were hoping for in the PTR. And, which is just another great, it's great that we did the PTR because we saw that. And with that all said, we've made some changes to kind of keep Torment 4 this, really challenging and exciting thing to reach. We've reverted the skill damage bonus from main stat back to what it was in Season 5. So we had actually doubled it in the PTR, but we found that was just giving players too much power.
Too much.
So we sent it back. And we also pulled back on legendary glyph power a bit. Colin, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so we reduced the scaling on the glyphs quite a bit because we found that it was really devaluing a lot of the aspect rolls or rolls on your gear. Like when you're getting 2,000 additive damage from a glyph, it's really hard to actually feel anything on your gear through tempering or through those affix that are dropping. So essentially what we've done is pare that back. We've redistributed it. We'll cover that a little bit on like where we put some of that power. But overall, we think this feels a lot better. Glyphs aren't just carrying like 80% of your power on a build, and it just feels a lot better so that it doesn't feel as sort of mandatory that I have to get all 5 glyphs and level them up to actually be pushing difficulty.
Yeah.
It's a lot more about what are the aspects you have, what are the uniques you have, what are the nodes you're actually getting on the Paragon board. I think it feels a lot better.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things to say about this is that it's really awesome to get a tremendous amount of power from one source, but because there are so many different sources of power in the game, if one source gives too much power, it makes the other sources feel kind of unimportant. And that's not fun. So we want to make sure that every source of power in the game is contributing to your build in very meaningful ways. And so this change is helping other sources of power feel really punchy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Awesome. I know
Shouldn't be
tons of
Torment 1
changes
to
here with
3.
player power.
People play it for 20 minutes and then go on.
Like progression.
If you did Torment 1, 2, and 3 in 20 minutes each, then you are a god.
Do we have anything else on?
And now they're about to nerf us, but
one thing I think that's really important to touch on is the torment goals here, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a definite fundamental shift from Season 5 in that you think about World Tier 3 into World Tier 4 and you're sort of racing to get to World Tier 4 as fast as possible because that's where all the best items can drop.
Yeah.
And we've sort of just changed that to Torment 1 is where all the best items can drop. It's where everything unlocks. But essentially Torment 2, 3, and 4 increase the odds of those things happening. So it's just efficiency, right? We don't necessarily want to say you must get to Torment 4 to experience the game or to get the best drops in the game, similar to World Tier 4 and Season 5. It's a very different feeling. So we're excited to see how that plays out, and we want to sort of see what you all think as well.
I wonder how realistic it will be to actually make a build, or let's say for me, like a build guide that is not Torment 4 capable. But I guess I might just do that and see.
Goals, you can really max out your character there. It just, you get a reward for pushing this harder difficulty by more efficiency.
Yeah, and that's what affords Torment 4 the means to, or the space to be really hard. Is because you don't have to get there. And so it can be really, really challenging. And, some players really love that, and that's awesome.
Definitely.
Awesome. Well, I know the next topic we want to talk about is some of the big system changes that are actually coming with Vessel of Hatred, and also changes that we're applying post-PTR from things that we actually learned. Colin, Want to walk us through and start us off with some of the Paragon stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we got a ton of feedback from the PTR, and we took a look at Paragon. That was one of the bigger changes that we made, where we capped the boards, because we feel like that gives us a lot more space to increase the power of each of these boards and make the choice more about what is the board you're looking for. So what we've done here is we've added a bunch of normal nodes, so those are things like stats that empower those glyphs, to upgrade that legendary glyph radius. We added them. It was kind of sad, like there weren't actually a lot of nodes to flesh it out and sort of build up that Paragon, that extra glyph range that you're going to get from upgrading it to legendary. So we've done that. We added around 8 to every board. And then the starting board, I think we went to like 12 or something like that, just because, the starting board should feel really good with that first glyph. The next thing we've done is we've taken a look at a lot of the rare and magic nodes, and we've just made them generically more useful. So you think about like two-handed bludgeoning damage on the barbarian is like, okay, like I guess I can only benefit if I'm doing this one very specific thing. And we've just opened that up to say damage, right? That's going to scale everything across your character, as opposed to like while you're doing this sort of obscure thing. So we think that feels a lot better. We've also just sort of taken a look at what are the affixes we're giving, like fucking potion healing. I know you're all going to be really sad.
That's my favorite stuff.
I know you're all super sad to see
You're
that
the only one,
we've taken potion healing out. But we've just changed it to healing received. We've also just taken a look at things like damage reduction from dots and made it damage reduction. So it should be a lot more generically useful, and those boards should feel a lot more punchy and open-ended, which we really like. And that's sort of doubling down on the spirit of what we've done with Season 4 itemization, right? Just sort of taking back some of these conditional things that aren't necessarily adding a ton of value to your build identity, just opening things up. And then the next thing we've done is we talked about redistributing some of the power on those glyphs, and we've taken a look at all of our nodes, all of magic and rare nodes, and we've just buffed all of them. So we've doubled all the additive bonuses on rare and magic nodes. We've increased the damage reduction values by about 1.5x, so they should feel a lot more chunky.
One little note here, every stream in the Diablo 4 category is marked as mature stream by default, because of the game.
Some pretty punchy damage sources that you can get, damage reduction sources you can get. We've also done things like all the resistance nodes you have on the Paragon board actually give max resistance as well now, so it's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of changes there. So this is one of the first steps we're taking to really improve the Paragon system with the new sort of philosophy of like, we want you to pick what boards you want, and we expect to be updating more in the future.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that this harkens back to what we were just saying, which is that, it's really
More
fun
updates
for
coming
all of your
soon,
sources
TM.
of power to be meaningful. And so we're basically just taking like the tons and tons of power that was in glyphs and kind of slightly redistributing it to Paragon. So going through your Paragon board is just more interesting and fun.
Definitely. Cool.
Next up, we got, I think, Infernal Hordes.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you remember, Infernal Hordes was under construction during the PTR as we were fitting in, like, how does this going to work with the greater equipment chest, turning into ancestral items. And there are 3 things that we really wanted to tackle as a part of this release, right? Infernal Hordes is an eternal game mode, so we wanted to take the learnings we got from Season 5 and apply it to this next update. So one of the things we saw was that loot was just dominating the reward landscape here. Like getting 200 legendaries from one source of activity is cool for Season 5, and it's the brand new activity for Season 5. That's awesome, but we wanted to just readjust it, refit it back in. We still have the Codex of Power that lets you store all these legendary powers, so we felt like we wanted to take more of a quality over quantity approach here. And one of the things that was sort of frustrating about that quality miss was that you didn't really have a way to reliably target those unique items that were coming out of Infernal Hordes. If you think about it, you had to open a chest and just hope that you were going to get one of the unique items out of this chest. And that sort of led to a frustrating and tedious reward flow where you're just constantly opening up these 28th of chests over and over and over. I know I've spent, probably more time opening the material chest than actually...
I mean, I think that's everyone's favorite pastime, just like running around the material chest.
Like, the cooldown on the chest, like, oh my god, just give me my fucking shit. So it takes some effort. So we've taken a look at, how we're going to actually deliver these keys. We've taken them out of the crafting system, but they're not too rare. They're just uncommonly found throughout the world. We want this to be like an oh shit moment when the key drops, just because you're going to get a ton of XP from killing the hordes, you're going to get a ton of materials and a ton of items as well. So we think that will make the keys feel a lot more interesting, and it's not going to bloat your inventory as much. You really want to use them when you get them. So the next part here is if we could go back to the slide. Oh, if we could go to Infernal
Back to
Hordes.
Infernal Hordes. There we go.
The council boss, no matter what, as long as you kill that council, they're going to drop dungeon boss loot, which is going to be legendaries, crafting materials, gold, etc., on top of the Infernal Horde unique items, and that's going to scale with Torment. So guaranteed, every single time you kill that council, you are going to get unique items that are specific to Infernal Hordes.
That's great because those Infernal Horde uniques are pretty sick.
Definitely. So no more waiting at the chest to get that drop. It's just going to happen. And it feels a lot more like the boss ladder, where it's like, okay, I want to get Infernal Horde unique items. I'm going to be able to reliably get those and get a pull at the sort of slot machine there.
I do have to say this also a big problem.
And then the
with
next thing here is we've updated the chests. So the chests of greater equipment are going to drop the scrolls of restoration or retempering. So you're going to be able to get them reliably from the Infernal Hordes, not just the Dark Citadel.
Oh.
And that should feel pretty meaty and good. And then we've also guaranteed some amount of ancestral items from that greater equipment chest. And ancestral items are very much more coveted than just greater affix items. So that should feel pretty meaty. And then the chest of materials is now just going to convert all your Aether into materials. You don't have to like constantly open the chest.
No more running around.
Turn it into a bunch of masterworking materials, gems.
I wonder how valuable those materials
less
will be
time
though,
looting,
compared to other
more
stuff.
time playing. And the gold chest is the same.
Yeah, because it just gives you punch.
Next up, I know we have the reward stuff. We kind of spoiled it.
What the hell?
But,
yeah. So
we can just skip this because everyone's already seen it.
So rewards, this is just a bunch of miscellaneous tuning and making the game feel better and more rewarding. Right? So we've significantly increased the ancestral drop rate from Nightmare Dungeons and Whispers. Thank you to the person who ran 1,000 Nightmare Dungeons.
Oh my God.
Definitely fixed the problem there, and that should feel a lot more rewarding. We've also added just experience to the Nightmare Dungeon completion, which just feels better as you're grinding that Paragon. Also, while you're leveling up, it's like a pretty good hit of XP. And then we've also done miscellaneous buffs to just miscellaneous things. So Hellborn will drop loot, Butcher is going to drop a guaranteed axe, I believe, a Butcher's axe. The World Boss, Treasure Goblins, those are all going to drop a lot better loot. It's also going to scale with Torment, which should feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for these, like, I guess the Hellborn's not exactly a random encounter, and just the World Boss, but like the Butcher and the Treasure Goblin, these like big meaty encounters, like it makes sense for like these to occur, and you're like, give me like good loot, because this is uncommon. This doesn't happen that frequently. I want it to be amazing.
It's an exciting moment, and the loot should reflect that.
Yeah.
I love that loot explosion. You know?
Yeah, with Treasure Goblin. Yeah.
Nothing beats finding a Treasure Goblin at like level 5.
Yeah.
You're just chasing it around using your like basic attack.
Yeah, and it guarantee drops a legendary no matter what level you are. So
Yeah.
it should feel pretty good. The next thing here is we really love how players, or how you all have sort of embraced the Stronghold experience bonus. We've actually just done that across the game. So campaign feels really good in terms of experience granted. Side quests should feel really good, especially in Nahantu. But what we saw with the Stronghold experience in the PTR is that 2 levels felt a little bit aggressive and like sort of forced you to do Strongholds over and over and over. We've just pared that back down to 1.25 levels, which is still really meaty. Like you're getting an entire level from doing these. It's really fulfilling what we had hoped Strongholds were going to provide, which is an alternative means to level. If you want to ride around the open world and do a bunch of Strongholds, that's absolutely a viable way to level up now. We think that like all the quest content in general just feels a lot better because they're a lot more generous there. The other change I'll note here is that a bulk of that experience is going to be from killing the boss, and it's a first-time reward. So that means you're not going to be able to sort of, cheese running Strongholds over and over and over.
Thank you, Rax, for showing that with your friends from your chat that did that in 20 minutes. We most definitely watched.
Hey, it was a good video. I mean, in all fairness.
Cool. And then the next one here is we heard a ton of feedback that rare and magic items just felt like they're adding a lot of noise to Torment. We're dropping a lot more of them. Now they just get auto-salvaged in Torment. Hooray. So,
get them out of here.
Yeah, get them out. And then the next one is just a nice quality of life. The Paragon glyphs now drop from the pit. So when you're doing a bunch of pit runs, you're also going to be getting glyphs. It just means you don't really have to like go out and do other things if you have a bunch of keys for the pit.
Yeah, I mean that's really nice too because theoretically you could enter the pit and not actually have a glyph, but now you will. So you can find one and level up if that's what happens.
Awesome, and I know last but not least we have kind of itemization craft. This is some big stuff here that I know will excite players for sure.
Yeah, so One of the things we've heard a ton from the player base and you all is that I wish I could make a mythic unique deterministically. If I do everything in a season, if I kill Uber Lilith, if I do the season's journey, I want to be able to get a mythic unique. And we saw this as an opportunity to essentially create an identity between the rune crafting of mythic uniques and the blacksmith. We moved it from the alchemist to the blacksmith version of crafting mythic uniques. So now what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to take 2 resplendent sparks to the blacksmith and get a random mythic unique. That means no matter what, as long as you do everything in the season, you're going to get a mythic unique. And if you take those resplendent sparks and you decide, I really want a specific mythic unique, you'll be able to take a set of runes. And
but yeah, it was one spark.
And what that does is the runes are a lot more flexible. They can be traded. You can also get some incremental progress, right? Because they drop a lot more frequently than mythic unique or sparks in general. So what this means is you now have 2 really clear means to sort of target mythic uniques, and you now have a guaranteed way to make a mythic unique at the end of a season, which we think will feel really good.
Something that's kind of cool about that is that it gives runes this like intrinsic trade value, which I kind of love.
Yeah.
Like they have this big purpose towards crafting one of the best items in the game, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Finally can get my Starless Skies.
Yeah. So no mythic item limit though.
And then the next one here is you're going to be getting a lot of salvage
doesn't need the damage
because everything's getting auto-salvaged. So we figured, we should probably give you some purpose and value to that salvage. And now you can take it to the blacksmith and forge random legendary equipment at the blacksmith.
Yeah, this is huge.
I love this change.
And it also has a chance to be unique or mythic and sometimes ancestral. So it's definitely a great place to dump all that excess salvage that you have.
Interesting.
And then the next one here is more just sort of a
Farm
quality of
Legion
life
all
and
day
nicety. We added runes
to
and
get
we're
salvage
putting way
mods.
more sockets on gear.
Yeah.
We just allowed you to add sockets to gear with just the general salvage material. You don't need scattered prisms anymore. Scattered prisms are required for ancestral items, and that just essentially means, I'm missing a socket. You can easily add one. And then the next one here is mostly quality of life for alt characters, but the jeweler no longer has a level requirement to engage with the jeweler. Previously on the PTR, you had to trade gear to your main character, add a socket. It was super tedious, and we just made it not like that.
Awesome. So tons of big changes coming across a multitude of systems within D4, thanks to a lot of great feedback that we got from all the players within the community, content creators, etc. So thank you guys so much for that. Thank you, Colin, for walking us through that. Next up, we want to talk about some of the class changes and everything. And so Charles here is going to walk us through it.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about some of the class changes that we saw in the PTR. Once again, I wanted to thank all of the players who gave a lot of detailed feedback, a lot of data on how classes were performing, all the different builds and the new items, new effects, and all that kind of stuff, new skills. It's been really helpful in helping to make sure that we make all our class designs as fun and engaging as possible. I do want to say that this patch is huge. There's lots of changes. As I said, a lot of new class stuff, but a lot of new system stuff across the whole game. And so we do expect some level of volatility here. And when a lot of things change, there's a lot of unknowns. And so that's just the mindset we're approaching this patch with. And what I'm going to be talking about here is not a complete detailed list of everything that we've changed from the PTR to live. It's just kind of some samples and kind of talking through our learnings and what we saw on the class design team and what we're thinking about. And so make sure you check out the full patch notes once we're done with the stream. And also, if a lot of the changes came in the PTR initially, so definitely check out those if you're unfamiliar, because there's tons of class changes there as well.
Oh yeah.
So starting with the Barbarian, we generally saw that Barbarian class was a little bit too weak on the PTR, and I think even on Season 5, I think it's just generally considered a little too weak. Historically, though, it's been one of our stronger classes, but in recent seasons, it's fallen a little bit on harder times. So a lot of our focus here is buffs to some underutilized skills and legendaries and uniques. So we've got updates to Upheaval to make it just a little bit more punchy, hits a little bit harder. We've got updates to some of the uniques that talk to other core skills, like Hammer of the Ancients and Double Swing, to give them a little bit more damage boost as well. And finally, there's a buff to the Martial Vigor passive. That is a passive in the skill tree that gives you some damage reduction from elite enemies, including bosses. And it might seem pretty small on paper, it's just 4% to 6%, but for every skill rank you have in that, you get that much more. And really, when you're fighting the late game tormented bosses and high torment tiers, it's going to be a pretty noticeable amount of survivability against those boss fights for barbarians.
Yeah, those passive skills add up really quickly when you start getting a bunch of ranks in them and stuff, so, for sure.
Absolutely. Moving on to the druid, we also think the druid was a little bit on the weaker end of the classes. I think there was a few bugs on the PTR that we're addressing as we go live. Where some of their effects, specifically in the Paragon, and some of the key passives weren't quite working exactly how we intended. So they might have been a little bit weaker due to that on the PTR specifically. So we're definitely addressing those. I also wanted to talk about Nature's Fury. This is a key passive that whenever you cast an Earth or Storm skill, there's a chance to cast the same skill to cast a skill of the opposite type. And this was causing some unintended interactions with one of the unique items, the Earthbreaker ring, that ended up proccing or triggering Nature's Fury way more often than we intended. That's because we have this concept of casts, where you actually need to press the button and then, hey, you did one cast. And whenever we do something like auto casts, which is like, hey, I triggered a free skill with Nature's Fury, that shouldn't kind of recursively trigger or trigger the other effects that are looking for casts. But in that particular interaction it was, and so we've fixed that interaction, but then thrown some pretty big buffs to those items and the things affected in that build. We still expect those kind of things, especially landslide builds that use this a lot, to still be very powerful builds going forward. But we just didn't want that one particular unintended interaction to be happening.
Yeah. And that kind of overshines, all the builds, right? When you have like one build that's, crazy over, the top. So
exactly, yeah. Especially whenever there's one build that's so dominant, it really makes it feel like, hey, I'm playing the class wrong if I'm not doing this, and that's not something that we want. We want you to be able to play all the different ways of playing the classes and feel like it's a valid and viable choice to compete or to complete the game.
It was not
some of the other changes on Druid as well. We've got some updates to Great Staff of the Crone. This is one of my favorite items that lets your Claw and Storm Strike build kind of synergize really nicely. We've got just a lot more damage on Werewolf skills through the Lust for Carnage Paragon node. Basically the same functionality, but just added 50% bonus damage there. We saw Werewolves was particularly falling behind. And an update to the Untamed Legendary Paragon node. This is the new one that talks to companion skills. Previously, it just gave skill ranks, which kind of fell off as you got a lot of skill ranks. Now it's just multiplicative damage, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some companion druids in the new season, especially with the new key passive. All right, moving on to the Necromancer. So the Necromancer is a class that I think we saw a lot of variety for like blood, bone, and shadow builds. A lot of those were competing very well, but a Necromancer is really all about minions, right?
Stormside was probably
unfortunately, we saw minion builds really falling behind from where we want. And we know that minion builds are like the most appealing part of a Necromancer. And so on the class design team, we're really committed to making sure that minion Necromancer is good. And we're going to see some massive buffs to this patch, and we're going to continue monitoring to make sure that the minion fantasy is really a powerful and compelling one. We also saw that Necromancer was one of the squishier classes. It had a little bit less defensive oomph than we really wanted. And so we've made some updates here to Reap. It's going to give a little bit longer damage reduction. Just makes that a little bit more usable for that function. Same with Necrotic Fortitude, gives a little bit more barrier. This is kind of a passive barrier generation, so just a little bit more survivability in that late game. And then the rest of it here is just talking about minion buffs, right? We've got Kalen's Edict, the key passive. This is going to, previously it just gave you attack speed for your minions. Now it's also going to give you bonus multiplicative damage for all your minions. A bunch of the legendaries and uniques that talked to minions, like Ring of Mendeln and Shade Mist, that damage is now properly attributed to your minions rather than the Necromancer themselves, which means if you have bonus Golem damage, for instance, and your Golem triggers Ring of Mendeln, it's now going to benefit properly, and it's going to be multiplied up by those multipliers. So pretty big buffs for those legendaries and uniques.
Yeah, that's a lot of power for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, this minion stuff doesn't sound enough.
So moving on, we've got next class we'll talk about the Rogue. I think the Rogue in general was performing pretty well across the board in the PTR. I think we got a lot of positive feedback, like, hey, yeah, Rogue feels great. Like just
spin to win.
Yes, spin to win. The new Dance of Knives skill in particular.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I was really happy with where Dance of Knives landed as the new skill. It found a lot of use in a variety of builds, and people have a lot of fun playing with it. We did notice a little bit of the melee focused builds with Flurry and Twisting Blades falling behind just a little bit. So a few of our changes here are focused on enhancing the legendaries that talk to those two, Encircling Blades and Blade Dancers. In terms of key passives, we saw Victimize did have a bug that caused its damage scaling to be higher than intended. And so we have fixed that math calculation on how it kind of scales damage based on other damage because it was really just a little bit too dominant. And now we think with this update, it'll still be a competitive choice, but it won't completely outshine every other key passive on the
Rain of Arrows nerf?
And some nice little buffs here to Rain of Arrows, just to make it work a little bit better with imbuement skills. Love me some Rain of Arrows. It's a very flashy skill, especially with all those colors with the imbuements on it.
But double damage doesn't work for poison
the sorcerer. The sorcerer was definitely the strongest class I think we saw on the PTR by a fair margin.
Just a little bit, you know?
It was quite strong. People were having a lot of fun with sorcerer builds, especially with the new key passive Enlightenment. And Enlightenment had an issue where it's all about alternating skill casts. So, okay, you cast a fire skill, you cast a lightning skill, you cast a cold skill, and you get these stacks really quickly. Unfortunately, it was stacking up unintentionally from some of those auto casts that we were talking about earlier with Nature's Fury, where when you trigger bonus casts from like unstable currents, it was actually ramping up the Enlightenment way too fast. And so we fixed that interaction, but we think despite that, Enlightenment is still one of the strongest key passives of sort. Yeah. So it just brings it down a little bit, but we still think this is going to be a really powerful and compelling new key passive to play with once we go live. Two other changes here with the Flame Scar and Oculus uniques. This is kind of adding in this chance to deal double damage affixes for Incinerate and Teleport respectively. This harkens back to what I talked about on the PTR stream, where we're adding these multiplicative damage bonuses into tempering for weapons. And of course, we can't temper onto unique items, but for a lot of the unique items that are about very specific skills, such as Flame Scar and Oculus, we've taken a pass to add in some of these affixes that enhance those skills in multiplicative ways to really make sure that Incinerate gets the same benefit from using that unique as opposed to just a legendary that you would temper this affix onto anyway.
It's a massive buff.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely massive.
Size is like, I had to pull out a ruler. Like, is it actually?
Is it working? Incinerate size and teleport size maybe not the most compelling affix. Now you just get some of this multiplicative damage. If somebody wants to make an Oculus build where most of the damage comes from teleport, that's going to be awesome. We'll see if you can manage to make that work.
I love that idea. Oh my god.
I already have a build page saved.
Ooh, I'll have to see that. Yeah.
Nice.
Once again, I just wanted to thank everyone for all the great feedback. We on the class design team in particular are always reading and listening to feedback on how you're playing the classes, what builds you're finding fun, what things are over or underpowered. We listen to it, we read your feedback, we watch the videos that you make. We really appreciate all of it, and it really helps us to make the game as best as possible.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charles, for walking us through all the changes coming for class design. It's actually not all the changes that we saw right here. As Charles mentioned,
we have two classes.
We do have patch notes actually going live after this stream. And I will caveat, you will see 2.0.1 patch notes, and you'll see 2.0.2 patch notes. So there's 202 and 201. 202 is actually not on like people's PCs yet. You haven't preloaded that. That is going to be the last update you'll need to grab before we jump into launch for Vessel of Hatred. But you will get all the patch notes after the stream, so you can dig through all the class changes that we didn't cover and all the ins and outs of it between now and what we had for PTR. So last but not least, we have Rune words. So I think we're going to jump straight into it. So Anthony, you want to go ahead?
Absolutely. So again, awesome feedback. We got lots of different things that came in, and we've heard multiple times in a couple different things with the rune words that really just people kept repeating over and over again, really mostly stemming down to two major issues with the whole system. And so previously we had on the PTR, we had the legendary runes that were a lot stronger, because you want to reach that point eventually to where you get the powerful runes and then you play the game that way. Well, that was kind of outshining a lot of the other possibilities and like the idea that we had with the runes where you're mixing and matching, creating different combinations. So what we are ending up doing now is we are taking that top end and we're going to bring it down. And then on the flip side, the second thing that we heard a lot of is those bottom runes, those I don't want to say bottom runes, the magic and rare runes that you find a little earlier, especially those runes of ritual, where those are the ones where you're actually like doing things to gain offering to then invoke those runes of invocation, those powers that you have. Those were intentionally a bit lower so that you have some progress, but it felt like when you get them, it wasn't enough. You didn't get to really feel those runes happen and pop off when you get them. So on the other side, we are taking that bottom end and bringing it up. So together, we're kind of, I don't want to say flattening out, but we are making it a lot more options for the players to really have choices throughout your whole journey rather than just a linear, get the stronger one, and then obviously it's stronger. And what this will also do, and the focus on this, is to also make those utility runes really, really potent and really pop off, and a lot more visual things to happen. And then finally, we removed a couple runes that weren't quite meeting our expectations. We have this thing that we say every once in a while, which is like condense the fun, and we want to make that like the ideal situation where we have the runes that we have are the ones that are cool and fun, and not like over bloated with just a bunch of things that don't always like meet those expectations.
Yeah, we want you to have lots of options, and we don't want individual runes or effects to really overshadow everything else. But that does mean that we want to make sure that all the options are really compelling. And so ones that aren't meeting our bar, we just would rather take them out rather than leave them in.
Yeah, new runes, log.
We're always going to be adding to the rune system.
Of course.
Right? So we want to leave ourselves the space. We didn't want to water down the pool with things like the lightning bolt effect rune. It's like that didn't really have, it was an evolutionary dead ends. We didn't necessarily have any way to juice that up. So we want when a rune drops for it to feel like, oh, there's this new toy I can play with, right?
It's important that every choice in the rune system is meaningful. Like every possible rune you can take or combination, like there's something there, right?
Yeah, you want to feel it for sure, and it doesn't want to be something that you just like, oh, I got this rune, and it's like, well, let me find another one. So, all right, so here's some examples of some of the big outliers. We heard lots of feedback around these two, especially that Warcry rune. So while it was giving berserking to everyone, it was a big power bonus. And so we're going to bring that down a little bit by it's no longer going to give that enhanced version. It's just the baseline version, so it no longer gives berserking to all players. That does mean it still works for barbarians because that is their skill. They should still be able to gain that power as they would expect. And then down with the Yam, which is that Druid Petrify. The rune itself is not changing. What's actually changing is on Druids themselves, their ultimate there is no longer going to give that critical bonus baseline. It's not going to be the enhanced version. So if you want that as a druid, you can still get that big, powerful critical damage bonus. But now that baseline is going to be that big stun, that big AoE moment that you see everything on the screen freeze, and also just juice you up with a bunch of resource. And this is general like class resource. So unlike what it'll say for the druid is it goes up.
Petrify rune is dead outside of rogue builds, I'd say.
Everyone gets this huge
Warcry is still
big moment where you can kind of reset. So
if I'm a sorcerer, it doesn't generate spirit.
The rogue builds want Petrify for no witness and preparation.
Just, get a second bubble that then fills up with spirit.
That'd be weird. Yeah.
I like that this puts a lot more emphasis on the utility of runes, which is sort of what we had been originally intending, right? Not every choice is going to be a multiplicative damage source. So you should have a lot more options. It's more focused on utility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stealing other classes' power.
It doesn't change anything for Druid.
Multiplicative damage is probably the single strongest thing you can do in an ARPG. And just when we noticed these ones were really those ones that are overshadowing every other option, we still think those will find a great niche for the builds that want it, but they won't be the only choice that no one else can use anything else for.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so here's some examples. Again, I want to preface, this is not all of them. There are a bunch of changes. You guys will see them in the patch notes as we had already talked about. But some of the big ones that I wanted to show off here. So Spiritborn Vortex, that's the one that pulls everyone in, you group everything together. That is going to be almost, you're going to be able to get that off almost twice as often as it was before. So you're combine that in with something that, you know, has some grindy damage in the middle, and you're going to be just having this pop off all the time. As well as, so we call them sub-powers. Those are things like the Sorcerer Meteorites or like the Barbarian Earthquakes. Those things that happen based on other things, but they create like another power that comes out. We are juicing those up a lot more. So these should be
these meteors are way stronger
some of the most powerful versions of these sub-powers in the game from these runes. And as you can see here, Meteorites is jumping up a whole bunch, as well as the offering.
It's like the best version to play Meteor is to make a Spiritborn Meteor build, or what?
One of the other things I saw feedback was around the Se rune. I don't know exactly how to say it myself. I'll have to ask you even about that after this. But where you summon spirit wolves, and they didn't feel as impactful because their AI was not as poppy as, like, say, the Necromancer's minions running around a lot more quickly. So we adjusted that, and so we're gonna have a video coming up here in a second, and we can see. So now you're gonna summon those wolves. They're gonna pop up and do their attack, and if you jump to the next pack, they're gonna jump forward. Except this is gonna happen a lot more frequently than before. So now if you, say, fight that pack, jump to the next one, every time those wolves are going to just keep jumping and keep leaping. And this works in ranged as well. So if you're fighting some enemy over here to the left and you you attack them, your wolves are going to jump immediately over there. And then if you switch to this other group on the right, those wolves are going to jump across the screen because we've also increased that aggro range as well for that.
Yeah, they feel a lot more responsive and like, even in that clip, we saw them jump into the pack at basically the same time we did, right?
Yeah.
They are right there with you. They're not lagging behind, and that's always like the worst feeling when, like, hey, some of this thing, where are they? What are they doing?
Like they're back there a mile away.
They're no longer lazy dogs. There.
Yeah, they were tired. They were tired.
Tired little pups. You know? And then here's some examples of those runes of ritual. Again, those are the ones that are generating this offering.
20 seconds.
And so these are mostly going to be changes to those magic and rare runes, where we've taken that offering they give and we've really knocked it up to be a lot closer to where those legendary versions of these are. And that should hopefully give us a lot more options when it comes to deciding which combination of which runes that we are using. So
it also just means things are a lot more reliable. Like you're actually getting procs way more
Only
often.
it might be actually pretty good now.
Yeah, you actually get to see the fun happen, right? See those effects happen a little bit more often.
If you start stepping all the time.
Tons of rune changes that are coming.
I wonder if it works with like any status that we do.
Anthony mentioned, there's way more details in the actual patch notes themselves, so people can check that out after the stream, along with all the class changes, the system changes, the progression changes. It's all detailed out there for players specifically.
You know, I had one thing, because I think we might have forgotten it, and I'm very concerned about monitor violence.
Oh, yes.
We heard a lot of people wanted to punch monitors.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
When you get a greater affix on impairment resistance. So, as monitor enthusiasts, we've just removed that from the affix pool.
Yes.
So please don't.
Please don't. Less punching of monitors.
Save the monitors, please.
And one thing I do want to call out on Rune Words, we actually, funny enough, we got a lot of feedback about players saying, like, hey, we noticed like different art on some of the classic runes that they may have seen from like back in D2. That art has been updated to match what you saw in D2. So
harkens back.
Yes, yeah,
that's cool.
Shout out to the history of runes there for everyone. So thank you guys for jumping into this. And I will say, like, this team is going to be staying vigilant through the launch of Vessel of Hatred with our live ops teams here. Shout out to our live ops team who will be helping us out through multitudes of patches, hot fixes. We're going to be paying attention to the community and hearing all the feedback that players have, and we'll be jumping on a lot of the big things that we do notice and we do want to jump kind of address earlier on, especially right after launch. So so our
I mean, they
cadence is
nerfed it
gonna
like
be quick.
25%.
So do expect that. We'll be
And they did
posting
some
all
fix,
notes,
but I don't know what that
notes,
is.
etc. Whenever they do come up.
I know that victimized centers was popping like some really big numbers for some reason, but it was pretty rare, I think. So that might just be like a bug fix that doesn't actually have a huge impact.
The next season coming to Diablo 4, which is season 6, and that will actually start with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. We're going to do another quick mic swap, musical chairs thing. Maybe we turn on Benny Hill music or something like that. But we'll be right back here with our next group to talk about season 6.
Okay. Seasonal content, okay. Alright, quick check, guys.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm actually...
He doesn't have the bingo open. Okay, let's wait for the bingo. $40 worth of changes, not even close. Yeah, I agree, it should be 80. What do you guys say? Make it 100 and you got a deal. Okay, he's talking, not reading. Thin icing. Okay. Bingo no longer, is he already done with it? That's nice. Seems like a good run so far. Yeah, overall pretty good. I mean, we don't know all the details. It's very sus that, for example, Lightning Spear wasn't mentioned, Dance of Nice was not really mentioned. Okay, they said, oh, we liked how Dance of Nice was working. But they didn't talk about, you know, fixing the, you know, the spamming, for example. That was like a huge concern in these kind of things. Victimize, okay, definitely deserved a nerf, I'd say. They haven't talked about Blood Artisan's fix. They haven't really talked about a lot of stuff, honestly. They've not talked about Spiritborn at all, which I guess makes sense since it wasn't on the PTR. I wonder if we're gonna see anything about Spiritborn in the patch notes. It's not over, we're waiting for the new crew. They just said Enlightenment was the issue. Enlightenment was not the issue.
Sorry for that. I'm glad you guys got to watch
Enlightenment is not
everything like that.
Not so crazy.
And see our release date map, but we're back here to talk about.
It was just that Enlightenment works for Lightning Spear, and the other key passes don't work for Lightning Spear. So I guess. But the real issue is like Fatal Winterglass.
Our game director here, but Tim, Don, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yes, my name is Tim Ismay. I am one of the lead producers on Diablo 4. I mostly work on seasons.
I'm Don Adams. I'm the lead season designer for Season 6, the Season of Hatred Rising.
also known as content supervisor.
Also known as content supervisor.
There you go.
From time to time.
There we go. Awesome. So, as Don just mentioned here, Season 6 is Season of Hatred Rising. Tim, do you want to explain to us what Hatred Rising, or Brent?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we started off with this, we really knew we wanted to make sure that we were launching a brand new season right alongside a Vessel of Hatred. We wanted that to be day and date. So like continuity was really important to us. And so the idea that the hatred of Mephisto and Nahantu is spilling out into the rest of Sanctuary was kind of the anchor that we were holding on to, and we started talking about what that would mean to make a whole season around that.
Awesome. And I know with kind of like what players hearing Hatred Rising, they're hearing about, Mephisto and his hatred potentially leaking out into Nahantu, maybe the rest of Sanctuary. Like, what can players expect with this actual season?
Yeah, so a lot of actually what is going to be the core of Season 6 and the Season 6 experience, players have already gotten exposed to. So anybody who's playing on the PTR has been reading about the changes we put up there. Fundamental to the release of Vessel of Hatred, Season 6 brings big changes where every single class is going to gain access to new skill points. They're going to gain new skills across all the classes. They're going to gain more Paragon points, new legendary Paragon glyphs. These are all changes that are being added to the base of the game, meaning you do not need to have Vessel of Hatred to gain access to these. You also will still have access to these after Season 6. These are permanent changes to the game. On top of that, we got the standard new legendary aspects. We have new unique items and new mythic items, crazy powerful mythic items that are going to unlock just new levels of power that were not possible before in the game. Now, to go along with this power, we will be adding these new difficulty levels that, again, we saw on PTR. So you have the ability to challenge these new levels of power. I want to say that it's all going to even out well. Honestly, despite the tireless efforts of our designers, just constant trying to get that balance just right based on all the feedback that comes in, I know that maybe it'll be out for a day before someone's posting a video and saying, "Oh, look at this, I do 1 trillion damage." And it'll go all over the internet, like, "I've never seen numbers this big." And that's, yeah. But we tried to get it there. You're going to see crazy builds. Those are going to link into new difficulties that were never there before to try and all this new content.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I know all these things that players got to experience a little bit in PTR. They got to see it. They got to check it out early. But of course, there is more kind of associated with this specific season. So, Don, do you want to talk a little bit more about what players can also see beyond what Tim kind of walked through?
Yeah, absolutely. So
you can still play the
season. This is the Season of Hatred Rising. So we really wanted to theme it around Mephisto's hatred creeping out of Nahantu and into the rest of the world. So let's go ahead and take a look at our visual aid here.
Beautiful.
Now, I was promised
official documents.
I was promised that this would be turned into real art when I sent this over. I didn't think we'd be showing this, but hopefully this will all make sense by the end of the presentation. Just for now, just take it in.
There you go. Everyone loves designer art. It's core to all our live streams.
That's kind of how I sketch things for our designers too.
Don Adams here, so.
Yeah, and frankly, I think it speaks for itself. I don't really know that there's much more to say. But let's go on and go ahead to the next slide here, and let's take a look at some real art to get you ready for the season here. This is, of course, amazing key art from Dave Raposa. Cool. I just love kicking that demon in the face. That's makes me happy every time I see it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, and I'll get into some actual details about how this stuff shows up in the world, what you're going to be looking for when you're hunting these guys down. So you're going to see these Hatred Rising zone events that cycle frequently throughout the world. When these are up, everything in that area is going to be corrupted by hatred. You're going to be seeing environmental changes, lighting changes. The monsters will actually have, kind of hatred gummy goop on them. You can be ambushed from portals randomly. And really all this is just setting the stage for the Realm Walker. So you'll have a separate event icon that'll let you know when the Realm Walker is going to be up. It's a world event, so it'll be in that list on the map with other like world bosses and Legion events and stuff. And we have some video here to kind of show you what it looks like. Actually, I think we have another slide about the Realm Walker first, sorry. Yeah, so this is what he looks like in game. He's awesome. These are just big, hulking kind of monstrosities stomping around, just spreading.
And they were in Diablo 3, these
hatred.
Realmwalkers. They killed them, they opened a portal and they killed them.
Monsters
They have a
from
portal on their back.
a plane of hell through this portal on their back.
That's kind of cool.
And a lot of the monsters they summon, most of them are actually new monsters from Vessel of Hatred of the Hollows family, which are super cool and gross. So I think now we can take a look at what it actually looks like in game. So here's some players waiting for him to spawn. He starts burrowed like that, and you can kind of click the portal to summon some stuff to fight while you're getting warmed up here. I just love these enemies. I think they're so cool, the Hollows. So he busts out of the ground, and this is actually, we want to do something new with this event, and lean into the fantasy of this giant thing just like stomping around. So it's actually a walking world event. He has several different paths he can take throughout each area. He walks through the zone, and as he walks, he just leaves this, chaos behind him in his wake. He's summoning tons of Hollows, and if you get in front of him, he just punts you out of the way and keeps going. You actually can't even damage him directly in this phase, but if you kill enough of the adds that he's spawning, it'll create these bloodbound guardians. Killing these will shave some of the HP off of the Realmwalker. So when he reaches the end of his path and you can actually fight him, you'll have less HP to burn through. So this is a nice way to incentivize actually participating, sticking around for all this chaos. Obviously lots of XP and whatnot from the mobs as well. So this is the event that he kicks off when he actually gets to his destination. When you interrupt this ritual by destroying all of these destructible hatred spires, that's when you'll actually be able to fight him directly. And I think we're going to see that here very quickly. This is a really cool encounter. There's just lots of he has a big smashy attacks. He sprays a lot of damage everywhere. Okay, so they've taken him down. And when he dies, that weird portal on his back drops down and stays open. And there's only really one thing to do with a weird portal.
Yeah, you go in the portal. That's your option. So
that's what portals are made for.
Successfully killing the Realmwalker, taking down this massive demon, finally grants you your reward of more demons. So you're going to go into the Seething Realm. This is part of the Mephisto's area of hell. So you are going to have to continue fighting in here. It is not a barren landscape, but the demons you fight in here comparatively, if you were strong enough to take down a Realmwalker, don't be too worried. I think you're going to be able to manage the demons inside of the Seething Realm as well. This dungeon is a little bit more of a reward dungeon. So once you get in here, you're fighting your way through to get specific buffs at the end of it. So if we want, we can jump into the video here. Yeah, this is the first section. And this part, you're just kind of mowing through some of these smaller guys. You're really just looking for a specific gate here. There's a portal that you're going to be activating and making an important choice there about which section of the Seething Realm you go into. Here it is. This is the gate here. So you're going to click on this. You now have options. Based on a few consumables that you can put in, you can go into sections that are more focused on equipment bonus, a gold bonus. You can get a socketable bonus. You can get more endgame items with like compasses and boss materials. So you're going to pick one of these and decide that's the section I want to go into. You're going to get some drops similar to that in this section of the dungeon. But more importantly, this is going to set you up for the type of buff you want to get at the end of the dungeon. So again, this is not an empty area. You are going to have to fight through it. You're going to encounter more hollows in here, some more elites. All of this leading up to a chest at the end. Here's your reward. So finally, you just click on this. You get your reward. Just kidding. Yeah, of course it's a cursed event.
Of course.
You're going to have to fight even more demons. Nothing's free in hell. This is just how you got to do it. So you fight your way through some more elites. But don't worry, I believe in you. You can get through this. If you kill the last guy, there's one more there. Take him down. Come on, you can get it. All right. So he goes down. Now you get your prizes. You're going to open these chests. There's a variety of loot that you get, but one specific item that you're looking for in here, which is going to be a seething opal. So these there they are, yeah, little seething opals. They got a little seasonal marker on them. This is special to Season 6. When you get these, you're going to take a look here. This is going to be a buff you get based on the one that you chose. There are some fundamentals you always get. So a seething opal always gives you a 15% bonus to experience. This is especially cool because it stacks with elixirs. You can have an elixir and a seething opal active at the same time. That's a huge bonus. On top of that, any seething opal that you use is going to allow you to now get reputation with the remnants of the Zakarum. Don will talk about that more in just a second, but that's going to be the reputation track for Season 6. And then beyond that, you will get a bonus depending on which portal you went through, which section of the Seething Realm you decided to go into. Here we go. Yeah, if you want to snapshot this, anybody who's screenshotting, these are some of the bonuses you can get. As you can see on here, you're getting maybe more items, maybe more gold, more socketables. So these bonuses are going to occur while fighting anything while having this buff active. So equipment, as an example, maybe I wanted more items to be dropping. When you kill monsters, there's a chance that they're going to drop a cache that is going to give you some additional loot. And if you're playing content,
so basically treasure bags.
In the end game, that monsters don't traditionally drop loot, not to worry, we've adjusted that as well. If you play through the pit, as an example, we have added an additional drop at the end of the pit, again, that procs based on which seething opal that you chose. There are a couple up here at the end. The socketable one I should mention. That one is special too. You do have to have Vessel of Hatred for that one. This one is more for people that are trying to get more runes. So, obviously you need to have Vessel of Hatred to get runes. So that's what's going to make this valuable to you.
But it's cool to also see like boss summoning items on here. Infernal compasses as well. Infernal compasses themselves are going to be very valuable because it's as Colin was mentioning before. They're like we saw what you can end up getting in infernal hordes and everything really cool. like that. It's just another opportunity to get more compasses for getting in there.
Yeah, Seething Opal of Torment, I think is great.
I think that grape-flavored opal is going to be very popular.
the grape one is going to be pretty popular. And a question I just quickly saw, because you mentioned stacking with elixirs, does it also stack with incense?
Yes, it will stack with incense.
There you go. So that's a triple stack of XP right there, which is actually really cool. Yeah. So that's awesome. So obviously, we're seeing the rewards here, and one thing that you had mentioned, which was the Zakarum remnants. Don, can you talk to us a little bit about what that progression track is going to be?
Event in there.
Yeah, sure. So these are the Zakarum remnants. You've probably seen these guys in Hawazar. These are the Crusaders with the rusty armor that have just been kind of bumming around since they failed to find Akarat's tomb. They have a very personal connection with Mephisto. He of course destroyed basically the Zakarum order many years ago, and at this time they're still just not really ready to stand up and fight this at full force. Right? They've been dealing with cultists, and they're just not at their full strength. So you'll meet this Crusader right at the start of the season, who will give you a very simple intro quest, basically, to guide you to kill a Realm Walker, clear a Seething Realm, and he'll be your point of contact for reputation rewards following that. So, basically, we built this in a way that, with the opals giving rep for all sorts of different activities, the idea is that you can, go and kind of do whatever you want to do, as long as you're checking in periodically with the Realm Walker and keeping a stack of these opals on hand. It's very open-ended how you want to push this reputation track.
Yeah, it is always nice to see that anywhere that new demons occur in the world, there is always some faction out there that's trying to take care of them and would appreciate your help. So the Zakarum here, they've had a rough go of it, but if you can help them out, I think that we can handle this problem.
They're not at their best right now.
Yeah.
One of the things that I really like about the way we've looked at this whole package is that not only have we done a bunch of diligence in making sure that the story is taking part in all of Sanctuary. We're touching on some really cool lore stuff that has existed for a long period of time. But we're also leaning into a theme of giving the players more control over the experience. And so whether it's the choice of reward or being able to stack these rewards to get specific outcomes, you're going to see that not only in the season, so everybody's going to get access to this in the season, but we have that theme also creeping into some of the stuff you'll see with the Vessel of Hatred content in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully the hieroglyphs that we saw at the beginning, the designer, hopefully this makes sense now, right? Yeah. So you kill the Realm Walker to get the portal, you do the portal to get the opals, and then you go do, the MS Paint sort of shapes of all the other activities that are in the game. You can also just chain run the Realm Walker if you'd like as well. He's up very often, and I expect people will kind of, go back and forth on how often they're interacting with him. You might want to stack a bunch of opals for the weekend or something.
No chance. If you hate Realm Walkers, and you're like, I just want to kill Realm Walkers all day. You can. But what I love about the season is exactly that. You can get the opal It's a great buff, and now go play other content, including the new content that's coming out in Vessel of Hatred. If you bought the expansion, got a lot of options there, so you don't have to just play the seasonal content. You can go play this other stuff while still having the buff.
Including the Vessel of Hatred campaign, which is kind of a first, right? You'll need to have completed the base campaign, but you can play the Vessel of Hatred campaign alongside the Season 6 content, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so huge for people that, you know, have base game or Vessel of Hatred, can partake in the content for this season. Don, Tim, thank you guys for walking us through all the Season of Hatred Rising content that's coming with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. This is starting right at the beginning, right when Vessel of Hatred actually comes out, which is on, again, October 7th
I think they're going to have a short break
4
now anyway.
p.m.
For some people.
For 4 p.m. Pacific time, which is for everyone, because it is one global release. So, so
it'll be the 7th for me.
7th for us here in California, but for other people, if you follow time zones, that's what it'll end up being. So we'll see Tim more during our Q&A at the end, but we are actually going to jump into some of the Vessel of Hatred features next. We're going to do another musical chairs, Benny Hill style, swap out some mics and everything, but we have a lot to talk about. We got Spiritborn stuff to talk about. We got Kurast Undercity, or Kurast Undercity to talk about. Been doing that quite often this week. Dark Citadel, and of course Mercenary. So we'll be back with a whole new crew here in just a couple of minutes.
song. I think this is one of the Diablo 4 theme songs or something. Or Vessel of Hatred, maybe. Yeah, I think this plays when you're playing a Hunter. I think this is like one of the Hunter soundtracks. Very nice. Season 6 is basically red golden, or its realm is small enough to boost player, it's like the drop buff. I mean, I don't think we need like what's called borrowed power theme. We didn't have one in Season 4, Season 5, and that was totally fine, right, because of all the game updates. And again, now we're getting a huge game update. I think it would be actually a mistake to make a borrowed power theme. Everything is changing already anyway, like why do you want a borrowed power theme? Those borrowed power themes are only relevant when the game is not changing at all, basically, right? And you just do like some small stuff. And I don't know, maybe they introduce like a big new feature next time or something, and they're not actually like reworking all the builds and whatever. Then yeah, you can do a borrowed power theme and just have some extra stuff for all the builds. But now this is like useless though. No bingo, it seems. But yeah, the season theme is really cool, I think. What do you guys say? Okay, here comes another specialty from Nini that she made earlier. Mexican deviled eggs. For the occasion. When you get to go in, choose the rewards, and then you also have the consumables that also allow you to choose the rewards further. That's nice. Spiritborn. Go in. You have a nice emote for this? Let's see.
Well, I'm in the middle of showing
Spiritborn. That's him. That's Spiritborn, guys, on top left.
Sorry. To talk about Vessel of Hatred content, this is all the new content that's coming with the expansion. We've actually talked about this before in specific moments, but we didn't do like kind of bigger, deeper dives on this beyond like the Spiritborn, where we had a separate stream on, but we actually even have additional updates on that. But I want to let you guys introduce yourselves. As you can see, Brent has now moved to being next to me. He just wanted to be a little closer, that's all. But Derek, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I'm Derek Nunez, lead season designer, and I'll be chatting about the Kurast Undercity in a few.
Bjorn.
Bjorn Mikkelsen, class designer for Spiritborn.
Hi, I'm Dan Brace. I'm a lead game designer, and I'll be talking about Mercenaries.
Awesome, cool. So, tons of content coming to Vessel of Hatred. I know players have heard us talk about it a little bit, but Brent, did you want to talk about any content specifically before we jump in?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of teeing up the next big thing that we want to talk about is just kind of how well the Spiritborn reaction has been since we've announced it. It's been amazing to see folks so excited about it. It's something that we've been pouring a lot of love into. We wanted to make sure they were adding something fresh to the game, and I really feel like we're there. But when we released it, we actually still had work to do. And so throughout the PTR, and the last few weeks of development here, we've been putting a lot of effort into polishing things up, and I'm super excited to hear Bjorn talk about what we've got in store.
Yeah, lots of internal testing. We had players actually check it out at Gamescom as well, which was really cool. So as we all know, Bjorn was on our Spiritborn reveal stream, and he's back to talk more about Spiritborn. So here is Spirit Bjorn to talk more about the Spiritborn. It's hard for me to actually say Spiritborn now because I just say Spirit Bjorn. So there we go.
Awesome. Yeah. Yes, I mean, we've seen a lot of the sort of in development side of it, and we're just going to talk about a few kind of final touches, the final version of a few things that we want to hit on quickly here in this presentation. So starting off, we're going to talk about a couple of updates to the Spiritborn's passives. First off, we have 3 additional passives which have been added to the tree. each of these kind of amplifies how the skills work that they relate to. So we have one for core skills, one for potency skills, and one for focus skills. And that sort of lets you kind of go more all in on any of those skills. There's also here on the far side of the slide an update to Noxious Resonance, which is one of Spiritborn's key passives. We really wanted to kind of clarify how this mechanic works, how it scales, and kind of answer some lingering questions about exactly how it works. But it's still largely based around exploding the poisons on your enemies. Moving on to another thing, we're going to have a small update to the Jaguar primary Spirit Hall. This will still do lots of damage whenever you spec into it. It's all about damage with the Jaguar, but this has focused it a little bit more about multi-attack skills, high attack speed, and really like allowing you to ramp up the damage that you can get it, because now it's also based around the damage that you did in a short window. So that lets you sort of echo all of that damage that you did the faster you're attacking. Moving on to another small, or sort of medium-sized update, there was some confusion around Spirit Feathers, Storm Feathers, the Eagle Hall, how all that kind of works together. So this has been unified into a new concept just called Storm Feathers. What this is this is a buff that you can get. This increases your movement speed and it stacks duration. And now all of these things, they all speak to the Storm Feather concept. So you can get them, you can modify them, you can make them do different things, and you can even like use it to make kind of some crazy builds. I think we have a video for it where you can just kind of have feathers going all over the place as you're doing it. And you can even use like Temporine and various Paragon that increases Storm Feather potency. That will speak to all of these aspects as well as the Eagle primary hall. And then moving on to the last thing we've got should be our
Visuals
uniques.
are really cool with the blue stuff.
So some of you might have gotten to see some early versions of these, but we want to kind of show off the final versions with all of their stats in all of their glory. So to start off, we have 6 unique Spiritborn rings. Each of these kind of emphasizes a combination of 2 spirits and really lets you sort of tailor how you generate your resource.
Oh, what, we don't get like
sort of
60%
make the build that
cooldown
you're
on a
looking
ring?
to make.
Unlucky.
Then moving on to our unique armors, we showed off the Scorn of the Earth boots that turns your sword into evade, and everybody really loved that. A couple other examples, we've got a Craze of the Dead God, which allows you to turn poisoning, all damage coming at you into poisoning damage, and then sort of throw that back out at your enemies in the form of Touch of Death, which is pretty neat. And then we've also got our helms. We have 2 different unique helms. One is focused more along the lines of letting you sort of mix and match spirits, while the other one is more about kind of doubling down on using a single spirit. And then finally, we have our unique weapons. We've got several glaives and quarterstaffs. We already showed off the basic one, but we're going to quickly show off sort of its counterpart, which is the one for your core skills. So this one allows you to sort of spam your core skills almost as if they were basics at sort of reduced damage. But when you're at maximum vigor, it ramps up to be a maximum size, guaranteed crit, just massive screen clearing version of the core skill. So we think that one's pretty fun too. And then lastly, I believe I have a slide just for, yeah, there we go. Are drop tables for the bosses. So if you're looking to target farm any of these specific ones, similar to the other classes, you can kind of farm these based on different bosses. So take a screenshot of this and go for it.
Awesome. Yeah, tons of updates. We've done so much internal testing. We've heard a lot of feedback because we had that deep dive blog. We've seen people theory craft. We've seen people actually play it at Gamescom. We've had a couple content creators like during the Spiritborn live stream, and even during our like kind of a preview event, they actually got to try it out and stuff. So hearing all this feedback and then applying some of the feedback and some of the internal feedback that we ended up getting and seeing all the changes here and updating everyone has been really cool to see. So thank you again, Bjorn, for walking us through the Spiritborn. So the class is incredibly fun. Day one, that is it's what I'm playing for Vessel of Hatred. I think most of us are. But it's a ton of fun to check out. Next up, what we wanted to talk about is Kurast Undercity. This is actually a feature that we did announce with Gamescom, but we didn't really get a ton of opportunities to really kind of like dive deeper into what Kurast Undercity is. So Derek, you want to take us through this?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Kurast Undercity is a brand new dungeon experience that our Vessel of Hatred players will be unlocking throughout the course of the campaign. It's appropriately located in the new capital city of Kurast, but it's the part of town that's not recommended that the standard citizen venture into. It's a section of the Kurast town that is still infested by the jungles of Nahantu and kind of overrun with the worst of the worst. It's Nahantu's most wanted inside the various districts that make up the Undercity. Throughout the course, as players are unlocking it, they'll meet a new character named Seahek that kind of teaches you the laws of the Undercity and how to commune with the spirit flames to traverse its treacherous depths, basically. So that's kind of like the narrative setting for it, but let's dive into the actual experiential standpoint, which we see here already. So the Kurast Undercity is an intense multi-floor time attack dungeon where players will be racing against an aggressive countdown timer to reach the district boss with as high of a rewards upgrade meter built up as possible, and try not to let that timer expire. So fun little novel wrinkle here is that killing certain monsters we refer to as afflicted will give you time bonuses to extend your time in the Undercity, and just killing monsters in general and completing dungeon activities will build up this reward upgrade meter referred to in-game as attunement. As far as the Undercity's role, it's one new novel leveling content, but its power really comes into the fact that it's brand new opportunistic content that allows players to make very efficient, very specific progress towards rewards goals as the opportunities arise. I'll dive deeper into that in the next few slides, but for now, just want to kind of set the stage that the Undercity does not necessarily have any objective aside from get to the boss, beat the clock, and do so with the highest amount of rewards upgrades built up as possible. How the players go about doing that is entirely up to them, because this is, again, a dungeon that celebrates autonomy, flow, and variety.
And this is a good example we were talking about earlier. When we're looking at the new modes that we have, we want that player agency to come back to the player. Yeah. Play your way. And I think this is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's dive into the next slide here. Cool. So I mentioned opportunistic content. And this is where the Undercity's primary role in the reward structure is. So we have dungeon keys that grant you access to dungeons. The Undercity's version of a dungeon key is in the form of tributes. So you can hop into an Undercity run without a tribute, just do the thing, the base run. But when you start applying tributes, this is where we allow you to define the specific reward upgrade opportunities of your next Undercity run at the cost of increasing the run's challenge. So you can see an example of a tribute here. This is the Tribute of Radiance. And when you slot this in, so long as you complete your Undercity run with at least attunement rank 1, we will guarantee that you get ancestral legendaries at the end. We'll dive a little bit deeper into some of the nuances. You can see that it has dungeon affixes that define the specific challenge. So the higher and more powerful the tribute, the tougher the challenge is in the form of lower starting time, time bonus penalties, and potion drop penalties. But the fun doesn't stop there. In fact, we're just getting started. Once you apply a tribute, you now unlock the ability to define a bargain. Each tribute has a list of bargains mapped to it. So this Tribute of Radiance has a collection of them. We're just picking out a couple that seem pretty fun to show off. And bargains allow you to further customize your rewards at a varying material cost. So we have one here, skill ranks, legendary armors will always possess at least one skill rank affix for X amount of gold here. And then the passive ranks, which you'll see a little bit more later, the legendary amulets will always possess at least one passive rank affix. So let's go into the next slide just to, again, recap the full flow. And we're going to see a video of all of this to let it all kind of soak in and see the full flow of the Undercity. So we have the front end experience where you interact with the Spirit Brazier. You can jump directly into your district run, or you can optionally apply a tribute and then a bargain to specify the rewards opportunity of your next run. So let's go see this in action. Look at that. So this is the hub of the Undercity, and that's the Spirit Brazier that I was mentioning. You can see that we have the base, the base run
Only
rules.
one guy pays the cost of
starting time, no time bonus penalties, no potion drop penalties, and we have the opportunity to apply a tribute. We have 4 tributes here, so we'll show these in a still shot later, so you don't have to worry about what does it say. But we have 4 tributes here that range from magic all the way to unique to accommodate your leveling journeys. So for now, we applied the legendary tribute that'll guarantee ancestral uniques at the end of your run. And again, this is the list of potential bargains that I mentioned that each tribute has. Each tribute has like varying quantities of bargains attached to it. So we're going to pick the passive rank legendary amulets for the low price of 50 million gold.
Cost, to be honest.
The Spirit Flame services don't come cheap, but they're worth it. So we got the portal open, and we're going to hop into the run. We're going to have this play a couple times. First, I just want to point out the HUD, because this is really kind of your guide through the experience. So you can see at the top, once we exited that Spirit Aura, the timer starts, and that's a nice little timer at the top right-hand corner of your screen. We also display the number of floors that you have left to traverse. Very key information right there. To the right-hand side in the objective tracker, we have the attunement meter, and it's segmented into 4 ranks. Again, as I mentioned, achieving rank 1 is the bare minimum requirement necessary to get the value of the tribute that you slotted in. All subsequent ranks further enhance the value of that reward. So while you certainly want to strive to get attunement rank 4 to maximize your payout, it's not necessary if you're feeling the pinch of the time pressure. That if you at least get attunement rank 1, you can run it to the boss room and still come away with the thing that you're looking for. Gonna point out a couple things here. You might have seen, let's do the Spirit Beacon. So the Spirit Beacon is one of our activity types, and completing it both gives you attunement, a good splash of attunement, and it applies a momentary spirit buff that increases your movement speed and reduces your the skill cooldowns. Again, you got to move fast in the Undercity, so these Spirit Beacons are incredibly useful for getting you to the next location, whether it's another Spirit Beacon or the exit. We're also kind of showing here the Lesser Afflicted. As you can see, they're clearly marked in the game world. They're all orangey glowy, so you can keep your focus on the combat. And killing them is what gives you the time bonuses to extend your run. I think that's kind of the long and short of the Undercity run. Again, this is an example of floor 1. There's still 2 more floors to traverse to get to the boss room. Yeah, let's hop up. There we go. We're into the boss room. So in this case, we have finished all 3 floors and we made it to the boss room. One thing you'll notice that time expiration, it stops. Time drain stops in the boss room. So you just need to make it to the boss room before that timer hits 0. This is Aaliyah, one of our 3 district bosses. And it's important to call out that there are 3 total districts to explore in the Undercity. Again, that's kind of tapping into the variety aspect of things. So Aaliyah is, again, just one of 3 henchmen that own the various districts. So in this case, we're at the tail end of this fight. We just, killed Aaliyah, and we see that we ended this run with a full reward upgrade of 4. So now we're going to get the best possible payout for this. And we came in here looking for ancestral legendaries, and as the Spirit Flames promised, ancestral legendaries is what we get. And the greater affixes. And we also see that we got an amulet. If we were to dive into the amulet, we would have seen that the bargain would have applied to it as well. So the player would have gotten specifically what they came in here for. So that's a really quick snapshot of just the structure of an Undercity flow. I want to take this time just to dive into a little bit more details on the tributes that we saw in the gameplay footage and spend a little bit more time with them. So this is an example of 4 of our 8 total tributes. These are hand-selected primarily just to showcase how the tributes are tuned to progress with your leveling journeys. So we start off here with the Tribute of Growth. This is usable in all difficulty levels. This is the tribute that rewards additional experience when you complete the Undercity. So this is great, for leveling up your alts, leveling up your character in general. And you can see here that we start applying the first of the, I guess penalties or challenges for this, in the sense that we have lower starting time. We actually incur a time bonus penalty now, and we have potion drop penalties. Something also to note is, this is just found randomly in Sanctuary, so as you're just doing your standard leveling stuff, like the Hell Tides or whatever, you will get these types of tributes to say, point you to the Undercity every now and again. So let's go back to the tribute gallery as I like to call it.
Can we go back to that last slide that we had up there? There we go.
Yeah. Cool. All right, cool. Thank you. And then we get to, from there, it just gets progressively more challenging, but also progressively more rewarding for the players. So Tribute of Harmony rewards guaranteed runes. This is a Torment tier difficulty. And you can see, we just amp up the challenge with each one. The Tribute of Radiance is the one that we just saw in action, that we guaranteed Ancestral Legendaries. And the Tribute of Ascendance is example, kind of like the cream of the crop tribute, unique tribute that guarantees several uniques with an increased chance of a mythic unique. And I just want to call it out here that I know that the last two tributes say that they're resolute tributes and they only apply rewards to the player that offered it. We do have variants of both of these that work in party, so that whole is covered. The rest of the tributes that don't have that distinction, they reward everyone in the party. It's just these last two that kind of had that little asterisk on it. Yeah, I think that's the gallery of the tributes, and again, these are mapped to the rest of them are mapped to a variety of content like the whisper caches, the summoned lair bosses, and a variety of things that I'm forgetting on the spot here.
Yeah, this is a fantastic activity to do when you're somewhat in the mid game of your journey. So you're going to be introduced to this as you're making your way through the campaign.
If you get extra XP, I'm not sure how much.
But the thing I like about it is with all the progression changes that we've been looking at, this also scales with you. And so this is the type of activity that's going to stick with you for a while. It's a great...
I think there's 50 million gold. Like, when you think about people having like billions and billions of gold, he's going to run this Undercity, ding, 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 get amulets every time. I mean, how often do you find amulets that have passes on them? It's not very often. And if here, like, you can like target farm this, even for 50 million, that's going to be good.
You like to just conquer it yourself. Yeah. And I know a lot of people in chat are going like, hey, 50 million for all that. There are, I'm not sure if you guys saw all the different bargains and everything. There's a plethora of different costs for a lot of different options. And depending on what you're looking for, you can obviously target specific things. You may specifically want, uniques or something like that. And that, like chaotic uniques, I think had like an obol requirement or whatever. So there's a lot of different bargain options for players to get. And if you are looking for specific rewards, you have an additional avenue to do so, which is really cool with Kurast Undercity. So, awesome.
Cool.
Well, there we go.
I think there's more, actually. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Yes. The best prices. Yeah. The Kurast Undercity is the gift that keeps on giving. So one additional activity that you'll discover as you're romping through the Undercity is our Undercity unique treasure goblin, the Portal Prankster. We'll show some gameplay footage in just a moment, but first just want to call out killing him will reward a bonus chest at the end of the dungeon. And in addition, that contains just standard treasure goblin loot, runes, and more tributes. So it's a really good, very juicy reward to go after the Portal Prankster when you come across him. But you would be doing so at your own peril, because you'll see in this video that he has a particular mechanic to him that makes it a little bit tricky when you have a continually timer that's continually counting down. So you'll see here that when he's aggroed, he opens up a bunch of portals and just like Benny Hills through them. It's a chase. So this is kind of tapping into the risk versus reward nature of the Undercity, where you make decisions based on how confident you are at the current state of your run. And again, killing him is very lucrative. He doesn't drop anything aside from attunement right from the get-go, but all of his rewards are funneled at the end of the experience. So again, a variety of the spice of life in the Undercity, and really excited to get this into the hands of players.
Yeah, it's cool to see a new goblin variant right there, and then of course, the ultimate troll goblin, as you can see in the gameplay, and that's the risk reward you were talking about. Like, do you spend the time and chasing after this specific goblin as it's bouncing between different portals as your time is ticking down, and you're trying to progress and get better rewards. And of course, if you succeed and you get everything, you get that extra chest at the end, which is really awesome.
Yeah,
so
it's worth it.
Yeah, most definitely is worth it, especially since you get so much progress added once you do actually take down the goblin as well. So thank you, Derek, for walking us through this. We have a bunch of seats here. We actually have a like physical seat here, because we do actually have one other person that we're going to be tapping into to talk to us about the Dark Citadel, and this is Mr. Jason Bentley, who is live via satellite. That's what I'm gonna say, satellite from the East Coast. Jason is our lead raid designer on Dark Citadel, and Jason, do you want to talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. As you heard, I'm the lead for the Dark Citadel, and we're going to talk about Rise of the Khazra. This is the very first multiplayer-focused piece of content for Diablo 4. So, as you can kind of guess, this whole thing is about essence and souls and sealing them and owning them and just using it as power. Go ahead. So why are we here? We're here to fight the first Khazra. They are taking over the crater left from the Mage Clan Civil War, blasted a hole into the ground, and they've moved in, and they're using all the souls from the dead Mage Clan people to power their crazy experiments. They're really, really evil. They are taking people, they take their own kind, and they turn them into like power sources and batteries, and they use them, and they're all about resurrecting their dead god Zagral. This all takes place it starts in Nahantu. You start out the whole quest line in Kurast. People are going to tell you how bad this is. They really don't like having their friends and family stolen and taken and drained and having Hus returned. So you're going to go on a quest to go find out what's happened to these people and see if you can go help. A lot of other heroes have actually tried this, and they have all failed. So really, when you get through this entire experience, what you really come back with is only together can we prevail. We need to bring some friends with you to come to do this content. You're not going to be able to do it on your own. Once you get through all of this actually only happens at Torment 1. So this is not a early leveling experience. This is something when you're really into the game and you really need to like move your build along. So once you enter Torment 1, you can go on this quest and access the Ancient Nexus, which is its own town space with a waypoint of all of its own, which gives access to the 3 dungeons you can see here. These dungeons have multiple boss fights in each one, and they each take a little bit of time to get through. Practice will help you optimize these runs. Experience will help you show expertise and shepherding other people to show them how to complete these mechanics. And communication is not required, but it definitely leads to better outcomes. There's a lot of new challenges and mechanics, and there's really no mercy for the hardcore players, so you have to be good too. As you can see right now, we've actually got one party split across 2 different realms, doing different mechanics and helping each other and coming back together to bring down the boss. It really takes at least 2 players to do these mechanics. We have multiplayer boss fights through the entire experience, and we always say that players are stronger together. It's tuned for 4 players. 2 players can do these mechanics, but it means you have to handle the mechanics and the monsters and the bosses by yourselves. We're not going to duck the difficulty for fewer players. We have lots of crazy mechanics going on. We've got people relying on each other to get through all of this. There's a lot of hero moments in this content. The best moments we had when we were playtesting this is somebody's dead and the other person's running around and they click the switch or they res their friend right in time to jump through the portal or kill the boss, and everyone's just screaming and having a great time. It's really, really fun to work together and see those moments where, like, depending on your party members, really pays off. We also have an exclusive monster family for the Dark Citadel. These are the newest, smartest monsters you have met. These are the first Khazra. They're pretty evil people. Shout out to the first Khazra monster family team. They did a great job on all of these guys. They are awful. They're decadent. They're sophisticated. They use a lot of magic. They do a lot of crazy things to like bring down the party.
They look pretty cool, I'll be honest.
These are cool looking enemies, that's for sure. I know with at least Dark Citadel, of course, there's always awesome rewards that are kind of associated with this. Jason, do you want to talk to us a little bit about those?
Absolutely.
I think we have that queued up. Yeah, let's see if we can get that queued up here. The joys of
well, we do have.
We did it.
Oh, actually, a quick quality of life improvements here. Yeah. We actually have a marker system to help parties get through the experience. You can just drop them into your emote wheel, and then as you're running through the experience, you can use those emotes to indicate to your friends and party members, hey, I found something of interest, or hey, it's over here, this is the way forward. And then a really nice thing is this is available outside the Citadel as well. It's not exclusive. So you'll be able to use this wherever you go with your party. We also have a combat log during the Citadel experience to help you understand what's happening, especially where you're taking damage from and big moments. And you've heard about the Party Finder. That's also created with obviously Citadel in mind, but it supports everybody else. But we want to make sure we facilitate getting lots of people into this content. Yeah, hopefully now we can talk about rewards.
Yeah. Well, before we jump into that, I do want to make mention, because that was a really interesting screen to see the communication stuff and talking about Party Finder. One of the things that we've seen since launch is that our cooperative player base is growing. You know, it's growing steadily, and so we wanted to make sure that we did a couple of things. First off, we wanted endgame content for them, right? That's what this is all about, is making sure that we have that really aspirational endgame content for folks who like to play with their friends.
You can assign keybinds.
The other thing is that we know that we could let this spread out into more segments of the game, and so the Party Fighter was originally a discussion that we had for how to support the Dark Citadel, but it is now benefiting all the other activities in our game as well. So for those of you who experience, you're seeing the early stages of us really expanding, getting people together in the content that is the best inside of the game. And so it's really exciting. But it does boil down to that communication, and that marker system is something that can be both used in the Citadel as well as outside of the Citadel.
Exclusive rewards in Citadel.
I think that that's going to be really valuable for accessibility for a lot of folks out there.
Yep, most definitely. All right, now on to rewards.
Now we'll talk rewards.
There you go.
Sorry, I had to get that in there.
Absolutely. So you're actually chasing a weekly reward that resets on the Tuesday or the day of the week that we set. So really, that's going to drop a massive ancestral loot drop each time you pop that open, which only happens when you complete all 3 dungeons. You're going to want to chase that thing. That is a huge, important drop for a week. But beyond that, there's lots of rewards for repeated runs. The Citadel coins are going to allow you to purchase all of these consumables, and you can maximize the number of coins you get per run by killing treasury monsters and playing on higher difficulties. Like, it really scales up the Citadel coins you get. And why do you care about those? Well, these rewards these consumables really make it easier and more fun to play with groups and parties. But it also allows purchase of the Scroll of Restoration. So if you want to just chase down and buy scrolls, this is a great place to do that.
Sick slide for production right there.
We're doing this live, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's actually really cool to see. And again, the Scroll of Restoration being a reward in Dark Citadel. And like what we talked about earlier, you actually do get 2 guaranteed ones in the season journey. And at the same time, those are something that you can find all around the world. But Dark Citadel is also just that guaranteed way of being able to get it as well. So there's a lot of different variety of rewards. But it goes beyond what we just showed right there. There's actually some really, really cool stuff as well that I know Jason wants to show off us.
What's this be? 5%
I would
additive
love
damage.
to end up on just the way everyone can show off their ability to just play this content to the top levels. So we're going to show you our premier gear. There's actually 2 levels of gear that you can get from playing the Dark Citadel. There's the normal level gear, which you'll get from Torments 1 through 3, and it's pretty accessible. But what you're seeing right now is our premier content, which comes from only completions in Torment 4. So, I hope this is as exciting for everyone to get as I'm excited to give it to you. So, I'll see you in the Citadel, and thank you for letting me show
cool
this off.
transmogs, I think.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. To this mount.
That mount.
Go back to the mount. I know you were probably we got to scroll through everything. But, okay, there we go. The mount is sick. See, scroll it there.
They're live.
Okay, yeah, the mount is sick. That's something that
That's
I think
nice.
a lot of people are going to be kind of like chasing after for sure with the Dark Citadel. Jason, thank you so much for walking us through that. Really excited for it. And what's cool is, like, as Jason mentioned, Dark Citadel itself, like, you can do it with a group of 4. You can even attempt to go for 2 people. If you're really skilled, you have that option of being able to do it. The Party Finder feature now being part of the game now. You can actually access Party Finder, find other people that may want to jump into Dark Citadel and group up with them. And of course, we have the additional communication tools with all the different pings that you can end up using and markers that you can end up using to help kind of guide that whole entire group there. So lots of cool stuff coming with Dark Citadel, really cool endgame content that's coming to Vessel of Hatred, and we can't wait to see people jump into it. Can't wait to jump into it myself. But of course, we have one last topic that we do want to talk about with Vessel of Hatred, and that is our Mercenaries feature. That is something that we did announce during Gamescom, but we do want to go into a little bit of a deeper dive today on that specifically. So Brent, Dan, do you guys want to take us through Mercenaries?
Yeah, just to kick it off, Mercenaries is one of those legacy features that you've seen in multiple Diablo games. And when we started talking about this very early on, we're like, what is the approach that we can take that really complements everything else that we're doing in Diablo 4 that is different? Obviously, we've been touching things like itemization, and we've been doing a bunch of reworks on class builds. So we knew a couple things here. First, we wanted to make sure that the system was built in a way that could complement your build type, right? So every build type has a little bit of a soft spot, and Mercenaries is a really good way of, you can level them up in a way that can actually fill in that soft spot. And the other thing that we really wanted to make sure of is that they were always useful, right? And so as you play along the game, you're interacting with them in way different ways than you would just by leveling up and using them basically as a power item, right? And so the way that we folded this in is far more robust than we've seen in other systems in the past. And yeah, I can't wait for Dan to show it off.
Awesome, yeah, let's dive into it. So I think we can go to the first slide. Awesome. So we announced these characters at Gamescom, and these are the 4 mercenaries that you're going to meet as you play Vessel of Hatred. Early on in the campaign, you're going to meet Rahir, the guy in the middle, and you're going to lend him a hand in kind of tracking down these other characters, doing their quest lines, and unlocking them. And they're like really involved quest lines. They're pretty awesome. They have cutscenes. They have a lot of narrative and backstory where you kind of get to know more about these characters. And they have a lot of personality, so they're pretty interesting. And we really want to make them feel like characters that live in the world. They don't just sit in the hideout the whole time when you're running around, and you might see an event where they're actually participating in the event. So you may even run into some of these characters before you
looking for 3 more LS-SOG only.
Cool. So today I'm going to cover a little bit more detail than what we announced at Gamescom. I'm going to talk about playstyle and perk for each mercenary. I'm going to talk about reinforcements, which is a new way to interact with mercenaries. And then we're going to talk about bartering and progression at the end. All right, so I'm going to talk about the playstyles for each mercenary. And to start, I want to just show an example of a skill tree. So every skill tree for a mercenary, at the very top, the starting node is their perk. And this is a passive bonus you get whenever a mercenary is hired into your party. And they're pretty awesome. They're really powerful. Hopefully when you hire a merc, you feel like they're changing the way you play. And then every skill tree has 6 skills and 12 upgrades. So let's dive into some examples. So for Rahir, he's really like the tank if you need someone to help protect you. And his skill tree is kind of split up into a tower shield, which is about getting in the thick of battle, tanking things for you, taunting, and he also has a round shield, which is sort of themed around being a holy protector.
I wonder if we can actually avoid one shot.
So the top node that you start with for Rahir, and this is when you hire him to your party, is Valiance. And what this does is basically if you take a lot of damage in one hit, he's going to fly in, negate that damage, block it for you, and he's going to knock down enemies. He's also going to grant you unstoppable, so he can really save your life. So here's an example where this beast is going to hit me, and these guys hit pretty hard. So here it comes, boom. So Rahir kind of leapt in, he negated that damage, and he knocked him down. So that's awesome. I imagine hardcore players will gravitate towards this unless they are risk takers, so definitely a very powerful perk. Cool, let's talk about some upgrades. I think we skipped ahead a slide if we want to go back one. There we go. Cool, so we're here's some upgrade examples on Rahir's skill tree. The first one, Draw Fire. We're going to show a video in a second. Whenever I use a healing potion, Rahir's going to taunt enemies near him. So if you're in danger, you need health, it's going to help save you. Iron Wolf's Virtue, when Rahir's Valiance is triggered, he heals you and his cooldown's reduced, so you can just get it to happen more often. And he has a shield throw, which some D3 Crusader players might love, where he chucks his shield, it bounces off some targets, and this kind of marks them, so you can sort of play whack-a-mole, and if you hit those targets, you'll get healed back. So it's another way to keep yourself alive. All right, cool. Let's check out an example for Draw Fire. So you're going to see I use my potion. The UI would help you show that, but yeah, I used the potion right there. We're here, taunted everybody. Sweet. I did not die, and I'm happy. All right, let's go to the next one. So Varyana, we call her the Berserker Crone. She is a reformed cannibal. She's got a pretty interesting backstory. I love her personality. She's kind of zany and crazy. She's also the cook for the mercenaries, and I don't know if I would eat her food. I don't really trust her. But her skill tree's kind of split up into two themes: dual wield axes, which is all about visceral cleaves and bleeds, and large mace, which is heavy slams. So you may be familiar with the massacre bonus from D3. Her perk is very similar, where basically you get this bonus. We could jump to the video. And as you kill monsters, you're going to see when I get 10 kills, the massacre bonus kicks in. It's going to show up above her portrait on the left side of the screen. So it should say times 10. Cool. I now have a massacre bonus started. As I build this up and I get it to higher thresholds, I'm going to get more and more movement speed. So you're kind of encouraged to play more aggressive, keep this going before it runs out of time. And it sort of snowballs into this fun gameplay where you're going really fast. So you can embrace your inner Sanic and go real fast with Varyana as your hired merc. All right, I got some upgrades for Varyana. So Dismembering is... Oh, yeah, sorry. So this one, it's going to guarantee an overpower. She's going to knock people down, and you get a guaranteed overpower. So if you're playing Barb, it's going to be really useful. Reprisal is when you get CC'd, Varyana is going to leap on the enemy that inflicted it and knock them down. So this can also save your life. And No Escape is Varyana does Whirlwind. This makes it really big, and as she's spinning around, she's kind of grouping enemies up for you. So that can be a fun one. I think we showed both. So yeah, Dismembering here. So she's going to set us up. We get a guaranteed overpower. You do a bunch of damage, sweet. That feeds into a lot of builds. And then we have Reprisal here, so I got chained by that monster. She leapt on them, knocked them down, basically canceling that for me. All right, cool. Subo the Bounty Hunter. He's themed on longbows, which is precision shooting and traps. The other side of his tree is crossbows, heavy bolts, and explosives. And his perk is kind of broken up into two parts, so he has a passive component, which is he reveals enemies and materials on the mini-map. And his active component is that we call him the Bounty Hunter because he's going to call out targets during combat. And if you kill that target, you get a bunch of resource back. And also, the more you do that, the more often he's going to be casting Seeker. So you're kind of trying to keep this up where you want to make sure you're killing his targets and spending your resource before you do so. And this lets you just cast more abilities, which always feels great.
Maybe 10 seconds
let's
to
check
get some
out
resource
an
back.
example. So I'm in town. I'm going to walk out here with Subo. And you can look at the mini-map, top right, and it's starting to populate with herbs and ore veins. And you'll see all the monsters on the mini-map as well. So that's kind of his scouting component. And sorry, we're going to have to loop this one because I talked too slowly. But he also is marking a target. And you saw when I killed them, I got a bunch of resource.
5 bundled herbs, let's go.
Yeah, I know a lot of people with Subo especially because the fact that he highlights like ore veins and things like that are pretty huge for people, especially with all the changes that we're adding to like how materials can also be used to maybe craft like legendaries and stuff. So Subo is kind of like my personal favorite.
I wonder if it shows like also the...
it definitely embraces, I think, what Brent was talking about too, where mercenaries are really about utility, and they kind of add choices that maybe you wouldn't necessarily pick on your character. Or they help you just kind of like fill gaps in your build, or maybe encourage you to do, have more diversity in your build. Maybe they expose new options for you. So it's pretty interesting. All right, cool. We're going to show off some Subo upgrades. So first we have Share a Drink, which is whenever he throws his Molotov, there's a chance for him to drop a healing potion for you. Mastermind, Subo's Wire Trap, and Trip Mines gain 60% size. And then you and Subo both have increased crowd control duration. Thrill Seeker is going to reduce cooldowns for every monster hit. So here's an example of share a drink. He threw a Molotov, he dropped a potion for me, and that can just help you more consistently get potions, which could definitely be useful for a lot of players.
Secret app for apps.
All right.
Yeah, it's called Super.
Oldkin. This is definitely a fan favorite. We call him the Forsaken Child. His tree is sort of split up into 2 magic types, fire magic, which is all about burning enemies and making them suffer, and shadow magic, which is haunting souls that kind of like apply dots and spread to enemies. His perk is dependent on what your skill tree choices are. So if you're on the fire side of the tree or the shadow, you will get different buffs and debuffs. So every once in a while, he's going to turn into a demon of one of those forms. If he's on the shadow side, you and all the enemies around him become vulnerable. If he's on the fire side, he's going to make it so all your direct damage applies burn to enemies, but it's also draining your resource. So he's really themed around this Kiss Curse mechanic, and whenever this happens, it can be a huge benefit, but also there's some downsides to it, potentially. All right, cool. So he's casting some fire skills. We're going to see Oldkin on the left. He's turning into a fire demon. This gives him a whole new skill set. He's got immolation. He's burning nearby enemies, and he's helping kill everything. And then you can see when I'm doing direct damage, it's applying burn, but also my resource is draining. This is if I'm on the shadow side. He turned into a shadow demon at the top. He's going to do a cool ability where he pulls everyone into a line, lines them up for you. That always feels really good.
I mean, it looks cool, man. Look at that.
And yeah, in that one, he's making everyone vulnerable. Sweet. Let's talk about some upgrades for Oldkin. So I think this will be a lot of people's favorites. Ember's Gift. Whenever he casts Firestorm, if you stand in it, you're getting 33% of your primary resource per second. And we're going to show a video of that in a sec. Terrify, he does Haunt. Yeah, thank you. He's got 30% chance to apply invulnerable to enemies, so another way to get keywords applied to things. And Burning Chaos, that's his ult. Whenever you cast your ult, it resets his. Wave of Flame is really cool. It's this giant fire wave that destroys enemy projectiles. You can kind of like run with it and fight inside of it, and I've seen a lot of people get use out of that. Cool, okay, let's check out Ember's Gift. So he's going to cast Firestorm, and look at my resource. It's just flying up really fast while I'm standing in this area. So it's a good way to kind of have this happen, and then you just get to spam a bunch of abilities and murder monsters. So yeah, here's a quick example of, we do have a lot of keywords and ways for mercenaries to utilize them and spread them to enemies, so that can help with a lot of builds too.
Yeah, it's nice having an option to like add vulnerable to more enemies, especially like AoE, doing AoE or anything like that. So yeah, really cool to see. I know, of course, there's other mechanics with mercenaries that we did want to talk about. So Dan, do you want to jump into how reinforcements actually works?
Yeah, let's talk about reinforcements. So I guess before I explain reinforcements, there are 2 methods of using mercenaries. One is hiring them, and that's for solo players. So if you're playing solo, you're not in a party, you can hire a mercenary. Everyone at all times can also have a reinforcement. So if you're in a party, everyone has a reinforcement. If you're solo, you get both. And if you're playing solo, they have to be 2 different characters. So your hired mercenary has to be different from your reinforcement. All right, what the heck are reinforcements? So reinforcements are a new way to interact with mercs where you can kind of call a mercenary into battle, have them perform a skill at an opportune moment, and you get to sort of control when that happens. And this reminds me a lot of like old school fighting games where you can kind of cast an ability and a character will fly in off screen, he'll do something really cool. Hopefully that helps you a lot, and that's, I think very much inspired by that.
Yeah, it's like assists. They jump in, they do something, and then they like pop back out, so it's really cool.
So you're going to choose an opportunity, which is when does it happen? You could link this to any of your action bar slots. So you could say, hey, when I press 1 and I teleport, the mercenary does this skill, and then you choose a skill that you have unlocked for that mercenary. All right, let's check out some examples. So this one's quick. I'm going to cast teleport, and you'll see Rahir appear. And then he sort of flies in battle. He does this triple slam. He groups everyone up. Grouping enemies up is always good. Thank you, Rahir. I drop a meteor on their head. In this one, we cast Bone Prison, and Oldkin shows up and casts Firestorm for me. There's going to be a lot of combinations here, I think, with all the different player abilities and all the different reinforcement skills. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how players utilize the system. You can use it more defensively or more offensively, and hopefully you agree, a lot of the skills give you added utility. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here to mix and match, which would be cool.
Another thing I'm excited about that is that the system is built to grow. And so our ability to add more conditions in which you bring them in and continue to grow potentially the powers that we could see too. It's a very robust system that can go a pretty long way. So it's great.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome. And I think finally we want to talk about some bartering.
Yeah, we're going to talk about rapport, which is the
rapport,
progression, and then bartering, but they're all, it's all tied together.
It's all one unit.
We're good.
It's all tied together.
Yeah, so rapport is the progression for mercenaries, and we could go ahead and jump to the first slide. So this is what the rapport looks like. You may be familiar with this type of UI. In this example, we're rank 5. The first 4 skill ranks are how you get your skill points for the skill tree. We want you to unlock all the cool, fun abilities for mercs pretty quickly and up front. After that point, it's all about upgrades for bartering. And bartering is, we're going to show it off in a second, but progressing your mercs improves the bartering system, which is kind of a way to trade with mercenaries at the hideout and get really useful items.
In the shop, by the way.
So the very last rank, we hovered over it quickly there, you can actually repeat the very last rank for mercenaries and continue to earn the currency. So if you say, hey, I really like Altkin, I don't want to level anyone else up, you could just keep playing this character and you'll keep getting resources. Hopefully we're encouraging you though with these upgrades to kind of rank up all your mercs and keep making bartering better. All right, let's talk about bartering. So at the hideout, you can talk to Fiera and she will pull up a UI where you can trade for items. A lot of them are legendaries, and as you upgrade your mercs, you're gonna basically increase this list so you can find more interesting things. Hopefully, you can find some really cool legendary items that you're excited about. As you upgrade your mercs, you're gonna get more chances for legendaries, and each mercenary has an aspect category associated with them. So Oldkin, for example, gives you resource aspect caches. So if you level up Altkin, that has a chance, instead of getting a resource legendary, you're going to get a resource legendary aspect cache. And in this case, we open one of those caches. Sweet, I got a bunch of items. It's not exactly target farming, but it's a way to increase your chances of things you may be looking for. There's going to be a lot of other really useful items in here, like crafting materials, boss summoning parts, some masterworking recipes, things like that. And that's about it. So you can restock the supply on this, and the currency you re-roll this inventory with is the same currency that you're spending to buy items. So you kind of have to pick and choose, like, do I want to re-roll or do I want to wait? And hopefully you see things that you're interested in and you buy them. And then every day when you log in, you get 1 free re-roll. Just trying to be nice to the players. Hopefully you get what you want without having to waste all your pale marks. And I think that's all we have for mercenaries today. So thank you for...
Yeah, I love hearing about the bartering system because it's just another avenue for hey, if I need masterworking materials or if I need boss summoning materials, I can.
I mean, you have to see that
check and see if I can barter for it now.
Getting a max roll aspect, like anything, is gonna be extremely hard in the future. It's only gonna be on Ancestrals. Like getting like a max roll adaptability for like Heartseeker or whatever, Bash, it's gonna be like worth a lot. You know, if you want to send it to other people or something like that. Or like any of the like meta aspects, you know, like the splintering energy or some shit. Even that, I think it's gonna be like, if you get a max roll, it's gonna be worth so much.
Born to Kurast Undercity to Dark Citadel and of course the Mercenary. So lots of stuff in the expansion specifically for this that we're all excited for everyone to jump into. October 7th, 4 p.m. Pacific in California. Globally, wherever your time zone is, that it's tied to that is when it will end up hitting. So, and we have a cool map. But I know we talked about a lot today. We do want to, of course, do our normal Q&A that we always do at the end. But before we actually end up doing that, I know, Brent, you wanted to talk a little bit about the journey here.
Yeah, honestly, you know, we talk at the team level a lot about our communication with the community at this point. And I've said it a few times where it's like, it feels so good to be in a dialogue now. And everybody at home, you've heard us say, we're listening. I actually feel like we're well beyond that point at this moment. Like, we really feel like the community is now one of our team members, and we're developing together at this point, and we're starting to all pull in the same direction. And we've learned so much, right? We've come out with season 1. We took some lumps there, right? We knew we had a lot of work to do, and all the dialogue that we've had has led up to like things like the success of season 4 and season 5. And so the fact that the community is really a part of our team now, it shows us a great pathway. We still have a lot of work to do. You know, there's things we want to get to.
Yeah.
Armory.
Yeah. Armory.
We want to
which
get
is
to
in
Armory.
development. Yeah. So
we talked about that a little bit at Gamescom, but these are the types of things that are really fine-tuning the way we get there. And honestly, we couldn't get there without all of you at home. Thank you for staying with us on this journey. Can't wait to get to the Q&A.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and again, like just to reiterate, like what Brent was saying, I think the community is speaking about how they really wanted us to have a PTR, having those PTR moments, having players in earlier, being able to provide that feedback. Huge shout out to you guys for being able to help us out with this journey that we've been on. You know, we've made some massive strides since the first season, and it's only getting better from here, which is really cool. So awesome. Well, I think we're going to jump into the Q&A. We're actually going to bring some people in from before, swap people out, do the musical chairs thing again, and we'll see you here in a minute for the Q&A. If you guys have questions, please start teeing them up in chat, and we'll try to get to as many questions as possible. So we'll see you in a minute.
All right, Q&A as our last topic then. That's a long campfire, man. When did I start? It's like over 2 hours already, wait. And they're having another break. I fixed my sleep schedule, wake up for the midnight launch. Well, for me it's gonna be 2 a.m. launch actually, so the plan is on Monday. Nini and me, we go for like some workout basically in the morning. And then at noon I will sleep. And I will wake up at like 8 p.m. and then start a stream, so that's gonna be the plan on Monday. It should have launched like this. Dude, we're gonna be talking about expansion 3 in like 1.5 years or something, and people still gonna say it should have launched with this, right? I'm getting games, exactly. The outside target of vlogging was based on a stream of me getting 10,000 ovals in season 3 trying to get the target aspects. I don't know. I mean, it's just like a pain point, I guess, that has existed for a while. And especially as they increase the number of different options for legendaries. I think it's really important that they do something that is not just ovals. The smarting system seems very useful. There's also the Undercity, another target farming system. So they're making it more SSF friendly in general, which is very nice, I think. For some reason I have the music very loud, I don't know why. Sorry. Anyway, what I was saying is that as they increase the number of legendaries that exist in the game, it became less and less likely to find the one that you want. And this means that for like solo players and not trading, this was a problem, and now they're fixing it with bartering and Undercity, and I think those two systems will definitely increase the SSF viability, I guess, in general. It's not Diablo, so it has a paladin in it, should have launched over a minute. Diablo 1 didn't have paladin, I guess. Will Maxwell have an event? Yeah, we're considering something like a Torment boss race again, or something like that. Like Torment 4, Tormented bosses, or something like that. Or Dark Citadel, but Dark Citadel is like only a group. So it won't have many participants, I guess. And then there's Paragon race, but I think no one will care about that. So, I mean, fuck that. Yeah, so it's probably gonna be just a boss race or something. Yeah, the World First Way Clear, I mean, it's gonna be kind of interesting. On the other hand, I mean, you can do the raid on Torment 1. So, yeah. You know, it's kind of trivial, I guess. If you, like, okay, you can say, okay, World First, Torment 4, raid clear and stuff, that's probably gonna be kind of an accomplishment, but... Yeah. if you expect it to eventually just blast everything in Torment 4, then this is also nothing crazy, I think. Especially since you can do it on earlier difficulties. World first Paragon race and others just 70. I mean, I will do like a big, like, you know, subathon or something for the Paragon grind. Like, personally, I guess just to kind of get that out of the way. I'm just gonna be interesting to like, do like some mega blasting. And see if I can like somehow, you know, not rip on my character until Paragon 300, for example, would be cool. Uber. It's like Paragon carry over in hardcore. If you play hardcore, then you will have it.
All right, we're
all of the
back for
characters,
Q&A.
yes.
Welcome back, everyone.
Q&A.
Everyone's like, all right, come on.
It's been a long stream.
Yeah, it's been a long stream. Holy cow. We're at almost 2.5 hours. We're going to do about like 10 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll have a quick little outro just to get everyone teed up before we head into patch notes being released and, of course, the expansion. So I know we have some of our faces from earlier, so we can try to hit as many topics as possible. But I know one big question that we have been getting specifically about, or specifically with Vessel of Hatred, and of course like the base game, I think we have it queued up, like how will crossplay work for those playing with and without the expansion? This is actually a really good question because, you know, people are thinking like, oh, are you guys like funneling them off, or like if you only have Diablo 4, they just like shunned off to some island or something like that. And that is not the case. You can still play with friends who may only have the base game, even if they're on Xbox and your PC or PlayStation and PC, et cetera, et cetera. So there is that option. What's also kind of cool is an interaction that I know that if, let's say, you owned it on PC, Battle.net, for instance, and then for Vessel of Hatred, but then the base game was only on Xbox for your own personal Xbox, and you jump back over to your Xbox. If you have like rune words on your Sorc, for instance, you still can actually use those rune
everything
words.
works still.
Yeah, so it's still something that's going to be there. I know that one of the things that the team was looking at was like, hey, if you earned it in the other game, you can still use it. So it's more so the things within Vessel of Hatred, like Spiritborn or the region of Nahantu, those things just wouldn't be available for that base game user, or if you jumped over onto the base game. So
yeah, that's also why we gave everyone the 10 levels. We want everyone to be able to play with each other. Everyone is going to be able to be at the same eye power, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so it's a cool little like extra thing for people, and I know it does clarify a lot specifically on that. This was probably the biggest thing that people asked about during PTR. And so, Brent, this is from Razzle Dazzle Darius. This is actually from a lot of people. Speaking of D2, I'm wearing my D2 jacket. Will we get the D4 campfire screen back?
So we were talking about it during the interstitial just a little bit. Yeah, I think if we could feel a vibe through a monitor, like that was the moment that came through. You know, we hear it loud and clear. One of the things that we are doing is trying to set ourselves up for success for adding more classes to the mix. And so the campfire is one of those things where we're taking a look at it and trying to figure out how that would work. And so we updated it where we are kind of like really in, and you don't get that initial setup. So that is something that like immediately when the feedback started coming through, the team started to mobilize and talk about what we can do. Turning it around in time fast enough for like Vessel of Hatred was, we had other things like balance and polish that we really wanted to pay attention to, make sure some of the UI elements for some of the new features were in a good spot. So we hear you. I love the fact that the nostalgia means so much, and so the team is actively talking about it, and we'll be able to get back to you in the future.
Awesome. Yeah, that was by far a very, very popular topic after PTR. They're like, "Where's the campfire?"
Every
I
moment
can see like
we
the
learn.
flames kind of like in the screen, but where is like the full-on campfire?
Yeah.
We have a question from Ram0, which is, will there be more renown and statues of Lilith in this expansion? How does that specifically work?
Yeah, we're not going to be doing statues of Lilith specifically. We're going to be having a new statue type.
The Tenant of Akarat.
Tenant of Akarat, which is, it's not going to give you any points, but it is working towards renown. And so there's still a lot of discoverability in the zone, but we're shifting things to work more for renown.
Yeah. And statues of Lilith, of course, are still in.
They still exist.
In the base.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
The stats, we're just not giving stats for the Tenant of Akarat because we saw how frustrated players were with like having to do this sort of activity to get more powerful.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more leaning into the collectible aspect.
Yeah, we didn't want these to feel like a chore that you needed to do in order to progress your player power. It's all about the discoverability, right?
Yeah.
In the new zone.
Yeah. Agreed.
And I will say that the other thing with renown specifically, like we made changes. Something we talked about during the PTR, but we kind of optimized it a little bit better because there was like Paragon points at the last tier of renown, and that's actually been like swapped back around now. So it's more of like the Obol upgrades are at the last tier.
It's easier to get that potent power from Paragon. We also just sort of reduced how much renown you need for a lot of these things. So if you missed out on renown when the game came out, it's a lot easier to get that power.
Yeah. It's a good way for people, like especially friends who maybe are jumping into Diablo 4 just to like kind of catch up specifically from that end. One thing this just dawned on me that I did want to also mention is that, you know, back in season 3, we introduced the Gauntlet, and that has, you know, the leaderboard mechanics and stuff like that. One thing I do want to actually do a quick call out on is like when season 6 starts and when Vessel of Hatred actually does ship, we do plan on actually sunsetting the Gauntlet and the leaderboard functionality there. Does that mean leaderboards are going away forever? No, that doesn't mean leaderboards are going away forever. We're actually looking at new ways of potentially finding a home for it.
Yeah, I'd rather say like leaderboards are vaulted as we do a big reassessment on how that applies to the new progression actually that we're looking at releasing with season 6. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity there, but again, we've made so much change. It's a time to take a deep breath and then take a look at the things that we really want to invest into.
Yeah, awesome. Almost forgot about that. I wanted to mention that. There's a question from Aviance, which is saying like, hey, how does Group Finder work? This was actually available during PTR, and I know not everyone got to experience PTR, but kind of like Party Finder itself, of course, you know, you can use it across multitudes of activities from Dark Citadel, beyond Dark Citadel, which is being introduced in Vessel of Hatred, but it is a feature that you can also use, or that allows you to actually use filters and different ways of searching for specific groups and people. So we do recommend jumping in, checking out the Party Finder. It's actually super, super awesome. And I know there's going to be improvements that will continuously be made to it.
Yeah, another system that we're trying to develop in a way that can grow with the player, and so we got it out into PTR to try to get an initial round of feedback on the types of filters that we could potentially see. You know, as we add activities to the game, we want to make sure that those are plugging into it as well. We do think that this game is a ton of fun if you're playing together, and so we've designed it to do exactly that.
We have a question regarding opals and tributes that we kind of showed off. Tributes, of course, being part of Kurast Undercity, opals being part of the new season. This question was from PvE Sweat. Great name.
That should be a title.
Are these actually, because
that should be
I think the initial reaction is seeing some of these new consumables. So Tim, I think this would be a question for you. Like seeing these new consumables, are they actually like stackable in inventory? Like how
yeah. You can stack them in inventory. In fact, if you want, you have the option. You can go just farm the Realm Walker over and over again, get a whole bunch of the opals, and then just I'm going to play now for hours and hours with the buff active if that's something you want to do. And tributes as well are stackable.
Awesome.
I did like the fact too. I don't know. I can't recall if we mentioned it, but you get 2 tributes with every drop.
Yes.
And so you don't.
Or, sorry, 2 opals.
2 opals. Sorry. Yeah. So you can like use one now and save one for later, and so you can really determine like you can actually stack these up for a longer play session later on if you wanted to play in the weekend and actually really dig in.
There is a question regarding mercenaries. It's actually a question I've seen. Maybe it's a 2-parter, but a lot of people are asking specifically, like, "Hey, how does the progression of mercenaries kind of carry over? Is it something that's across like the whole entire account, or is it like from season to season? How does that specifically work?"
Yeah, so they're partition wide. So if you're playing in the season,
when Rogue is dead,
and you
they didn't say anything about it,
and you progress a bunch of
we have
them,
to see
and
the
then
patch
you roll
notes.
an alt. That progression is still there.
I do expect nerfs
but
in
we
the
do
sense that they
reset every
fix the
season
tapping
because it's a part of the power journey, and we want to make sure you're doing
That
that.
means
But
I'll be
as
dead
you're
still.
playing,
I mean,
there's a lot of benefits to
Rogue
investing
is
into
the
them,
most important build
especially if
after
you're going to
anything
roll a second
Spiritborn
class.
in the game, I think. They know it.
There is a question. I'm not sure if others will be able to get this one, but this might be tied to some of the rune word stuff that we showed. But this is God King Moonin says, "How do those spirit wolves damage scaling work?" I think they're talking specifically about the rune words that we were showing and everything like that.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. I believe the spirit wolves are not currently scaling with things like if you have summoning damage for a necromancer. A lot of that damage scaling talks directly to your skeleton summons at the moment. So I don't believe they'll necessarily scale with those sources. I'd have to check on precisely which ones it does. But that's definitely something that we're aware of and really want to make sure that we can deliver on that fantasy, and we'll be looking at making updates to minions and summons as a general matter going forward.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect
to really make sure that they're scaling with the right things that players expect to really make those builds feel natural and synergistic as you would expect. So that's definitely an area of focus for us moving forward.
I think on launch.
Yeah, we definitely have talked a lot about this. On like, it'd be cool if you could be a summoner barb with call to ancients and like having them deal bulkier damage. So that's something we definitely talk a lot about.
Yeah, we don't have any particular thing to announce or the exact initiative at this moment, but it's definitely on our radar, and it's something we are actively working on and talking about all the time.
Awesome. I know that I am the Berm asked, this is back to Tim actually, because I think you had mentioned like, farming realm walkers, and they're going like, okay, so is it a world event? How often does it spawn? Like what, like, do we have like specifics on that? We can help clarify on that specific question.
It is a world event, yeah, and it is really focused around just that boss. It's not a world boss exactly, it is a world event. Like was explained by Don earlier in the cast, you have to kind of follow him for a while before you're allowed to kill him, but it is something that you do with other people in the area. There's likely to be a bunch of other people helping you take down this boss. And then the Realm Walker itself does pop up in another location in Sanctuary pretty much right away. There's a slight break, but at any given time, we want the experience to be, I log in, I'm ready to go play, I see like, I don't have any opals, can I go get some? We want the answer to pretty much always be yes. Like there's always a Realm Walker up somewhere that you can go kill. So I guess you could get slightly unlucky, like he just died, but you're not waiting more than a few minutes before another one's going to pop up, and you can go kill that one. So if you want to chain farm them, you can.
Yeah, just run back to town, vendor some stuff. By the time you come back, it'll probably be an ideal time to actually farm it. So it's actually really good to hear that it's just always available for players, nearly always available for players. Question from Plucky Villain for Season 6 on live. Like, from a tuning and balance perspective, is Pit 100 still intended to be like that unobtainable goal, or is there are we expecting some of like the most skilled players or dedicated players to kind of clear it?
Yeah, I'd say we will be surprised, but not surprised, I guess, to see people get to Pit Tier 100 just with the amount of things that we're adding into the game. Charles, in our previous segment talked about how much volatility has been introduced in the expansion. We actually think that's really fun. Like there's a ton of new things to explore, a ton of new things to break. And we think that probably most people won't get to 100, but you might get a surprise if you go to 100 and go past it.
Yeah.
We might have done something there.
Yeah, we talked quite a bit about where the deep end of the pool is, right? And so
It's
we're looking
around
at
80. Around 80, yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to seeing which kind of streamers out there actually push way past that so we could take a look.
Definitely.
Your Sparrow asks, if we complete the campaign in Eternal Realm, will we be able to skip it when we create a seasonal character?
Yes, as soon as you complete the campaign for the first time, you'll be able to skip it. Very similar to what we did in the base game.
Yeah, and I think there's actually like additional nuances that we've added with like Vessel of Hatred. Like for instance, if you are brand new to Diablo, of course we recommend you start from the base game and experience the campaign and that journey. But even if you are coming into Diablo 4 with Vessel of Hatred and you just want to start with Vessel of Hatred, you really just need to complete that prologue of the base game, and then you will then get that option, I believe, to skip the base campaign and you can actually jump into the expansion campaign.
Yeah,
you actually don't even have to complete the prologue.
Oh, there we go.
So
there
you even took out that part.
You're a liar, Adam. You're a liar.
And we've taken great care of you too. So like if you're new and you skip forward, when you go into Vessel of Hatred, we actually do recaps. So we'll catch you up on the story even if you decide to do it. So if your friends are all way ahead of you and you want to skip so that you can catch up, you're good.
Yeah,
right?
and we got one of those like in the last episode of whatever.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to watch. So just in case you're new to it.
There's another detail too, which is like once you play through the Vessel of Hatred story section, we want way more players to get into the end game. We notice that there's a lot of folks out there that once they get the big story beats done, it's not really clear on where to go from there. And so we created a custom quest that can actually bridge you out into the end game. And so if you can continue following your golden baubles, that would be super good.
Cool.
We're seeing a sign in the peanut gallery.
I'm looking at. I was like, what is no one can see it, obviously. They think we're psycho because we're like looking back.
The coolest view is behind this camera.
Production's like holding up the sign and stuff.
Everybody that makes us look good is back there. So thank you guys.
Yes, thank you very much. We're going to take, I guess, like one more specific question here. Let me see. This is actually a question regarding people that are running specifically in Dark Citadel. Like if someone leaves during Dark Citadel, like what happens to the group specifically? Can they all just leave? They're not like locked in there going like, oh gosh, I'm stuck in that type of situation. Or if I can conquer it with like maybe if it's 4 people and we drop to 3, like you can adapt and kind of work your way through it.
You can. Like we said, the Citadel is balanced for 4, but if that was to drop, as long as you got 2 strong players still in the mix, you should be good to go. So yes, it makes it more difficult. I'd have a firm conversation with the person who decided to drop in the middle of a fight, but yeah, you're still going to be able to progress through it.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I know we've been going for a while here, and we wanted to grab as many questions as possible so we don't keep people too long. Because the biggest thing as well is like at the end of the stream, we are releasing the patch notes, and I know a lot of people want to dive into the patch notes. But I guess before we kind of drop off, like Brent, I know you wanted to give a quick message out as well.
Yeah, you know, we saw this really cool piece of art that was made by one of our art directors on the team, and it just really reminded us that there are hundreds of people working on this game all of the time. And these live streams are for our community, but it's also for all the folks who have been working tirelessly over the last dozens of months on trying to make this a reality. And so we just want to say thank you to everybody that's putting the hard work in. We're still putting the hard work in today. Like, we're working all the way up through this. And so we love the team. We love you guys. Keep up the good work. And yeah, we'll see you on the other side of October 8th.
October 8th, yeah. Huge shout out to Team 3, Team Diablo. You guys kick ass.
Yeah.
Best team. We're super proud of everyone with the Vessel of Hatred and everything. And we're super excited for October 8th. There's a lot of stuff coming up. We have patch notes immediately after this stream. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone here and of course who was on the live stream today. It's always fun doing these live streams. It's a big scramble. This is the most This is the most amount of people we've ever had on a live stream. So huge shout out to our production team and of course our community team, like with Mr. Filthy Rich back there, who organizes all these great. That's his handle, guys. who handles all these specific streams every single time. This is our 20th stream. It's crazy to see how everything has grown. Big reminders on Twitch drops. We have all the information on Diablo4.com. Twitch drops will actually start on October 8th. And if you're in the US, you can grab trolleys and grab more in-game stuff, as I eat trolleys all day. And then another big thing that I do want to give a quick call out. In the coming days, you guys are actually going to hear about another cool partnership we're doing with Discord, which will offer up another opportunity for some cool in-game stuff. So, and we'll be talking about that here in the coming days. But thank you guys again for tuning in to our pre-launch stream. Lots of stuff to check out in the patch notes immediately after the stream. And again, a huge thanks to everyone here. We will see you guys October 8th in Nahantu. We're excited and we can't wait to jump into Vessel of Hatred. We'll see you guys.
So what about that L stream? Why was it L stream? HACT. Anything about hordes? Yeah, hordes is getting a bit rebalanced, and the big chest costs now 200. You can now open the material chest with all of your remaining stuff at once. Oh, hello. Well, prepare for lots of new people in chat. I like the music, man. I should just play with, maybe I should play with like the in-game music, man, for a while. What do you guys say? That'll be cool. They have like really cool music. Okay, I have to go to the corner again. You have the drop rate of Stygian stones. Stygian stones don't actually exist anymore. You don't need them anymore. The season game tells you that I'm already out of ideas. I don't think so. Oh, here we go, guys. Well, let's see if we can get the patch notes going. Maybe. And we're gonna raid. Did we? Anyway, welcome guys. I don't have a notification. Is it broken or what? I got a sub though from Nigiworks, thank you. Let me in, guys. Maybe you did get it. Okay, here we go. Hello guys. Yeah, I'm gonna wait from the Diablo channel. Welcome. We're gonna go through the patch notes now. I appreciate it very much from the Diablo team, and the campfire was very cool. I think a lot of people really enjoyed the news. So I've been keeping notes a little bit on what is going on that we're gonna go through later. But I think first we're gonna also go through the patch notes. So there's gonna be a lot of stuff to unpack. And of course, I know a lot of people will be asking me. I'm playing the early access. I cannot share anything from the early access until 2 days from now. So just keep that in mind. There's an embargo until 4th of October. Oh, the patch notes are working. Wait, this is a different link? This is a different link, actually. Look. Okay, I'm gonna link this. Also for the YouTube chat. For those that are watching there. There you go. They actually changed the link. Patch notes. Okay, come on. Edit. Let's do that real quick. Patch notes. Karma link. So let's do that. LS nerfed. I mean, that doesn't come as any surprise, I believe. Okay. Let's see it. He trolled us. Wait, who trolled us? Time for the real build crafting. I wonder if there's any... so they made like a new Diablo 4 patch notes for like the expansion. Look, there's like 2.01, 2.02. I wonder if there's anything Spiritborn in here. Spiritborn. No. What about stuff? I don't know. It's like Vortex. Can't be like Midnight. No, nothing Spiritborn is in there. Okay. So only what they showed on the screenshots. Wrong link? Wait. Oh, I actually updated the command with the wrong link. Okay, let me fix that. Thank you. Also, I have 2 exclamation marks for some reason. Okay, here we go. Okay, Lightning Spear. People are saying, oof. Only 12 Lightning Spears can exist at one time. Any new ones created will destroy the oldest one. Okay, there we go. I mean, how many do we have realistically? On like a really good build, you get like 30 stacks, which means 3 Hydras, 6 Blades, and 21 Spears. So there's like a 40-ish% nerf, I guess. And then the Enlightenment stuff as well. That is like a relatively strong nerf, I guess, because that was like the key passive for this build. So there's like half, another half, well, maybe not half. Anything else? Spinning energy. Tooltip now probably conveys critical damage scaling. That's cool. That can only happen every 0.2 seconds, but it will do extra damage for each trigger missed one on cooldown. Okay, so I guess it's like for less clutter. That was kind of nutty. This is a typo. 50 to 1050. From 50 to 70. Who cares? You're playing spin to win? Okay, let's talk about spin to win. Oh, nice. Okay. Fix an issue where the duration of Dance Knights was shorter than intended. Okay. Fix an issue where Dance of Knights could become unable to be cast if the skill was used repeatedly while no charges were available. That's it? They always nerf too much? Nah, I think if this is the only nerf to Lightning Spear, then this is fine. You know, they're nerfing it by roughly half, 2 times. I mean, that's definitely warranted, I would say. If you ask me. We'll do a recap video? I will do a recap video, yes. But yeah, for now we have any other stuff we should go through, like priority things to check out. 10-minute boss fights. Yeah, we need to like up the single target a bit on Lightning Spear. But yeah, I think Lightning Spear is still gonna be kind of cracked actually. What about Fractured Winter Glass? Fix an issue where automatic frozen up cards on Fractured Winter Glass granted Enlightenment stacks. Okay, so they specifically mentioned it here again, even though they already mentioned Enlightenment somewhere else. But that's it. Do we have like updated uniques or something? No. Uniques. Teleport, fractured. Oh, there's a typo. Fracture Winterglass. Cooldown reduction for conjuration skill affix has been swapped with the inherent all resistance affix. Ooh. Okay, that's another pretty big nerf. Probably the biggest nerf actually. Because this enables you to masterwork it up and then get basically the 0 cooldown. Yeah, it's not completely dead. The build will still be fine. But it might not be the best anymore on Zork. I guess there's other options now. Triple tap, yeah. I mean, the good thing is that there is a non-Fractured Winterglass Lightning Spear build that they can play. Which is like the early game version of the build, basically. So this doesn't affect it. And I guess the Lightning Spear changes also don't necessarily, I think this also doesn't necessarily affect it. Lightning Spear double cast tempering affix change to chance for Lightning Spear to do. Okay. Okay, it's getting a bit rough. Okay, maybe it's a bit too much. They really nerfed it, man. Okay. It's getting harder to justify. I do have to say that. Okay. I think that's the note. Lightning Spear quadruple nerf. So we'll see if that actually survives. But then what was the elemental constellation? Is this a typo or what? Look at that. Elemental constellation. There's like the new aspect that they introduced in the PDR. And it was pretty awful. But that seems cracked now. Double damage is better if there's a cap of 12. No, okay, so about double damage. Lightning Spear. This double damage here only counts for the hit of the skill itself. It does not count for sprinting energy, which is actually all the damage. So what it means is double damage doesn't do anything for the build. You know, this is for if there ever was a build with Lightning Spear that does not use sprinting energy, then this would do something. So this does not help you. In fact, you can just leave out the weapon temper. This actually helped you because you got more Lightning Spears, and now this is gone. I mean, okay, you got a lot of like auto-casted Lightning Spears from the Fractured Winterglass and the Unstable Currents. So they, I don't think, profited from the double cast. So yeah, but either way, it's like another noticeable nerf at least. If you're spear cut anyway. Yeah, I mean, 12 spears. I mean, there will be like, you know, some little things that will help you a little bit. Like, for example, there's the Conjuration Glyph that gives you 20% longer Conjuration duration, but it also gives you Conjuration damage that doesn't actually help Lightning Spear. So you kind of didn't really want to use that glyph. And now you certainly won't use that glyph anymore, I guess, because you're just going to have your Ice Blades, you're going to have your Hydras, and then you're going to have your cap of 12 Lightning Spears. And that's it, right? There's also another thing here about this, which is that this should relatively improve your single target damage compared to your AoE damage, I think. Because if you actually start replacing Lightning Spears, usually when you cast Lightning Spear or trigger Lightning Spear, it will immediately hit the boss, and then it just like flies off into nowhere. So you actually lose less on the boss than you lose in AoE. And this means that single target should actually feel like, okay, like the build is obviously nerfed, but single target will feel better, you know, at the difficulty that you're going to end up on. So that is also kind of nice, I guess. Because that was a huge problem, that single target was just awful, and now it's going to be like comparatively less awful. But anyway. Yeah, Dance of Knives, nothing mentioned here really, so that's wild. What about Victimize? Nothing. What? Wait, didn't it say they nerfed Victimize by 25%? And it's not... It's the other patch. Ah, we can't have them both open at the same time? Oh, it closes. Okay. So I have to go... Okay, so which one do we go through again? Alright. Yeah, so there's different patch notes like spread here, and you can't search both at the same time. So we should actually finish this with Lightning Spear first. So there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Ah, okay, wait, this is the PTR patch. Okay, right, we just check for the changes on the PTR patch. It should be like relatively fast. And then we look at 202. I think that's probably what we're gonna do. Okay, who am I kidding? There's everything red here. Alright. Lightning Spear can't play anymore. We'll see. I mean, Lightning Spear was so far ahead of many other builds that I think even like a, you know, times 10 nerf or so is appropriate. But we'll see. Okay, gold cost for Masterworking has been reduced by 1/3. Masterworking materials are from more sources inside Nightmare Dungeons, including chests, normal chests. Ah, okay, everywhere basically. That's good, because previously they only dropped from elites, and I think completion. So now you're actually incentivized to do everything. That's good. Non-ancestral legendary items can now be mastered up to 8. Okay, we talked about this. That's gonna make like the early progression much more smooth. Material cost for masterworking and lower ranks has been adjusted. Okay, pit. 50 additional pit tiers. Bonus tier unlocks for fast kills have increased from 3 to 5. Nice. Rogues are fine, no nerfs needed at all. Yeah, I wonder why they ever buffed rogues in like Season 4 and Season 5, but okay. Now the monsters will now drop more items and less crafting materials. Overall loot quality dropped in by Hellborn has been increased. There's now a higher chance to receive at least one legendary item. Okay. Overall loot quality, top and treasure goblins and butcher has been improved. Okay. Oh, boss loot, no. Wait a minute, didn't treasure goblins always drop one item anyway? Ah, no, this was only level 15 and higher, right? 150 levels. Yeah, that seems awfully familiar, right? So they actually just added pit tiers. I mean, this will ensure that we can't reach 150, I guess. Or like the final level, which is good. But it is kind of dangerous, right? Okay, if they say Torment 4 is now pit 80, then there's still 70 tiers left, right? After the highest Torment level. So it's like, I would rather, you know, make sure that 100 is the highest and unachievable. Or something like that, but okay. You'll see rogues on the AF totally not busted. Yeah, rogues would totally not be busted, guys. I wonder what happens after pit 100. Yeah, like it sounds like they did something special about the pits after 100. So maybe there's like some extra modifiers as well or something like that. Did it change Azurath? That's a good question, actually. I should check for that. Looks like no. Cow level. Druids will be meta again. 101 is a cow level. I mean, it could be funny actually. If like exactly 101 is like a special cow level pit. Okay, what else do we have here? Well-posed loot now scales of higher torment tiers. Just the drop rates of mythic unique items from nether bosses to compensate for being guaranteed ancestor quality. Which means they nerfed it. Druid and I do not guarantee a mythic item drop, but a chance to drop a mythic item is twice as high as other tormented bosses. But why? Okay, I guess I just want Duriel and Andariel to be a bit special. I was actually thinking about doing Duriel plus Andariel as a race event for the launch. Because on the PTR, both of them also seemed a bit harder than the others. And I think that was just like a nice target. Yeah, I guess it's fair. They're more tedious to get the mats for and whatever, but I don't know. I mean, with the mythic drop rates being equalized across all of the bosses, it kind of felt like, you know, they were just like bonuses, right? You farm Gregor mats, you do Gregor, you farm Vasham mats, you do Vasham, and then you also get free Duriels. Cow level is back. It's somewhere. You need to be 20 levels higher for 100% glyph chance. So the build needs to speed farm pit 120. No, it doesn't need to do that. Yeah, and you only need to be able to complete a pit 89 to get the glyph to 100. At pit 89, you still have a 1% chance to upgrade a glyph. You don't need to go 20 tiers higher. If you go to the same level of your glyph, like if you can do a pit 99, you can level your glyph very easily. Even if you have 95, you can level your glyph pretty easily with like 15% chance per upgrade or something. I can turn down the music slightly. We have 14, 13 character slots now. Nice. Anyway, this doing Andariel stuff is kind of interesting. I mean, Andariel was by far the hardest of the tormented bosses. So I guess that's fine. Chance for uniques for rolls and stats has been significantly increased. They said tripled. Starting torment difficulty 1, only legendary unique items can drop. Okay, I wonder if they ever go back to the statement that they said that normal magic and rare items should get some, you know, purpose. That's what they said like, I don't know, 1 or 2 patches ago, I guess, right? And now they're just like auto-salvage everything. Are they gonna bring back normal drops again in the future or what? Like, okay. Andariel flashbacks. Yeah, Byron ripped in one of our Andariel farming parties. Do we have details on the new skills and passives? Yeah, they just revealed everything. Well, I mean, we already played them in the PTR, but now they also talked about some Spiritborn stuff that was new and so on. Okay, moonrods and sockets. Okay, they showed most of the stuff, right? Live. Don't walk or evade. Stand still while fighting. Good, I'm reduced to 10 seconds. Oh my god, Vex is 1000 fucking cost? Oh my god, dude. What? Alright. I mean, still usable for like Rain of Arrows Rogue and stuff like that. I guess you can probably keep it perma anyway. It's probably possible to generate 200 offering per second as a Rain of Arrows Rogue. So there's that. Okay. Evade, refresh, removed offering reduced from 400 to 50. Wait, how much movement speed is that again? Qua. That's 30% movement speed. It costs 50 offering. That's actually very nice. Okay. Bulwark 300, I think that's fair. Yom nerfed. Om nerfed. Okay, we saw that. Stun grenades, Rune version damage increased from 20% to 260%. I wonder if a grenade rogue will actually want to use this now. But I don't know if it scales with the modifiers. I need to ask DZ. DZ is gonna take over the grenade maximum guide from me. And he probably tested us. If this scale, like 260% weapon damage is a lot actually. Most grenades are way weaker than that. So this could be pretty huge for grenade rogues. And that's nerfed by 80%. I think it's more than 80. Necro with the nose completely dead. Uh-oh. How hard does the Whirlwind Rogue hit with Victimized Nerf? Victimized Nerf seems not very big. Oh, Vex lasts 7 seconds. So it costs 1000 and lasts 7. Okay. Yeah, this is still kind of usable, I guess. Okay, let's see what else is here. Xan. This was... the only build I used this in was Soul Rift, and this won't really matter for it. Okay. Okay, Aeom is dead. Spirit Walls, okay, that showed that. Sec Rune is the ultimate cooldown. Why did it type critical damage reduction? Cooldown reduction, I guess. Okay, that's kind of nerfed, but it was pretty strong, I guess. Challenging Shout. Rune version duration reduced from 6 to 3 seconds. Reduce offering from 800 to 400. So get it more often and the last half. I mean, that's actually a buff, I would say. Runes removed, they said that. Okay. Jura is now accessible at level 1. Chip gems can now be crafted at level 1. Chip and Focus now start dropping at level 5. Okay, experience rewards. Whisper and Helltide caches now give more experience gaining with difficulty. Now the funny thing is, I think I remember that they could just do Whispers and then switch difficulty and turn it in, which is kind of funny. So I guess you do that every time. You do them on normal and then you go to Penitent and turn them in. Easy clap. I have to try that. It might be a valid strategy. Okay, Strongholds. Experience rewards are renowned. Tiers of 1 and 2 have been changed to flat values. Okay. Number of character slots has been increased. 14, 13, yeah. We'll start Spiritborn or Rogue? I will start Spiritborn, yeah. Basically, all the way, like the first 6 weeks until PoE 2 early access, I'll probably just blast Spiritborn. Maybe I'll make something else, like towards the end of that blasting session, basically. But yeah, I guess the first month is like exclusively Spiritborn because you have to, like, you know, blast, make builds, and so on. And then we'll see. No Rogue cooking? Dude, I've been playing like 7 days, 15 hours a day, PTR Rogue. I've cooked a lot of builds. You can find them on Discord. And then I sat in default planner for like 3 weeks to do Spiritborn builds. And now I'm sitting in early access for 12 hours a day doing Spiritborn builds. So don't worry. Oh, Raxway does as well. I think I still have my alerts off actually. Wait a minute. Let me turn them on again. So I actually notice the stuff here. Thank you, Rax, as well. It's going offline early, man. What? I appreciate it. Welcome, guys. Dude, Rax came in here earlier. Okay, here's the alerts again. Rax came in here earlier and just dropped fucking 100 subs after I gifted him 5. What a dude. Yeah, but hope we had a good stream. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, we had some other subs, by the way, that I probably missed because of alerts off. So Olive Jane, thank you. Oceani. Probably some others doing the event. Legiworks. Fake Bloods. There were a few that I didn't see, so thank you guys. Victimize, heavy nerf. Victimize was nerfed by 25%, that's what I saw right now. We're going through like the 201 patch notes right now. I don't want to like do like 201 and 202 all the time back and forth because you can't filter for both at the same time. So it's gonna go through, you know, point by point right now. At least for the 201, we see the red text here, and then that should be relatively fast. So we go to 202 and see what happened there. But so far, Victimize doesn't seem too bad. Lightning Spear though, oof. Which one is more fun, Spiritborn or Rogue? Oh, that's a tough question. I mean, as a Rogue enjoyer, you'll enjoy Spiritborn. So, I would say, fun level-wise, they're pretty even. The PTR Rogue builds are still valid after the changes? I mean, they will need some tweaking, I guess, but that's about it. Rax switched over to playing the stock market and hit it big, so he just drops 100 subs. Okay. Is Norfie okay? Norfie is usually okay, yeah. Death Trap Rogue will be the best. Yeah, I do expect Death Trap Rogue to actually be at least the second best Rogue build, and probably one of the best in general in the game. Yeah. I don't, like, if there's nothing for Death Trap nerfs, then Death Trap is going to be pump. I mean, okay, there will be one thing that affects Death Trap, I guess a bit more than other builds, which is the glyph nerfs, because Death Trap had close quarters combat, and it kind of relied on the turf glyph to get close damage. But okay. How's Rain of Arrows in Season 6? Well, they said that they buffed it, but what it looks like is actually a nerf. So, I don't really trust them right now. As far as I know, chance to deal double damage does not work with poison imbuement. So, there could be a potential for like a non-poison Rain of Arrows build that might be better than a poison Rain of Arrows build. But I kind of doubt that, man, because they have so many synergies with imbuments and stuff. I don't really see a way for a non-poison build. And they also increase the poison synergy now with the imbuement. So yeah. Urban Rogue still top 1? I don't think so. The gutted Bold Chieftain, Shout Druid is dead. Uh-oh. On the other hand, I found that Shout Druid to be very gimmicky. I'm not sure if that should be the pinnacle of druids. What's top 1? Yeah, I guess for rogues it might actually be Death Trap. And I think overall in the game it's probably going to be some Spiritborn stuff. Otherwise, Bloodwave Spirit, probably. They're removing the CDR on Fracture Winter Glass. Not exactly, they're moving it to the implicit, so you can't masterwork it anymore. Anyway, let's go through the stuff here. Glyph scaling values have been reduced by 50%. Okay, this doesn't seem too bad. Rain and magic nodes that provide additive damage has been increased. Okay, single resistance nodes have been converted to maximum resistance for a single element. Single rest 10, max single rest 3. Okay, that's cool. The Cubert Rare node has now max life. Okay. Life per second increased by ×2. Wow, now I get 14 life per second or something. Okay, armor nodes increase. Nice. Power chaining changed to max life. Nice. Armor change to max life. Okay. Dude, this node is called Slayer, and this node is called Spearhead, and they both give max life. Like, where's the you know, consistency? Okay. Parent resistance increase, dodge chance. Okay, so like some small stuff here basically for paragons. Okay, that's like individual node updates. Damage from berserking. Berserking duration changed the critical strike chance. Ah, this is good and bad. I guess many builds these days actually just run anger management, right? So berserking duration is not even such a big deal. Okay. I guess we'll just make anger management even more mandatory in many builds. Pillage bonus applies to armor instead of vulnerable damage. Okay. Okay, and they changed like some weird little stuff everywhere on the paragons. Let's see if there's anything big. Earthquake duration reduced from 45 to 10. That's kind of big. This is the Earthquake board here, the new one for barbs. That's a pretty heavy nerf, I guess, for Earthquake. Not that I really like that build anyway. Armor changed to 10% dust level size. That's kind of nice though. Thunderstruck. Is there a bug fix for Thunderstruck and Nerf and Devastation? Because on the PTR, both of these were not working at all for any build. Critical strike damage changes to critical strike chance. That's nice. Patron from 100 to 150. Yes. It will probably not be relevant for anyone. But let's see what happens at 101. The song is Beyond Memory from Nina. Okay, what else do we have here? Small stuff, Assassin Guidance, Max Spirit, change to bonus resource generation. This can also be good or bad. I guess mostly good. Bonus resource generation is cool. Combining cooldown reduction. Okay. Necromancer. Golem armor change to armor. That makes sense. Minion resistances change to all resistances. That also makes sense. Cool. Golem life percent. So there's like more survivability for your minions. Yeah, I know people were complaining really hard that minions were just dying because they removed like the damage reduction nodes and stuff like that, so that apparently they're coming back. Okay. Resource cost reduction on Wither. Okay, could be nice. You're still in Nile LS is dead. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be dead. But it's not going to be like a super S tier build anymore, I suppose. But it sounds like playable at least. Yeah, I don't know, it's set to fix Thunder and Earth. Okay, we're gonna see that later. Okay, Rogue. And what is here? Bonus applies to damage reduction on distance instead of bonus damage to elites. Oh, that's nice. Wait, wasn't that already the case? Oh, maybe not actually. That's cool. So more the armor checks out trade board. And any builds can't really use it though. For rapid fire doors or something. Damage to trap change to critical chance. Cool. Trap damage change to trap size. That's also cool actually. I like that actually. I wonder how much it is. But even like a 20% trap size or so would be really cool. Wait a minute, I think this is this in the glyph radius? Wait. Can you buff this? Ensnarement, engineering, no they're not. This is another one, okay. Blizzard hates S tier. Nah, I think that they definitely needed to nerf Lightning Spear. So I think that's okay. Maybe they nerfed it too much. We'll see. Like, it seems like they nerfed Lightning Spear a lot, but it didn't really nerf like a lot of the other OP builds that much. But we'll see, I guess. Spiritborn is probably going to have multiple S tier. We'll see. What time does the embargo left on the 4th? I think it should be less than 48 hours now. I don't know exactly. Max mana change to cost reduction. Okay, on static search. Cracking energy damage change to crit chance. That's cool. They put a lot of crit chance here on the Paragons. Max mana change to conjuration cooldown reduction. That could also be nice. Enemy receive change to max life. Damage to leech change to attack speed. Also kind of nice. Wasn't LS bugged like Druid Nature Fury builds? It depends. Like I'd say the Nature's Fury Stormslide stuff definitely appeared more like a bug to me than Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear was not really bugged. I guess from the Season 6 perspective, like from the PTR perspective, it was probably bugged with Enlightenment. But everything else was probably working as intended, and Season 5 was also working as intended, it's just like OP. The audio for Mythic Unique dropping always takes priority over other sounds. Okay. Health values for monsters and dungeons have been increased to have less of a jump between them and the boss to smoothen the transition between encounters. Super Elite Life increased by 50%, Elite Life increased by 25%, Standard Monster increased by 11%. Okay, so it just made everything harder. The difficulty is now unlocked upon completing the Diablo 4's base campaign. Okay. Formula for calculating damage reduction from armor has been adjusted to grant higher amounts of damage reduction at lower armor amounts than before. Cool. Okay. I could have really needed that earlier today. But okay. Lower level items will have higher amounts of armor than before. Oh. So they're giving you more DR and higher amounts of armor. Wait, are they like changing the armor formula for item power to be not linear or what? Because right now it's linear, like per item power you get like 1 armor on the pants, for example, currently, and then like, you know, per item power you get 1.25 armor on the helm and so on. But it sounds like this is not going to be linear anymore, which sounds yikes, but okay. I guess I don't care too much in early levels anyway. Unless made it possible for casual players to clear high-end content, of course they're disappointed. Yeah, I mean, people always hate nerfs, right? But realistically, they need to nerf it. And there's new stuff coming, so don't worry. And even for like the Lightning Spear enjoyers, I think it sounds still playable. With a buff to Eldritch Bounty makes Shadow Imbuement work? Wait, let me see that again. Eldritch Bounty, what happened? Imbue damage has been increased across the board by 2.5 times. You mean this? That is irrelevant. Okay. Intensity scaling has been moved to Torments. Okay. Times 2 increase applied to main star contribution to skill damage has been reverted to pre-patch 2.0 values. Okay. Firebolt wasn't touched. I mean, what's wrong with Firebolt exactly? Unless we're talking about Shatter. Shatter was a problem. But Firebolt? What's wrong with that? They buffed the base damage of Dance and Ice by 16%. Yeah, maybe they want to make like a real Dance of Life build work. Like I tried a lot of things. I tried Victimized Dance of Life, I tried Poison, at Mixture Dance of Life, and I tried Momentum Cold Dance of Lives. And out of these, Victimized was definitely the strongest, followed by, well, basically in that order, followed by the Poison, followed by the Cold. So if they buff the base damage of the skill, that will benefit Poison and Cold and not Victimize. Most barbers got nerfed by changing the Bold Chieftain aspect. Doesn't really matter that much. Firebolt cleared 168 doing trillions of damage. Yeah, I mean, this is just a shatter bug. They just need to fix shatter. This has nothing to do with Firebolt itself, really. It's just that it fits very well into the Firebolt build, I guess. So maybe it does have to do with Firebolt. But the problem is not the Firebolt, the problem is just shatter is bugged. New gem tier. Grand requires 100,000 gem fragments, 30 forgotten souls, and 10 million gold to craft. I think we had that on a PTR already, though. Okay, let's see the bugs. Fix an issue where pets could despawn when going between zones. Okay, fix an issue where prime grizzly did not grant assaultable. Raven's attack speed, wow. Fix an issue where the Unmaker could allow Necrons to equip 2 ultimate skills. I saw that, that was funny. Fix an issue where the following Necromancer skills had incorrect values. Incorrect values of what? Like, what does that mean? Okay, fix an issue where the additional stars on April notice were not leaving the square ground. Okay, whatever. Is there anything important here? Fixation by familiar always count as a fire skill for grinding stacks for enlightenment. Okay, so I guess that's nice. Fixation by fireball didn't deal damage when gloves of illuminator were equipped. Yeah, fun fact about gloves of the illuminator. So they changed the tooltip, but they didn't functionally change it. But the tooltip said something like, okay, your fireball deals like 20% less damage. Or something like that. There was like a range of 0 to 30% less damage. And then they changed it to say, you know, your firebolt now does 70 to 100% of its normal damage or something like that. So they only changed the tooltip and flipped the number basically. But what actually happened is that if you had a perfect roll, you did 0 damage. So there were some people on the PTR that were like, you know, why do I take like 5 minutes to kill this little guy and he's like slowly burning to death? Oh man. Hey Collis, by the way, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Let's give him a shout out as well. Okay, idols and tempering. Let's see this. It's going for the patch notes now, guys. Okay, fix an issue where health predictions damage bonus against angels and demons was more repetitive. Ah, they fixed it. Wonderful. Fix an issue where several legendary aspects values were lower than intended. Okay. Fix an issue where ancestral legendary items weren't dropping in torment difficulties. I should start taking notes again. Addition, helm, multi, fix. Okay. Fix an issue where the elemental search tempering recipe was restricted to expert difficulty instead of just restricted by level. What the hell? Fixed several instances where Fist of Fate was not properly adjusting damage with its power. Oh, interesting. I wonder if like snapshotting Fist of Fate is gone in that case. Which I guess would effectively kill cold Dance with Knives. And with Victimized nerfed enough, maybe we're actually gonna play an Admixture Poison Dance with Knives now. Thanks Gangstar for the prime, by the way. Miscellaneous. Fixing issue where tutor for armor was not green when the armor cap was met. Cool. Fixing issue where the required amount of boss items were inaccurately displayed in tooltips. Okay. Fix multiple instances where glyph descriptions were inaccurate. Alright. Okay. Anything else? Shard of False Death. If you haven't dealt damage in the last 2 seconds, gain stealth. Okay, so we can't do like these AFK builds anymore with Shroud. Fine. Shattered Vow. Why is this red? Enemies affected by more damage over time than remaining life are executed. This looks like exactly what it said on the... Wait, what? Execute enemies affected by more damage time than... Okay, I guess they just like changed that wording. Aspect of assistance. Your enforcement cooldown is reduced. Your reinforcement cooldown is reduced by 33% after casting ultimate skill. Call your mercenary for reinforcement. Balanced, guys. Balanced. That's a utility aspect. Oh my god. Okay. That seems very good. Death Rogue login. Death buffed. Okay, Barbarians. Let's see what I got here. Mighty Throw. They buffed Mighty Throw by quite a lot. Impact like a hit chance 15%. How much was that? 11. So they buffed the lucky hit and the damage. That's quite a lot of buff actually, 33%. Very good. Okay, what is this? Each pulse generates 5% of maximum barrier for 5 seconds. This is unchanged. Okay, very good. Unique items. Ugly Bastard Helm is now 80% damage. More than Perdition. Now the question is, would you use it over Perdition? Probably not, right? Perdition is probably still better. It might be close in some cases. Kind of close. Dude, this is like, it's gonna be like exactly the scenario that we had in Season 2, man. Like, Shaco and Tuscan. Like, Tuscan was basically Shaco for Barbs. Just like a little bit weaker. And this is the same thing. You have the Ugly Bastard Helm, that's basically Perdition, just a little bit weaker, I guess. What do you think about Victimized nerf? And it doesn't look like a huge nerf so far. But I need to like look more into detail. The pulse change on Mighty Throw is huge. I went from 35 damage on pulse to full. Wait, what? Why does it say that? Ah, it says, while in the ground, your weapon pulses and deals 153% weapon damage every second for 4 seconds. Wait, what? Here it's 60 and 20. And now it's like, what does that mean here? This just like crossed out, but there's no other number. And this number is wrong. Yeah, this was 20, not 153, so... I'm not sure what this means here. Realistically, I think we'll still only care about the impact damage though. So either way, I think the build is just buffed by 33%. And maybe we could think about this weapon swap stuff. It's now weapon damage that most likely scales. Nah, I think this is a typo or something here. I don't think it's... Like, the pulse doing more than the impact makes no sense. I would not assume that the build is suddenly buffed by like a ×5. Like, the build was already pretty good. And they already buffed it by 33% and buffed it like a hit. I did not skip over some stuff, actually. We're doing 201 and then 202. Okay, legendary aspects. Shattering Steel. They buffed Shattering Steel, but I think this is going to be a meme. Herculean Spectacle. I think this was not changed. This looks exactly what we had. Okay. Stoneburst. Got a 50% buff. That means the skill is useless. Okay. Passive skills. They buffed one of nature a little bit. And then the Paragon board as well, right? Interesting. Shred gains a 4th dash attack. Yeah, I think that the aspect didn't give the dash and people were complaining. That's cool. Yeah, I think Shred might actually be pretty good now. They gave it this aspect, which for some reason is a utility aspect. Look at this. Shred gains a 4th dash attack that hits all surrounding enemies, deals 60% increased damage, and knocks down enemies for 2 seconds. And this is a utility aspect, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. But, yeah, Shred might actually be kind of nice now. Is the Discord Stinger leveling and endgame build still okay? No changes needed for it after tonight? Well, tonight they showed basically nothing that would affect anything for Spiritborn. Besides, okay, they said they added 3 new passives. And then Noxious Resonance is now scaling with crit. So the build has to be made into more crit build. I mean, the embargo lifts in less than 2 days, and then you'll also get the Stinger guide. So, wait for that. Of course, a lot of the builds will change quite a lot now that we actually played the Spiritborn. Stormcrow's aspect. Ravens now deal line damage, which is increased by 100%. Okay, useless. Okay, so small stuff here. 6.5% damage reduction from elites and 4% maximum life. And what the fuck is that node, actually? I think this was the one that was previously in the glyph radius, right? That they could buff to the moon. But that was obviously a bug. But this is still really nice. Okay, unique item. Chance for Soul Rift to deal double damage. And that was what before? Damage reduction, resource, imperfectly balanced. Oh, they removed damage reduction while you have a barrier. Okay. But chance for Soul Rift to deal double damage. Let me check my Soul Rift build real quick. Didn't we have 100% already on this? Oh boy. Here. Yeah, we did have 100%. So I guess it's effectively a nerf because you lose a lot of damage reduction here. And you could get 100% Soul Rift double damage anyway. But okay. They moved the ranks to Soul Rift. Oh, true, damage reduction. Oh, right. Never mind. You're right. They moved the ranks to Soul Rift. So it's actually a pretty heavy nerf. Uh-oh. Because there's no other way to get ranks. You have 5 ranks now, and that's it. And previously you could get to 13, which is a pretty huge bonus. And also a cooldown reduction. Okay. Yeah, never mind. That's actually oof. Probably still playable, though. Depends on what they do with Blood Artisans. I mean, Bone Spirit was already, like, there's 2 different versions of Bone Spirit. One is a pure Bone Spirit, and one is a Blood Artisan Bone Spirit with Blood Wave. And both these were better than Soul Rift already by a little bit. But let's see what happened to the Bone Spirit stuff. Okay, some paragon changes. Dance of Knives. Oh, someone said it's got a 16% buff, but it's actually a nominal 16% buff. So that's actually like a 40% overall buff or something. That's actually huge. 38%. Okay. And Victimize goes down 25%. I think this might actually be like a Poison Dance login angle here. Any mention of the cooldown? No. No. Okay. This was not changed. Interesting. But I nerfed the glyphs. So I guess for poison builds, yeah, we were double dipping with glyphs for this passive. And they're all nerfed now, so I guess that's something. So God the Age or the God the Age or the 4 dead? No, it's not. Mobility, cooldown reduction, damage to leads, okay. Anything else? So they renamed the stuff, but didn't change anything, that's funny. They just renamed all these things. Okay. Game difficulties, monster HP was increased by 25%. Okay. Low level innate, unique. Boss enemies have had a health and damage reduce. Max level super elite health increased by 50. Max level elite health increased by 20. Oh boy. So I think what they mean with super elites are probably the triple affix elites. So, like many people might not know this, but in the pit they replaced some of the elite packs with a super elite, which is just one guy, but he has 3 affixes and he's omega tanky. And if they didn't really fix the progression in the pit, or add like a 3rd floor, like a lot of people are asking for something like a 3rd floor or so, like you will have to kill these guys, because else you just don't have enough progression. You're kind of forced to kill pretty much everything in the pit, in most floors. It's a Sog Doomer, I can't decide between Rogue or Spiritborn. I mean, Spiritborn is what those people will be blasting for the start, because it's fresh. Gary, by the way. Super elite, yeah. Soon we're gonna have super mythic uniques too. Okay. So that's actually kind of huge here. I'm gonna write this down. Monster health plus 25%. Elite health plus 20%. Super elite health plus 50%. It's kind of big. And then in 9 dungeons is even more, right? All of this even more in 9 dungeons. Okay. Okay. All classes. Paragon also give increased damage to health enemies increase. Okay. Andarius Visage. Explosions now happen less frequently in extreme situations. Uh-oh. What does that mean? Starlight aspect is buffed again a little bit. Maybe 120% of the overheal when at maximum life. I mean, Spiritborn has lots of healing. So Spiritborn might actually be like a login angle for Starlight aspect for like early game stuff. That's actually what I did when I played Spiritborn at level 30. For Starlight aspect nerf was a thing. You just went Starlight. And you had like infinite resources. I mean, now it's still like 6 times worse than it was back then. But it's at least somewhat usable, I guess. Andariel's. Okay, I mean, this could be like a nerf to Andariel's Rogue. I wonder if this would nerf your single target. If it nerfs your single target, then we have a problem. If it only nerfs your AoE a little bit, I guess that's okay. Okay, Ground Stomp. Does more damage, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay. That's a very long stun though, 4 seconds on Ground Stomp. I guess it's like very good for early game actually. 35% weapon damage and then 900% increase, so it's 350 weapon damage and it doesn't cost resources. So for leveling, Ground Stomp is actually huge. Like I think most bar builds leveling will probably be like around something like Ground Stomp and Mighty Throw. As like, you know, you just use them as cooldowns to deal damage, do like a charge in between as well. And then, you know, eventually you're gonna specialize into like a core skill or something. Starlight is dead for Deathblow. Yeah, it's definitely like for Deathblow, it's not a thing anymore. That's a nice buff. Unconstrained. So they didn't buff the damage, they buffed the damage reduction from Unconstrained. Okay. Underground is buffed a little bit, so they want to overpower, like, are people to really be an overpower build? I mean, okay, overpower builds are generally much better than they were, so there's that. Especially with the nerfed glyphs, overpower builds benefit even more from that. Bold Chieftain. Whenever you cast a shout skill, its active cooldown is reduced by 30% per nearby player up to a maximum of 50. Okay. Now here's a funny thing. For Shout Druid, cooldown reduction applied twice for that reason. So it was very easy to get a Shout Druid going. So for Shout Druid, this is like a huge nerf. Basically, maybe kills the build. And for barbs, I think it's actually a buff. Because it's like 50% of like a pretty long cooldown. It seems pretty good. Yeah, for most barb situations, outside of like having a Shaco equipped, this will be a buff, I think. And for Shout Druid, this means it's probably Ditch. But honestly, good riddance. I don't really like the Shout Druid, it was very gimmicky. Twin Strikes. Woohoo. I think it needs a lot more than that. Overkill, sure. It's kind of cool actually, Overkill, because the wave will now actually deal noticeable damage with Death Blow. Red Furor, also big buff. I wonder if you can find some other resource engine for Death Blow Barb. Or maybe just go for like an overpower every 2 hits instead of every hit or something. You got other like little buffs like this and this. Hellhammer, fire damage increase, damage bonus per strength, okay. Wolves. Wolf companion attack speed increased, okay. Petrify. In case all nearby... Okay, generate 100 spirit in case all nearby enemies in stone, stunning them. Prime Petrify. Grants 50 spirit when cast. So you get 100 spirit and then 50 spirit again. Okay, dude. Its effect duration is increased. And then... I know this was previous, never mind. Okay. And now you did 30% increased damage. So, okay, this is what they talked about of the rune. So the crit damage is now here. And bonus crit damage now applies the damage done by companions. Okay, another companion buff. There's actually a lot of companion buffs, man. It sounds like companion druid is the best druid now. Maybe it's still landslide, like pure landslide. But Shout might be dead, and companion is like omega buffed. There's a 20 Fury, you turn on Death Blow, and Starless. You can perma Death Blow, but damage is much weaker. Yeah, I'll probably try something else instead of Starlight. "20 spears only, ruffle that." Well, what if I told you that this was only one of 4 separate nerfs to lightning spear, and this in fact was the smallest nerf? Okay. Perfect Storm, whatever, Nature's Fury. Okay, so Storm side probably ditch. Nature's Fury triggered more than intended when using Landside along with Earthbreaker Unique Ring. It should only trigger from casts. Which happen once when you press a skill button that is on your bar. Not from the extra effects on various legendary unique items, there's a substantial decrease in power for builds over using the action, and to compensate, Earthbreaker has been made more potent. Okay, let's see. Overload Spiritborn. Which one is that? Is that the lightning proc? I guess that doesn't matter. Bolster also doesn't matter. Blurred Beast. Okay. A lot of the dev notes talk about Rogue, about extreme situations. Yeah, I mean, Rogues were able to stack something like, 3-4 attacks per second with like 300% lucky hit, and this means they shoot in the pack, you get like 20,000 procs. So I think this is what I mean. Shockwave aspect, okay. Stormclaw. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, Shred, man. Lots of Shred buffs here. Sign Horror. Tectonic Spikes damage, okay. Seismic Shift ranks increased from 17 to 21. Earth Spike bonus. I wonder if Earth Spike is gonna be a build. We had Winch here. Maybe Earth Spike is gonna be a thing, but... Okay. Retaliation aspect is also huge. 75%, man. That's better than changing stat now. That's crazy. Bolt Chieftain. For some reason this is mentioned again. Flash Render. Cooldown reduction replaced with defensive cooldown. Maximum health replaced with ranks of backlash passive. It's like a new passive for druids where they deal increased damage after a defensive skill. Yeah, Flesh Hunter probably did. Okay, Wild Heart Hunger. This is just what it was on the PTR already. And this, like, Wild Heart Hunger is nuts. Okay. Hunter Zenith every 30 seconds. Your next core skill is guaranteed all power and crit. Casting changing skills reduces time by 1 second or 2 if you change to a new animal form. Okay. I wonder if Hunter Zenith is going to be used in something like Pulverize. Maybe. Earthbreaker. Tectonic Spikes. Wait. So they said they buffed Earthbreaker to compensate, and all they buffed was the Tectonic Spikes. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, I think. Okay, Mad Wolf's Glee. Okay. Great South of Crone. I wonder if Stormcloud's gonna come back, but this does not seem like nearly enough. But there were other werewolf buffs. Last for Carnage, this one for example. Dude, I'm gonna make a Shred Druid. I think it's time for a Shred Druid this season. At some point. Okay, Reap, damage reduction increased, attack speed increased. Army of the Dead damage increased, cooldown, okay. Kalans, they showed that. Skeletal Priest healing time reduced from 8 to 5, okay. Some more survivability. This is useless. This is nice. Necrotic Carapace saves you like 1 or 2 points, I guess. Armor conversion to thorns increased 200%. Okay. Blood Golem Sacrifice. Wait, is it really only 15% life? I thought it's 30. What? It's 15, okay. It did say they're introducing new skills. The new skills were already on the PTR, and we already knew about them. These are just the changes from that. Maybe class got a new skill and a new key passive, and some new small passives. Shade Mist. Okay, so they talked about this. Which one is this again? Shade Mist is like the aura around your minions, I believe. Yes, and then we have Fell Gluttony as a golem thing. Okay, and then Damned. Okay. That's kind of huge, actually. But only shadow damage. Okay, Grease of the Anti-Tomb. Aha. Litter's Wall. Armor effects in place of chance and bone stone to deal double damage. That sounds like a nerf. Unless they really want to make like a bone stone build at some point. I guess you can try to make something like a bone stone build, but this seems like very far away from viable. That's huge. Bloodlands duration. With chance for Bloodlands to deal double damage. Yes, Bloodlands chance to deal double damage instead of hit twice. I guess it's like cause performance problems. Okay, Foreign Army. Okay. Card leader. Minion damage per 20% attack speed increase. Okay. Not really. Right? Not really. Fundamental Invigorating Strike. Threshold to cause vulnerable change from 85% life to 95% life. We're getting there, guys. Only 5% more. Only 5% more. Where did it start? In patch 1.0? I think it started at 30 or something like that. Oh man. Every patch it gets a buff. We're almost there. Hitting enemy with Invigorating Strike while you're below 85% energy makes them vulnerable. Yeah, I think it started at 30 or something in patch 1.0. And then it was buffed to like 50, and then like 70, and then like 85. And now 95. Nice. What class is looking the strongest in Season 6 now? I suggest you wait 40 hours for that answer. Okay. Energy regeneration bonus 50% though. That's kind of legit actually. That's a lot of regen. This actually enables like barrage spam builds very early on, for example. Just like invigorating strike once. It lasts only 3 seconds, so it's not very long. But although, what about tempers? Yeah, it has duration temper. So if you can get like 5 seconds of like 1 or 2 tempers, that's kind of comfy. If arrows deals 6% increased damage to crowd controlled enemies. Cool. Imbuement bonus, okay. I don't really like this. Like, one cool thing about Rain of Arrows was that it was actually kind of doing damage to not staggered bosses. Okay, as Victimize. The effect now happens less frequently, but stores up the damage of instance it would trigger for the next instance. Okay, it seems like they're generally like trying to like safeguard the game a little bit against lags, right? When you have like insane density and like infernal hordes and stuff doesn't die. So they want to make sure the game doesn't crash. But it could mean that it's like kind of clunky now, right? Because it doesn't like even out the explosions everywhere, but they have to like wait. I wonder how long you have to wait. If the cooldown is like half a second or so, I guess it's fine. If you get like 2 procs per second, that's probably like smooth enough. But if it's less than that, not really. Spark of Lycander. Still a good leveling item at least. I guess first I have to fix Conduit and then I can do Spark of Lycander changes. Icy Alchemist now happens less frequently. Yeah, okay, so basically they do the same thing with all these things, yeah, okay. Ravagers. Maximum stacks increase, so 6. Oh. Shadow Step, huh? Blade Dancer. It's kind of funny to think that, you know, in the past you used to have the Blade Dancer bug, where Poison Imbuement would apply at 100% value, even if your Blade Dancer was only 15. And now, they put 2 Blade Dancer on a 2-handed weapon, you get 120% damage. You actually have more than back then with the bug. That's funny. Okay. Power creep, ladies and gentlemen. Like, every aspect is just like getting buffed, yeah. Chance to spawn Arrow Storm. Okay. Oh, they nerfed Escape Art. No, actually, did they nerf or buff it? Actually, I would consider this a buff. 10 seconds cooldown. To have 5 seconds of 100% dodge. That's actually pretty good. Word of Khan. Ranks buffed. Okay, Rain of Arrows fire twice affix is now double damage for Rain of Arrows. Yeah, so they said that this was a buff. But I don't think it is. Because double damage, as far as I know, does not work for Poison Imbuement. And Rain of Arrows is a Poison Imbuement build. So I would not actually consider this a buff. Even with the other stuff that's there. And the thing is also that this does a very high value, right? Word of Hakan. Like, you basically get 100% by default. Just having it. And I guess now you get a chance to do double damage. But it won't really help you much. And then you have to like temper chance to cast twice on your gear. Wait. What the fuck? Wait, is that like a weapon temper now or what? I guess so. Yeah, so now I have to temper this. Where's my Arrows planner? I mean, it's a weapon temper, so it might actually not be that bad. Here. So here we have, okay, I have random elemental surge, and elemental surge. Okay, so maybe it doesn't matter. If this has like the same chances, like cast twice. Yeah, so you get 58. Yeah, you get 100% easily, I guess. Okay, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's actually a buff. Did they say what each class that was this season? They did not, actually. I mean, like the legendaries. I mean, usually you get like the new legendaries from the season journey. So. Okay, Flurry, chance to hit twice has been changed to Flurry deals double damage. F. So Flurry Victimize is Ditch, I guess. Rain of Arrows, chance to hit twice has been changed to Rain of Arrows to deal double damage. Wait, what? So they put this on the... Oh, okay, wait a minute. So they put the double damage on the Word of Arcane, and then they also changed the chance to hit twice. Okay, so you just don't have a weapon temper, I guess. And the build is probably nerfed. Okay. I guess they want to avoid like performance issues. I think they just send someone in there and like fix everything that could cause lags. They don't want like, you know, 4 Rain of Arrows waves 2 times per second. I guess that kind of makes sense. But still. Oh, Ranks to Agile replaced with Ranks to Aftermath. They did it. Okay. No more 100% dodge. All of the twice have been changed to damage. Nah, this was not really here. Just a flurry. But maybe on other classes as well, let's see. Okay, Prime Deep Freeze. Okay, whatever. Live experience moves from... Okay. Paragon cap has been reduced to 4 plus the starting board. Max Paragon. Some materials have been adjusted. Okay, 4 hearts, 12 steel, 12 fear, 12 blood. Wait, why? Why does that change? Up to 3 currencies can be pinned in the player's inventory with obols and gold being pinned by default. Ah, cool. So I guess you don't need to see like the PvP shards and stuff. Descriptions of multiple items that implied if a skill type was removed or added have been clarified. Okay. Common items are stopped dropping after level 10. Allowance cache that contains helpful items has been updated. No longer has a level restriction. Contains 1 legendary item of random equivalence with a small chance to be unique or mythic unique. Multiple tiers. Cost has been adjusted. So it's no longer a cheap source of legendary aspects. F. It's now crafted at blacksmith. Okay. Such items now guaranteed to have at least 1 greater affix. Okay. Okay. We've removed the character level required on those tiers and implement a new system where smoldering ashes can only be unlocked with earned favor. Okay, so this is for the season journey, battle pass, pay to win stuff, right? So they fixed that finally. Earn favor is auto favor you earn in-game by killing monsters, completing quests, engaging the season journey. Okay. Okay, no more waiting around for a character to reach another requirement. Okay. Cool. 1413 character slots. That'll be nice, man. Can make many mules. What about 1413 stash tabs, man? Like, they can make all these characters, but they cannot give us a bigger stash. Blizzard, please. Okay. Okay, fixation of Morak barrier scanned of base life instead of maximum life. Nice. Fixation nature's fury not triggering hurricane. Okay, boulder buff I suppose if you want to do nature's fury stuff. But realistically, I guess this would be like a shifting build, right? With the Wild Heart Hunger. Fix an issue where landslide from Earthbreaker could trigger Nature's Fury. Yeah. Fix an issue where curses cast by minions while using Blood Moon Breaches could curse the player. What the hell? Fix an issue where the Withered Legendary Paragon node did not respect the 1200 intelligence cap. F, I guess. So this means like any Shadow Dot build is kind of like in the gutter now, right? Always blame console limitation. I mean, to be fair, like, you know, stuff like the Rain of Arrows that I played on the PTR, it was kind of wild, like shooting, you know, as I said, like, I don't know, like 6 Rain of Arrows waves per second or something, or 8. I mean, that was insane. So I think like cutting that in half is fine. It just already it looks like a rainbow on the screen and you don't see anything. Is that adding 2 character slots? Yeah, it's like it's just a typo, I guess. That's a 14, 13. So it should be 14, I guess, instead of 12. Okay, fix an issue where victimized vulnerable damage bonus did not properly scale with the listed value. Whatever that means. Okay. Fix an issue where weakened ice barricades could not be attacked with rapid fire using Scoundrel's Kiss. Fix an issue where dash on improved flurry was less responsive than intended. Oh, that's nice. Fix an issue where Rain of Arrows was getting more benefit from imbuement skills than intended. As compensation for this change, you have also increased the benefit from primary arrows and Word of Hakan. Oh. So did it buff Rain of Arrows or not? Fix an issue where Bursting Venoms was triggering lucky hit effects more often than intended. Okay. I think that's fine. This was like a pretty obscure tech. I didn't like that very much. And we actually were at a point where non-poison builds would run Bursting Venoms just to get more lucky hits to stagger the boss faster. And that was kind of stupid, I think. He's so shelly in his soul stone. I don't know what happened to him, I want to say. Maybe he's just been in the background now because of the Vessel of Hated stuff, and you know, this was like Brent's thing or something. Maybe he's gonna come back in other campfires, I don't know. Or maybe they have to be shuffling. Fix an issue where attacks reduce evade cooldown affix did not reduce the first teleport and shaman cooldown applied when accompanying Oculus. Okay. Fix an issue where incinerate beams from flamethrower aspect were not scaling with incinerate size tempering affixes. Interesting. So this might make it much easier now to like overlap the beams on incinerate. Incinerate log in, guys. And they also gave it like the double damage now on a flame scar. Could be nice. When did we get season 6 bits on max roll? In a bit more than 1.5 days. When the embargo lifts, basically. I mean, before that we can't really publish anything, so what am I gonna do? Everything sounds like a big nerf and a big push for a Spiritborn. But what if they nerf the Spiritborn? Fixation with temporary season pit tip progression carried over for new seasonal characters, okay. They're called Whisper Invaders. The dudes that spawn when they complete a Whisper and drop these materials. Fixed an issue where the following damage effect sources did more damage to tormented bosses than intended. Veer's Mastery, Gore's, Skullbreaker, and Stormclaw. What the fuck is that combo of effects? And why? What the hell is Skullbreaker again? It's like the bleed stun thing? Yes. And Stormclaw, okay. Was it like scaling with level or what? To post dancing nice build, process leveling to endgame. I guess I could upload my leveling playthrough from the PTR. Yeah, I did like basically an entire run from like 1 to Paragon 200 or something with dancing knives, pretty much. Will the Paragon boss or maximum be updated on the 4th? Yeah, I mean, we're gonna update the planner and then we're gonna push out the guides and when the embargo lifts. You know, there's like a lot of new guides, like we have no Spiritborn guides on the site right now. So the Spiritborn guides will go live, or like, you know, whatever, as they are ready basically. Maybe not all of them are ready. And then, yeah, our other writers, they're also instructed to publish the Season 6 guides for the other classes, starting from the 4th, when the embargo lifts. Fashion says they added 50 pit levels. Yeah, it seems like they did. And on the campfire chat, they actually said that there is something after 100, so. For a centipede, potency, damage temper does it affect touch of death while it's a core skill. Yeah, making it a core skill does not remove the potency. Attack. Yeah, I will post Dance Nice build, don't worry. Oh, fix an issue where Tyrion's might could be spammed more quickly than intended when being used with channel skills. That's nice. And I heard they also fixed like the same thing with Whirlwind and Dust Devils and stuff. So are they fixing Dance of Knives spamming though? Fixed an issue where Fist of Fate was not triggering its effect in multiple cases. Oh, I wonder if this means that it works now for Andariels, because previously Fist of Fate did not work for Andariels. He just used it for a lucky hit. That's nice, if that's true. Oh, we finally reached the end of 201, guys. Fixed an issue where Temerity was not getting the proper numbers of shield based on healing. Nice. Oh shit. They did it. Okay, they did it for the 3rd time. Let's be fair. But they did it. So I wonder if it actually works now. So previously Temerity was really bad because it only scaled with base life, which would be worse than it was in the expansion because our base life is very low and your regular life is like a lot more. But if that actually works with your, you know, proper life values now, Temerity is a really good item. I'm gonna put this in builds. Fix the issue where hero data was not displaying healing received from willpower. Okay. Fix an issue where damage bonus from Dark Dance aspect was displayed as multiplicative instead of additive in the tooltip. What? I know that Dark Dance was giving less than expected. But what the fuck is that change? It's like the only additive aspect in the game. Or what? What? What the fuck? Okay. Alright, we went for a 201, guys. Let's see the rest. So people keep talking about Victimize. Wait, actually these passions are much smaller. 202. Okay. Is Rogue dead now? No. I mean, they seem to barely nerf anything on Rogue. And Rogue had the overall most powerful builds, I guess, outside of stuff like Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear is probably dead. Druid has no chance, Barb has no chance. Necro has Blood Artisans and Bone Spirit stuff. And that's about it. And both these builds are like really finicky high-end builds. Yeah, so Rogue looks like the overall best outside of Spiritborn stuff. Alright, let's see 202. So I guess you have to look at everything now, right? So let's see. All classes. Legendary aspect values now have a separate cap between ancestral and non-ancestral. Now the maximum values for aspects can only be found on ancestral items. Previously, maximum of aspects can be found much earlier on. This made the decision into ancestral items less exciting. Are they talking about like the aspects that had like 16 and now 21 ranks? Or are they talking about aspects that had like 3 ranks, like the Storm Chaser aspect? Maybe you can only get like Storm Chaser aspect for the Tornado Druids, for example, had only 3 ranks. And I think that became 5. I'm not sure. So I wonder if like now I can only get to 2 and then 3, 4, 5 is like ancestral only or something. Season of Dex users, yeah, basically. Okay. That's a nice buff for the Seer rune. That's also a very nice buff for the Evade rune. That's a nice buff for the Moni rune. And, okay. I mean, 200 offering is not little. I wonder if you could actually make like a rogue build around this with like the Siphon Victuals. Is that... They buffed the CC rune, okay. Deal damage after taking none for 5 seconds. It's now 2 seconds. And 200, so that's 100 per offering per second. Okay, pretty good. And this is a very good rune now. Every 5% of resources spent gives you 5 offering. So if you spend 100% resources, you get 100 offering. Oh shit, that's a lot. What? Like for builds that like, you know, spend the resources like every second entirely and refill it, or even faster than that, you can get like hundreds of offering per second, man. Holy dude. Okay. Vex. 7 seconds, but it costs more now. Sun. Gar. Okay, it just mentions what here, but nothing changed. Sal, max HP buffed, cool. More movement speed, 35% movement speed now, kinda cool. Big Earthquake, 280%. I'm not sure how much Earthquake is usually, but all these like flat damage. Dude, 325% for the stun grenade. Look at that buff. I wonder if it scales with the aspects, I don't know if it does. That one is going to be smoking with Capelleca Spiritborn. Yeah, the resource one. Yeah, if you make a build where, you know, like with Capelleca, for example, you spend all of your resources all the time, yeah. You get like 300 offering per second, 400 offering per second or something. It was scanning on a PTR. This could actually be kind of strong then for Grenade Rogue. Grenade Rogue was actually not weak. Looks like it's gonna be overshadowed by Death Trap or something, but on the PTR, I think this Grenade Rogue was definitely able to go to like T100. Meteorites. Huge buff. Pestilence Swarm, 300%, okay. Could be worth it. Okay, change tooltips. Okay, what else? Lightning Spear, only 12. Okay, Enlightenment. Okay, we saw that. Spending Energy. We saw that. Yeah, this is insane. I wonder if this is a typo. But okay. Unique items. Teleport size affix replaced by chance or teleport to deal double damage. Okay. I guess teleport size is already a tempo, right? Okay. So Fracture Winter Glass, we saw that. A new utility recipe for incinerate size, meteor size, and firewall size has been added. That's nice. Chance for Inferno to double damage. Okay. Lightning Spear, okay. Burning Instinct buffed. Okay. Inferno Hordes. We made several changes to ensure Inferno Horde remains a fun and rewarding activity. Our changes address not being able to target around specific unique items on a consistent basis. Yeah, this was a huge problem, I think, in Inferno Hordes. Like, it was so much easier to get the uniques from bosses than it was from Inferno Hordes. Scrolls of Restoration. Okay, they talked about this in the campfire. Chest of equipment has been removed. Council boss drop stuff. So I guess you just do Infernal Hordes. You open the equipment chest, and then you do materials or gold. I wonder how valuable this will be compared to other sources now. So the chest of equipment has been removed, and the item chest has been removed. Nice. Okay. The number of ways will be randomly rolled on Infernal compasses, and all runs will have a maximum revive count of 4. Okay. Okay, there's like a lot of like copy pasta here. Anyway. A new key binding has been added to change from run to walk. Woohoo! We can do RP walk now on mouse and keyboard. Paragon not displays properly on character nameplates. Okay. Gems and roots can now be freely sold without needing to visit a jeweler. Oh. What? I'm trying to socket a gem into a 2-socket item that's already full. The bottom gem will be removed. And the new gem will become the top gem. If I try to socket a gem into an item that has one or more runes in it, all runes are automatically removed. Also, this is also true when socketing runes into an item that contains gems. Additionally, unsocketing no longer costs gold to perform. Oh, that's cool. That's a really nice change, man. And definitely needed, man. Like when I was testing like the rune stuff, and you had like this entire inventory of runes, and then you have to like, you don't know all the icons, right? You just have to look at them and like, okay, which one is this? Where did my rune just go that I unsocketed? That was really awful. That's actually a really nice change. I like that. Gotta write this down. The delay spawn of hordes. Every wave at hordes is like a 10-second time with no monster spawning. I don't think that's a problem. Infernal compasses can no longer be crafted. I mean, in general, I would expect the rewards of the Infernal Hordes to be way tuned down outside of the unique items. I don't think we're gonna be expected to be stuck in Infernal Hordes all day long. I think that was a very good move to make it drop only. And honestly, it's fine if it's rewarding, but it should be rare. I think that's better than having too many compasses and having it kind of be shit. I'd rather just like, you know, 5% of the time I do Infernal Hordes and it's really good. And every time I find a compass, I'm gonna be happy. I think that would be much better. Unsocketing no longer costs gold, same changes in the free. I mean, this is mostly just a quality of life feature, because this runes socketing was really awful. Like every time I want to swap out my item or something, or swap out a rune, then they fly into my inventory, and then there's like 30 other runes and I have to find them. It was awful. And now it's just like, take the one you want, put it in, boom, you know? That's cool. Blacksmith cash costs 5 forgotten souls to craft. Log out, okay. Okay, we saw the mythic crafting. Runes are not guaranteed to be dropped from the following sources. Boss encounters throughout the Vessel of Hated campaign. Whisper caches of world bosses. And first time reward for clearing a stronghold. Magic runes only. Oh, that's kinda cool as well. Okay, guaranteed runes from campaign, whispers, world bosses. First strongholds. Kinda cool. Fixation when a Rumble legendary Paragonaut had an inaccurate tooltip. Fixation where Broadcliff didn't properly grant its legendary bonus. Fixation where Bark Vampires and Tougher Snails could double dip, which resulted in extreme amounts of thorns being granted. Okay. So this was the infinite damage bug, right? Okay. Fixation where Druid legendary notes Devastation and Thunderstruck did not function. They mean Earth and Devastation, right? Yes, okay. Oh, so they both fixed. Easy. Fixation where the Lightning Storm double damage damaging efforts did not trigger Nature's Fury. I mean, that's kind of useless now anyway. Fixation where the 4th threat strike from the aspect of Agile would always critically strike. Fixation where Poison Giver could be recast via one with nature each time the player adjusted Paragon points, skill points, or changed equipment. What the hell? Fixation where Stormclaw aspect would make rings invisible. That's it for Necros. One in entry, guys. Fixation where Abyssal Glyph did not grant its bonus to non-physical attacks. Okay. This is like... Wait, what? So it was just not working? Need to make every person in a group pay with mats for Ubers and Rifts. I mean, they are introducing more target farming and more SSF friendly tools right now, so I guess we'll see how it goes. I wouldn't really expect them to like nerf the group play boss farming very much right now. But yeah, like my suggestion for that would be like, I think it would be fine to like allow people to leech off each other with the boss mats. But you know, people that leech and that don't pay for the boss summon, that maybe they only have like, you know, a quarter of the loot or something, right? I think that something like that would be okay. So it's still kind of worth it, but it's not like OP to do party all the time. Okay, Rogue. Fixed an issue where stacks of advanced flurry could be lost after healing, evading, or another skill was automatically cast. The advanced flurry is the one where you deal more damage. Interesting, okay. Fixed an issue where Poison Cloud aspects could trigger lucky hits. F. Okay. Fixed an issue where duration of Dance of Nice was shorter than intended. I wonder if that is the fix to the spam tapping. So maybe they just force you to dance for at least 1 second when you click it. On the other hand, this would also feel kind of clunky, right? Like you have to dance for 1 second, you can't do it shorter. But maybe this is what they've done now. They force you to do 1 second. Okay, Sorcerer. Okay. Fix the issue where the increased chance to spawn a familiar was not displayed in familiar description after acquiring the Enchantment Master Legendary Paragon Note. Fix the issue where free frozen upcasts on the enchantment effect could be triggered when casting skills on cooldown while channeling Incinerate. Does Incinerate still have that behavior where like spam tap it, you can get all frozen upcasts actually? The patch is out, it's just the patch notes. We're not playing yet. Fix an issue where large numbers could become illegible in vendor and crafter menus. Fix an issue where the description of Requisite Blood did not properly display how many would be used. Okay. Fix an issue where the stealth effect for Shroud of False Death wouldn't be broken by mercenaries or minions dealing damage. Fix an issue where the stealth effect for Shroud of Death could be rendered by summoned boss from spawning. Okay. Fix an issue where progression could become blocked for eyes of the enemy quests and trying to place Locran's talisman. Okay. Oh, here, fix an issue where the guaranteed critical strike and overpower from the Quacks and Sunroost could be consumed by non-damaging abilities. That's kind of cool. Wait, I know Xan. Which one is the Quacks rune? Ah. Yo. Dude, I wonder if we can actually like make some kind of giga OP setup. Actually, maybe I should have done this all along, I just realized. For the Soul Rift build. Just combine those two. Like, Soul Rift is definitely like a prime candidate for this stuff. The next non-basic skills spends all your primary resources to up to 100% increased damage. If that works as Soul Rift explosions, that's actually kind of nutty. It's going to get guaranteed crit, overpower, and 100% damage. It's huge. I kind of feel like they're trying to tone down the builds because they want to push our rating content to make it feel better to play group play. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a bit of a problem, right, when you have like massive gaps between player power and builds and stuff like that, and then you try to make them group up and, you know, actually have people contribute instead of just one guy carrying everyone. I mean, the tournament difficulty system kind of, you know, solves for that already, right? Because if you are in Tournament 3 and you look for a party in Tournament 3, then you can kind of expect that everyone is kind of on a similar level, right? So I guess that works. It'll just be a problem in Tournament 4 at some point, when people are too powerful for Tournament 4, and then you have like massive gaps. But if you are too powerful for Tournament 4, I guess you're just going to destroy the raid anyway. They're calling it raid when it's still only a party of 4. I'm not sure if Blizzard actually calls it a raid. I haven't heard them say raid, I believe. I think it's mostly a player thing. Okay, fix the issue where legendary aspects and temporary affects that are not usable by your class would occasionally function when using a skill of another class or your wound words. As part of this fix, classes will no longer be able to equip items with tempering or legendary affixes that are class specific for another class. Oh. Wait, what about Warcry boots though? Okay, so you don't have to farm a Necromancer anymore for Ultimate cooldown. Foundation where classes could sometimes unintentionally benefit from affixes and legendary because they're class specific. Example would just be Sorcerer benefiting from Warcry legendary items that belong to Barbarians. We find the design space interesting, particularly with rune words being added to the game, and may explore these kind of synergies in the future. Currently, we do not believe it's healthy to farm items and affixes on one class to benefit a different one. Okay. Various performance, UI, visual, and stability improvements. Alright. Well, what does that tell us, though? Still playable. Typo. Okay, position helm, multi-fixed, monster health. Okay, unsocketing gems and runes, guaranteed runes from campaign. It's kinda cool. Dance of knives. Okay, what was that again? Fix the issue where the duration of Dance of Knives was shorter than intended. Adam Fletcher tweeted that elemental constellation isn't a typo. Okay, in that case, OP, I guess. That seems crazy. Do you have any interest in PoE Gauntlet? I'm very interested in PoE Gauntlet, but I have zero time to play or watch it right now. Jason Bentley did have lead raid designer as his title on a campfire stream. Okay, interesting. I guess like the first like official mention of raid in that case. Yo, AG, thanks for Prime. That's a lot of patch notes. I mean, they gave us 2 patches at once, so... One is the 201, like the PTR update patch, and the other one is like the day 1, like, patch that we're gonna download on Tuesday, I guess. Bounty claimed its first victim. Nice one, Gus. What was the bounty again? Wait, I don't think I read that actually earlier. Let me check. $500 for the killing Uber Codex with maximum of 1 cluster jewel. That doesn't seem like such a crazy bounty. Is it like a huge like cluster meta or something? Like what? But yeah, anyway, it's always great to see, I guess. Remember the attack speed nerf in D3? It's the same situation here. I mean, the attack speed nerf in Diablo 3 happened a long time ago. Actually, over 12 years ago. And it was not due to lags or something like that. It was just that attack speed was just like a way overtuned stat on all of the gear. It was just like way better than any other stat. So they nerfed it. It was meant to murder Ben again. Okay. Sneaky. I mean, he only has 1 boss left, right? He only has to do Maven, I heard. So let's see. Alright, anything else that was in the patch notes that I should write down here that was like important? Guys, what do you say? Lots of rune buffs. I guess you can mention. Extreme situations. Changes for rogue. Triggered effects like victimize. Let's see, alchemist. So who knows? Okay. Put on victimize. That stacks up rocks into 1. May feel clunky. Okay. What else? Necro wither board cap now in effect. Shadow dot. Okay. Hand of Fate fixed. Oh yeah, Fist of Fate. Fist of Fate right now work for everything. Buff. So maybe, maybe not, I guess. Okay, the crafting we got already. Art, Infinite, Thorns, fixed. Druid, Earthen, Devastation, and Thunderstruck now work again. Many shred buffs, I should mention. Quarks and Sun runes, I guess. Should probably be called out here specifically. Next fire damage. Next non-basic and guaranteed crit plus OP. No longer consumed by non-damage abilities. That's kind of cool. So you can cast like curses and stuff like that. Shouts. Oh yeah, the temper stuff. So tempering and legend and aspects. Oops. Class tempers and aspects no longer possible. So they didn't talk about stats. Stats may still work. Like Warcry boots. But that's unintended. So they clearly don't want us to farm on the bar for Warcry boots to then play another class. But they didn't mention stats now. Only tempers and affixes. Legendary affixes. Please share tribute screenshot. Wait a minute. Wait. Where was it? I have this here. This one. 25. Okay. Something called Gauntlet is being removed from the game. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. Rip Gauntlet. See that? That's the only legacy we have from the Gauntlet. But I will forever have it on the wall. Okay, let's go through this again one more time to see if I missed something. Can we get a close-up? No, it's taped. I can't easily remove it and put it back. But I might have a picture of it somewhere. I think I might have posted it. Wait a minute. Maybe Chronix knows where to find it. I might have posted it somewhere on Twitter, actually. Didn't I? No, I did not, actually. Fuck. I thought I did post it somewhere, but it's not in my Twitter timeline. Why is it not in a frame? We put it in like foliage, I think it's called. So it is protected at least, so we can still put it in a frame, I guess, if I want to, but for now we have it like this. In campfire, the set potion healing turns into healing received, but patch notes say it turns into max health. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like an upgrade, actually. So maybe some stuff was a bit outdated there, or maybe like some notes turned into healing received, and some turned into health. Kids in mine. Sure. Don't forget to look at the Season 6 webpage. What do we have there? Okay, I'm just looking for like the last notes I have to add here. Page 50 tiers extra. I think I mentioned that already, right? Okay, that's the one from Chronix. He has fucking signatures all over the place. Log in. So he has a Necro one. Or what? No, what is this? Is this a group one? Wait, where did you get it? This looks a bit different. So my is a rogue one. It has like a bow there and the top sticking out. But otherwise it has like the same style. See a frame, yes. Log in. Yeah, it's really cool. It's like hand drawn by an artist that I hired. There was like this was the gauntlet prize here. This is what they're saying here. So I got one of them. If we hit like rank 1 in the gauntlet in week 3 and 4, in both weeks, all the rank 1s got a prize like this. So I have one of those. It's this one. Okay, this is kind of worth mentioning here. Duria and Dario have double the chance of mythics. Chance for Nix to roll Ancestral has been significantly increased. I think I mentioned this at the start somewhere, right? Triple Ancestral chance for Nix, okay. Okay, lots of rune changes here. We mentioned all that. Jula, okay, Jula is now level 1. Okay. Whisper casters and Hunter chests give more experience scaling with difficulty. Whisperers. That's Helltide chests. More XP difficulty. So that's kind of interesting. So you can farm Cinders and then change difficulty and open chests. And you can also farm Whispers, change difficulty and turn in. I wonder if it's worth it. Whisper turn in is actually kind of large XP boost, so it might be worth. I'll try that, I think, when the time comes. Squirtle login. Yes, I did it, by the way. Okay, there's maximum resistance on the Paragons, but I mean, I guess it will remain relatively minor. Armor nodes buffed. Okay, so we saw this kind of stuff here, lots of Paragon changes. Lots of smaller Paragon changes. Node adjustments. Okay. Everything big here. Thank you, Bumblebee. Appreciate that. So what do you think about the changes? Trap size. I really wonder how much that is. That's gonna feel nice though to have some trap size. I wonder if that actually affects Death Trap as well. The trap size. That'd be cool. If Death Trap is larger, there's no way to make Death Trap larger currently, I believe. So that's kind of huge. If that's just trap size and includes Death Trap. Most of these bug fixes are not really huge and worth mentioning, I believe. have to have petition already. Okay, I think I got everything. That's kind of interesting here. Aspect of resistance, generic utility aspect. So we didn't have that before, I guess, so this might be worth mentioning. New aspect for mercenaries. Reinforcement. Cooldown. Outcast. Mighty throw buffs, actually. Mighty throw already looks like by far the best buff build, and buffing it further. Mighty throw will be pretty strong now. Did I mention this already? Actually, wait a minute. Druid. Companion, yes. I guess we can just mention this. He actually Mighty Throw buffed. The mightiest of Q-tips. Triple GA, save Triple GA and Eternal. No, you don't save anything on Eternal. The only thing you want to save on Eternal is materials, boss summoning mats, and gold. Everything else is irrelevant. Okay. Starlight is a bit buff, but I think that's not really worth mentioning here. Groundstorm is good for leveling. Bold Chieftain Man. Shout, Druid. So, yeah. Small buffs. I mean, okay. Wild Heart Hunger, this was already there. Earthbreaker. Lust for Carnage. Access for Guidance. Reap. And homie, thank you man. Appreciate it. 14 months, how are you going? Companion build is buff, but 3 seasons after they don't want to fix the wrong tags of werewolves. Yeah, I'm not sure why they don't want to fix the tags and they just keep buffing it. It's stupid. It's like, okay, you have to know that all this stuff is not working the way that it says it works. And then you have to play the build completely differently from what is actually intuitive. And then they take that build and buff it. Like, what? Man. It is what it is, I guess. Dude, soon, man, soon. Invigorating strike. 95%, we're almost there. Okay. Mending Obscurity, Icy Alchemist, Ravagers. That's actually kind of interesting. With Victimized Nerf, I guess we can mention Shadow Step. Can't wait for Spin to win Rogue. Yeah, I hope it's still gonna feel good though. But if the intention is to just hold it down forever, and then like the minimum duration is like, let's say they give it like a 1 second minimum duration or something, right? And then you are forced to spend 1 charge. And this means you can't do like the, you know, inner side spamming anymore, and you can't do like the spamming in general anymore. I think this probably makes the most sense to just give like a fixed 1 second minimum duration every time you press it, and then you can't do the spam tapping anymore. That's probably the best way to fix it. But then they didn't really buff it enough. Like, the build would be quite weaker, I guess. Okay, I mean, it was very powerful. I mean, I'll just say if the co-op rate was in the preview build. I don't know. I didn't read the NDA that precisely, so I just choose to not say anything. Shadow Step leveling build? Nah, not really. Because you need, first of all, you need the temper for the Shadow Step cleave, and then you also need the Ravager aspect, which is the drop only aspect. So, not really. But Shadow Step is actually a viable build on its own. Not like a top tier build, I would say, but it was okay. It just got buffed a bit. Yeah, the Bloodwave Necro looks like the strongest build right now. If there were no other like fixes to Blood Artisan's Keras, it doesn't look like it was. Blood Artisan Keras. Black mentioned. Spirit. Okay. That's kind of big here. The Bulwark works with Max Life plates. I guess it's kind of worth mentioning. So Earth Bulwark is actually playable. Is Death Terror going to be the strongest Rouge build? It's not unlikely. On the PTR it was probably number 2, and they did nerf Victimize, and they probably nerfed Dance. So yeah, it seems like nothing really happened to Death Trap. In fact, Death Trap might have gotten better, comparably, because there's like a trap size Paragon node now, which might affect Death Trap to make it larger, which is kind of cool. And then, okay, like everything got nerfed, you know, across the board, but I don't think that Death Trap got nerfed more than other stuff. So yeah, I think Death Trap is actually really good. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I actually wrote the Maxwell guide for Death Trap already, so I just need to tweak it again. And I'm gonna like pump it out, I guess, in 2 days or something. Yeah, the Lightning Spear nerf is huge for it. Should affect nades, you can make them into traps. Yeah, but grenades you already play with 100% extra size. But you don't really have trap size, you know. There is Caltrops size temper, but it's like an offensive temper, and you don't really want to do it. So you usually go to Caltrops duration and then whatever you need for your build. And you skip the Caltrops size, but yeah. Death Trap size doesn't exist at all. And now you're gonna have it on Paragon, so I wonder how big it's gonna be. How the Soak still gonna be viable? I mean, they didn't nerf Shatter, or fix Shatter rather. Shatter fix. Okay. Snare Glyph. But I think it doesn't affect Death Trap, does it? Yeah, non-ultimate. It says non-ultimate. So yeah, this might be the only way to buff the death trap size. Does poison damage count as non-physical? Yes. Poison is part of non-physical. Like if you have non-physical, you'll get cold, fire, lightning, poison, shadow. But if you're talking about like a mixture, for example, then poison counts once, and then non-physical counts multiple times. I did see the lightning spear stuff, yeah. And lightning spear is quite nerfed. Thanks, Hick. Appreciate that. Bursting Venoms, lucky hit nerf, I guess it's worth mentioning. Bursting Venoms, lucky hit nerfs. We don't know how much though, so. Incinerate, size, temper. Let me just mention this, yeah. Flamescar. Incinerate. Thanks, Hick. Appreciate the Prime too. They have all the stuff for grenades and uniques, but it's never been a real build. Then you should look at max roll. If you are not aware. I think Grenade Rogue is actually going to be like a pretty solid A-tier build or something. And especially if the changes to the grenade there, it might be even better with the runes. Andy Datch. Yeah, I think Andy might actually be better than Victimize again. So on the PTR, Andarius was a bit weaker than Victimize builds. Basically with the same setups. Just one was crit, one was poison. And now they nerfed Victimize and there's some other shenanigans. So maybe Andariel wins again now. Flurry Grenade or Dance of Nice Grenades, which will be better. Actually, neither of them. It's a Smoke Grenade spam build. It's kind of fun actually. I have a planner on my Discord, and we have DZ who is taking over the grenade guide from me for Season 6 and rewriting it for the expansion. And he told me he basically would do a very similar setup to what I made on the PTR. But yeah, Grenade Rogue was pretty powerful. Oculus, Metamorphosis, chance to deal double damage and guaranteed overpower crit and Tar Russia. Taylor Mentalist build. So with Metamorphosis, it allows you to like do you teleport Nova, but you can control where it goes, or how does it work exactly when you do Metamorphosis in Oculus? With Mercs putting mobs in, you could stack mobs and drop piles of grenades a lot easier. Yeah, but the Mercenary pulling is like very long cooldown and stuff, so I wouldn't rely on that. You can pull in enemies much more reliably with like Shroud of Kanduras, for example, or even Death Trap. You probably must want to go Death Trap anyway because you need no witnesses. I think this might be worth mentioning in Barb section. Materials, mind, whirlwind, spam, fixed. Temerity fixed. That's actually kind of huge. Not sure where I should put that. Temerity fixed. Round 3, so who knows. Okay. Dark Dance. Okay, this is like the weirdest patch now, man. Fixed in Asia where damage bonus on Dark Dance aspect was displayed as multi-glyph instead of additive. Yikes. Why don't they just like fix it and make it multi? That's like every other aspect in the game. How about that? Round 3, yeah, I mean, I don't know, they fixed Temerity at least twice, I think, already, so who knows? Maybe it's, if it's actually working, man, I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna be optimistic and say it works. And with that assumption, I wonder if I'm gonna put it into some builds now. I'll definitely look for some opportunities for Temerity. Temerity could be huge. Okay, Oculus Metamorphosis makes the teleport controllable. Okay, so you don't metamorph, you just teleport, but it allows you to go where you want. Is that what he's saying? Northfar Season 6 Incinerate build is finally coming. Oh boy. I wonder what he's gonna say about that. We have Panda Glassjaw now, also writing for Max Roll for Sorg. So those two are gonna do our Sorg guides, and I'm not sure like how swamped Panda is. Maybe he would do it. Northfar seems really against doing an Incinerate guide. So that one Rouge still alive? Nah, he died earlier in a pit 61. The unlimited flurry more can use any core skill. Yeah, flurry is actually worse now. They also changed the tempo for flurry from hit twice to double damage, which is like a big nerf to a lucky hit and stuff. So it's not really a reason to run flurry at all anymore. In fact, Twisting Blades still has hit twice tempo, right? Yeah, Twisting Blades has hit twice and flurry has double damage. Wait a minute. Flurry. Wait. Ah, okay. Wait, what? Agile augments deleted and then new agile augments. There it is. It's kind of weird, but okay. And then flurry chance of hit twice has been changed for chance of flurry to deal double damage. Yeah, and as far as I know, I'm not sure if, did we have any other examples like double damage? We had dash, smoke, blade shift, and death trap. So I kind of doubt that anyone actually tested something like dash, poison imbuement. Does it double the poison? Like, we know from Wind Force that it says deal double damage, it does not work with poison. But maybe the double damage does work with poison. With the temper at least. But I don't think that anyone knows if it does. And we can't test it now, so that sucks. Oof. Okay, I understand enough. How bad do you expect the Victorious nerfs to affect builds? Well, numerically, it doesn't really seem nerfed too much. I guess it will be indirectly nerfed more than other builds because it was double dipping on 3 separate glyphs. And all glyphs are nerfed, so the double dipping will be reduced. So I think that victimized builds will in general suffer a bit more than the others. And then it has like this weird cooldown they added, which, I mean, who knows how this will feel. Probably not great, but maybe if the cooldown is short enough, it's fine. So yeah, I expect Victimize will still be pretty good. But I think Death Trap might just be a better build now. Yeah, I'm also worried about the cooldown. We don't know how much the cooldown is, so. Now we'll have to rely on secondhand info. I guess once the season comes out, or the NDA lifts with the embargo, then we can see. Okay. Level 1. Cliffs are beginning nerfed, main sub bonus back. Okay, Paragon. Lots of small node updates. Okay. Burn hordes. Okay, big wards. Crafting. Okay, barb. Core skills buffed. Okay. I should probably move some of this class specific stuff around here. So let's just have like our sections here. Up infinite fawns fixed. Okay, Mighty Throw, we had that. New aspect for mercenaries. Whatever. We did this. Whispers and Helltide chests. Kinda cool. I guess we can do this here. Fist of Fate may now work for everything. That's kinda huge. I guess especially in Rogue. Did our classes really use it? I guess we should put it in generic. Okay. I'm not gonna start a Rogue next season. Earth and Devastation and Thunderstruck is kinda huge. Dance of Knives. Who knows? Lots of rune buffs. I think that's might be worth mentioning here. Guaranteed runes from campaign, whispers, world bosses, and strongholds. That's kind of cool. Unstocking gems can be done in anywhere. That's kind of cool as this as well. Okay, monster health and elites buffed. I guess we should mention that. Okay. Addition helm multi fixed. That goes here as well. We have like the unique section, I guess. Durian and Dariel. Okay, we have this as well. Lightning Spear, quadruple nerf, man. Holy. Bitch. Shadowbug not mentioned. Okay. Many shred buffs. Of class tempers, okay. I should probably expert this up a little bit more here. If the name dimension changes or the difficulty changes or something. Rip Gauntlet. Okay, and the renown changes. Okay. Gauntlet, patent, difficulty. Maybe I should do some difficulty section here. So you do Penitent. Then all the boss stuff. So Torment 4 equals Pit 80. That's kind of interesting. I like that though. Maybe it's just something like uniques. Okay, so something like that. Generic stuff is kind of big, but okay. The others is kind of small. Alright. Can we play the season without the expansion? You can, actually. They allow you to make seasonal characters and even, like, group up, I guess. But you cannot go anywhere with, like, you know, the new content and the new zone and all that stuff. So realistically, it's going to be very scuffed. Pit 80 now was Pit 100 the difficulty in PTR. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they meant exactly. Do I have a screenshot of this? Let me check. So there was like some screenshot with the difficulty. Here, that was actually the first screenshot. So Torment goals. Torment 1, all content is available. Torment 4, aspiration or main stat reversion. Mercenary glyphs, okay. Yeah, difficulty, tier, capability comparison. Normal, normal. Torment 1, penitent. Torment 2, Torment 1, Torment 3, Torment 2, Torment 4, Torment 3. Pit 80, Torment 4. Okay, so I don't think that they actually made Torment 4 into Pit 80. But I think they just like, you know, with like all the life buffs to the monsters and whatever, and the nerfs to the players, I guess this is probably what they mean here. So I don't think that they actually have to do Pit 80 to unlock Torment 4. Spin Twin Rogue is not that, no. Did it say if the Gauntlet is returning or going away? Yeah, they said the Gauntlet is dead. No, there is no Torment 5. It's just a comparison here. So they did not actually make you... They did not change Pit 80 is now the entry level for Torment 4. Right now it's like Pit 65 is Torment 4 unlock. And I think that will still be the case. It's just that what we played on the PTR, anything that could do Pit 80 would be the new Torment 4 now. And anything that could do Pit 100 on the PTR would be doing Pit 80 now. Yeah. Okay. I guess that makes it a bit more clear then. How we get a pit leaderboard or something. Yeah, if they make the pit a bit more interesting to push, that would be fun. I think right now, even if you get the leaderboard for the pit, it's gonna be kind of ugh. Because compared to like D3 pushing, pit pushing is just not really as fun. How are you ready on for Torment 4 if you can only clear 64? Yeah, I mean, okay, if you like struggle your way and then, you know, barely clear like a 65 to unlock Torment 4, you don't really want to go to Torment 4. So you want to get like another, you know, let's say 3 times stronger from that point, and then you can probably go to Torment 4 comfortably. But yeah, I mean, if, you know, just need to progress further and do it. At least you can maybe push your glyphs early a little bit and stuff. Should we do a little recording? I think we do it. And then we can put it on YouTube in the morning. We've been sitting here for a long time now. Holy, the patch notes. That was a long stream today for my recent standards. Okay, let's do it, I guess. Gonna do live recording, guys. So I'm gonna do like a little YouTube introduction and say hi everyone and these kind of things. So let's do that. And then we have our notes. Let's put them here. Gonna make this a bit smaller, I guess, so that okay, that works. We have a bit more here. What does resolve generated stuff mean in a planner? Well, what it suggests is that when you get resolve, you get more. We start a character in the expansion, story for level 1. Yeah, I mean, new season means level 1. You always start level 1. And then you can skip the normal campaign and do the expansion campaign. The expansion campaign gives you the mercenaries, apparently gives you runes, gives you like lots of XP and all that stuff. So you do that. Okay guys, we're gonna do live recording for YouTube. So we have a little summary here as always. Unfortunately we can't do a hi YouTube because for some reason my chat is broken. I'm not sure why. But my chat on stream is broken, so no hi YouTube. Anyway. Hi everyone, and also a hi from Twitch chat to everyone on YouTube. Unfortunately my Twitch chat is broken, so I'm just gonna say that from my chat to YouTube. We just had a campfire chat for the expansion. And I have, as always, corrected some notes about this and give you a bit of like a summary here of what is going on. It was a pretty long one, so I will try to condense it as much as possible. I try to keep these notes as short as possible. We do have 2 separate batches of patch notes at once that we got here. You see they have the same date, which is the patch 201 and the patch 202. So I'll also link the full patch notes if you want to check them out. It took a while to go through them. Basically, one are the updates from the PTR and the other one are the day 1 patch that is going to hit with the expansion launch on Tuesday, basically. There's no Spiritborn stuff in there. They did show a brief update on, you know, some of the skills and some of the uniques, but that was about it. I have screenshots of those that I will show you. And most of the other stuff here is about existing classes and general game updates and difficulty changes. There's actually a lot of stuff in there. You might have seen also maybe of my feedback video, for example, where I talked a lot about points that I would like to see addressed. A lot of them were actually addressed, some of them were not, so we'll see. Overall, it definitely looks like there's a massive reduction in player power, and for example, breaking into Torment 4 will be relatively difficult for most not like Omega Blaster builds. So I expect definitely most people to kind of be in the range of somewhere of like Torment 2 to Torment 3 with most of their builds until you actually have like really good stuff available and then maybe break into Torment 4 later on. So that's just like what I expect to happen for, you know, the general population. I think the blasters will probably get to Torment 4 anyway, but it will depend a little bit on what is the exact scaling, how much are the exact nerfs, and then there might be, you know, bugs and, you know, undocumented changes and so on. There's also a bunch of changes here that we don't know how they will really affect builds. For example, Victimize, we know it was nerfed. We don't really know how much exactly and these kind of things. Probably not really the worst, and I think Spin to Win Rogue is going to be fine. On the other hand, we have, for example, Lightning Spear Sorg that just got like really hit with the nerf bad. I mean, nerf was definitely in order. Maybe it was over nerfed. We'll see. It was very powerful, to be fair. So even multiple nerfs are probably something you can get away with and still play the build. But yeah, outside of that, it looks like if they don't really Omega nerf a lot of stuff on Spiritborn, Spiritborn is going to be quite powerful. What a surprise. but that remains to be seen when the embargo lifts for the early access for the expansion that a lot of people are playing, including myself right now. So you're gonna hear about that on the 4th of October. But until then, we have this here, and we're gonna go through this as we have these notes right now from the campfire chat. So we started with general, then a bunch of item updates, difficulty updates, paragon changes, and then there's also a bunch of crafting stuff, the new systems like the Dark Citadel and Enquiries. I'm gonna go over those real quick, and then class changes here. So this is kind of the order of things. So let's start with the general stuff. Renown 5 is now useless. They've changed it to paragon points being at step 4, which means that for the expansion for the new zone, you only have to go to 4 to get the paragon points, and then 5 should be the obels. So you can kind of skip that if you want. That's kind of nice. You're going to get it done really fast. Tales of Acrats are going to be the new statues, and they only give renown the way it sounds, no stats. So that's kind of cool as well. You don't have to go and click them. Gauntlet is going to disappear permanently, so that's kind of interesting. But they did say that they are looking into, bringing leaderboards back in some other fashion. This is something that they have not really, any specifics for right now, but it sounds like something is coming at least, so that's cool. They updated the progression a little bit, so you can now temper normal legendaries twice and masterworked into 8. Previously there was 1 and 4, so that's a pretty huge step up, and I want to talk about this a little bit. This means that when you get to level 60, you will actually have a much easier time breaking into Torment 1 and Torment 2 when you don't have even any ancestral in your gear yet. And when I played on a PTR, for example, there was a massive gap between normal and ancestral legendaries. And now this gap will be much smaller thanks to the double temper in particular. I think the 8 masterworking will not be such a huge impact, because by the time that they actually manage to get those materials for the masterworking, you will probably have ancestrals. But there will be cases where, for example, you have a really good unique that you need and you just can't get an ancestral version of it yet. Then in that case you might want to masterwork that up or so. Either way, really good change. I like that about these changes here. They also made it much more common to get ancestral uniques, because uniques are just generally way more rare, and you get mostly get them from the bosses. It was on the PTR, it was almost impossible to get them, so that was really good. Main stat bonus is reverted, so we are back on season 5 levels. On the PTR they had buffed it to ×2, and now it's back to what it was, so this is also another nerf. Overall, they also nerfed glyphs, for example, by, they say, 50% or so. This 50% nerf, and then probably some monster buffs. So we have, for example, this here, monster health is generally increased, elite health is even more increased, and so on. So in the end, I would expect that compared to PTR, stuff is going to be roughly 10 times more difficult on the higher end, less so on the lower levels, but then the higher you go, the more this gap will widen basically, and then I guess on the highest end of builds, something like a ×10. This means that generally stuff is just way more difficult, and as I mentioned, it's going to be way harder to go into Torment 4, for example. So it's going to be really something more high end and something for the more OP builds here. There's, for example, this comparison as well that they did with the difficulty tiers. So on the PTR, for example, the Torment 4 difficulty is now the equivalent of Torment 3, and Pit 80 is now the equivalent of Torment 4. And the Pit 100 on the PTR that a lot of builds were able to do is now Pit 80. So speaking about the Pit, there will be actually more Pit tiers. So they said, first of all, it seems not that likely that people are going to hit 100, but looking at those numbers, I think we will. And there will be more tiers after 100, and they were kind of cheeky about it, so there might be something special going on there. People were speculating cow level and whatnot. Realistically, I guess we'll see what happens, but it sounds kind of funny, at least, that we have more tiers available than we did on the PTR, and they're going to be harder, so we'll see how far we will get. Yeah, that's basically it for how most difficulty scaling will work now. There's some other small things, but we have also this here that we've changed items a little bit, so no impairment reduction. That's kind of cool. Jeweler is accessible at level 1. You can now also remove gems and runes, or swap gems and runes without going to the jeweler. So you can just kind of put them into your item wherever you are, which is really cool. So you pick up an item, you throw in your stuff, and then you replace it as you go. That's kind of nice. And also you don't unstock your runes and they get somewhere lost in your inventory basically. That's really cool. We have some unique updates here, so just some stuff that I found in the patch notes. Temerity seems fixed. That was a long-standing bug that it only worked with base life, but who knows, because they had fixed that 2 times already as far as I know. Fist of Fate may now work for everything, it sounds like it at least, so this did not work for stuff like Andariels. If you only used it, for example, for like a hit proc, that's kind of nice. Perdition Helm was multiplicative. That was a new item that came on the PTR, where he dealt triple damage to demons. That was obviously pretty busted, so that was not intended. Lots of rune buffs and lots of rune nerfs as well, so they nerfed the prime candidates like Warcry and Petrify runes, for example, but they buffed a lot of the other stuff. So generally, this is gonna be a lot more even out. There's a lot more like variety now, and it's gonna be much better, I think. Yeah, off-class tempers and aspects are no longer possible. We don't know about stats. Like, for example, on the PTR, a lot of people were going for like Warcry boots and a Warcry rune, even as a non-barbarian. And we'll see if that is also like prevented now, because they definitely said that they don't want people to do this. So they might also change this. But at least for now, you can't temper stuff like ultimate cooldown from the Necro or something like that. Paragon updates. So in general, there's going to be a lot more juice on the Paragons, especially with glyphs being nerfed. They said that they buffed a lot of the nodes, like everything seems to be like way larger. Also a lot more useful nodes now, so potion healing is gone and these kind of things. So overall, it looks like a good improvement for all classes for the Paragons here. So that will make up a little bit for the nerfs that we got from the glyphs and so on. And it's going to make like leveling to 300 a bit more rewarding, I suppose, compared to where on the PTR it was just like you get to 200 and then you don't really care anymore. And I think you will at least slightly care at this point to get to higher Paragons after that. So that's nice. One thing I should mention here, Durian and Andariel will have double the mythic chance, but they seem like generally lower, at least on the PTR. I did not really get that many, and this will help a little bit here, which is kind of cool. And also those 2 bosses felt generally a bit harder than the others, so to keep that in mind as well. Infernal Hordes are coming back. They were not on the PTR. This was like buggy and stuff, and they kind of disabled it. But the keys will only come from drops now, and the loot is improved. So you get loot from the boss now. The greater chest costs now 200 ether, and there's no small chest anymore. Just the greater, and then materials and gold, and that's it. And the materials chest converts all remaining to materials. The gold chest converts all remaining to gold. That's kind of cool. And you just generally have a bit easier time from the uniques here. But I'm not sure if it's still going to be like really OP for like masterworking mods, for example. And you can get the scroll of retempering there, which allows you to reset your tempers. General reward scaling, Stronghold XP was nerfed a bit from PTR, but it sounds like it's still going to be very good for leveling. So when you play the campaign and you're not level 60 yet, for example, then I guess you might want to do Strongholds on your first character, or like for future characters, you want to do Strongholds as part of your like seasonal level up strategy. It sounds very nice. It was very good on the PTR, even with a nerf, it should be good. They're not establishing everything non-legendary in Torment 1, so more established mods, no yellow items, kind of cool. Glyphs can drop in the pit, so I get them more reliably. You also have scaling XP now for Whispers. I think an interesting strategy could be to complete Whispers on low difficulty really fast, and then switch to high difficulty and turn it in. Maybe that's something to explore here. And generally, you get a lot more Ancestrals. Crafting. This is a pretty interesting update. So on the PTR, we had 2 ways to craft mythic items. One was 1 spark with a bunch of runes, which basically allowed you that, you know, at least for someone who would buy tons of runes, you could just kind of like recycle your sparks. You could craft 1, you establish, you get 1 spark, and so on. So that made us 2 sparks now plus runes, so you can't like infinitely craft with runes. And then there's the 2 sparks for a random mythic. So you can choose to gamble with your 2 sparks, or you can choose 2 sparks and runes to get 1 mythic of your choice. So that's kind of cool, I think. This is kind of also feels a bit like the rune word style from Diablo 2, I like that. And you can also craft your salvage materials into items at the blacksmith, and no other requirement for jeweler. Yeah, so that's mostly of the most of the generic stuff here. Let's talk about the class a little bit. So barbs, they got some buffs mostly. So we have their core skills are buffed in various ways, especially the unique items. Martial Vigor, more damage reduction. Mighty Throw, which looked like the best barb build already, is getting further buffed, so kind of surprising, but here we are. I was expecting maybe a bit stronger core skill buffs. It seems like in the late game, core skills are still gonna fall behind, especially now that they buffed Mighty Throw as well on its own. Infinite Thorns is fixed, so that might be a contender for a really strong build here as well, but I don't really know how strong because it was very buggy on the PTR, and yeah, we don't know exactly. And then Tyrael's Might Whirlwind Spam is also fixed, so that used to be pretty popular in Season 4 and Season 5. That is gone. Druids. So Earth and Devastation and Thunderstruck now work. Apparently they were not working on the PTR at all, but this is functional. A bunch of buffs here, so Companion builds, really strong buffs. Werewolf builds, Shred in particular, very strong buffs. Retaliation aspect, very good. Stormslide looks like it's dead, but Pure Landslide is still there. Shout Druid also looks like it's dead. They changed the Shout aspect for the ring, so that will probably lead to not really being a viable build anymore. Earthen Bulwark is now a good skill, and a bunch of other small stuff. Necro, so we have a bunch of small stuff here and a bunch of relatively powerful minion buffs. So Reap is getting buffed, and then Kalan's Edict, Cult Leader, Minion Defense, a bunch of other stuff. I don't think this will really bring back minions in a big way, but it's something. I would expect minions to still be mostly something for like early progression, and then you can get to like, you know, the mid torments, let's say. And I guess at some point you will have to start playing an actual good build, but it will carry you pretty well through the early game, I'd say. Also, they made a bunch of stuff work now with minion mods, like Mendeln, and a bunch of these aspects here, Fell Gluttony, Shade Mist. That's kind of cool. There was no mention of the Blood Artisan's Kurast, if you're not aware of this. Basically, it gave you way too much damage on the PTR, and this Blood Wave Bone Spirit combo was incredibly powerful, one of the most powerful builds in the game, actually. Pretty high-end build, but it is pumping. And in that case, if that is not actually addressed, this will remain one of the best builds out there, outside of anything like Spiritborn, probably. Witherboard now has a cap that actually works. So previously it was just cosmetic, and this means Shadow Dot builds are kind of like oof, and a bunch of other small stuff here. For the rogues, so a lot of people are asking about the Dance of Knives. So Dance of Knives looks like it's fine. They did do some changes here, like Victimize is now, for example, nerfed, but the base damage of Dance Knives is buffed. So even if Victimize turns out to be a no-go at all, then we still have the option to play an actual Dance of Knives build with imbuements and so on, instead of like just relying on Victimize damage. So this is like different now. Victimize is now its own damage. It's not reliant on the skill itself anymore, and this means there's multiple ways of playing it. Also, it seems like they might have fixed the spam tapping of Dance of Knives. There's a mode of fix the bug where the duration was shorter than intended or something like that, which sounds like there might be like a minimum channel duration now, but we don't know exactly. So it's probably gone though. So spam tapping is probably gone, which is a good thing. It will make the build a bit weaker, but it will make it a lot more enjoyable. So that's pretty good, I think. And otherwise, I mean, Dance of Knives, even without the spam tapping, was relatively powerful. I think it might not be the best rogue build out there, but it will be a solid build. That's my expectation currently. I think the best one might probably be Death Trap, actually. Yeah, a bunch of other stuff here, but overall, Rogue is looking really powerful. Outside of Spiritborn, I'd say Rogue is noticeably the strongest class. Looking at this, if you you know, ignore stuff like maybe this Blood Spirit build here, for example, on Necro, that is maybe even stronger than anything the Rogue has to offer, but Rogue has generally a large variety of very good builds, and they're even buffing some of them even further, like Flurry, TB, Shadow Step, and so on. So it looks like Rogue is going to be very balanced and more on the strong side with all of its builds. Then we have the Sorg. Sorgs are definitely suffering a little bit in this patch, so they got Omega nerfed on a Lightning Spear. So there's a cap on how many Lightning Spears you can have, and then a Fractured Winterglass got nerfed with a cooldown, and a bunch of things like that. It sounds like it could still be played. It sounds like it's not going to be the best build anymore. There is the Elemental Constellation aspect, though, that they have introduced in the PTR, which allows you to like shoot like some elemental daggers or something like that, and that was Omega buffed. So we have that here, I think. This one. So it casts a dagger when you cast a Pyromancy, Shock, or Frost skill, and that was like times 15 or something on the higher end. And I thought it was a typo, but apparently it's not a typo. It's like Omega buffed, and this might be like actually a build now. So this is something worth exploring here for the Sorgs. Then in general, we have this here of Enlightenment as an example, but it did talk about casting skills and triggering stuff. And this the same applies to, for example, Nature's Fury for the druids. So they want you to cast things for example, stacking Enlightenment or for triggering Nature's Fury and these kind of things. So if the cast is basically a keyword for an active action of your character, like pressing a button, and if effects like Enlightenment or Nature's Fury trigger stuff, even from automatic effects, like let's say Fractured Winterglass explosions, or some extra landslides from the Earthbreaker ring, then this is not intended to work with these kind of effects that say you need to cast something. So this means Enlightenment will be harder to trigger. Same with the druids there, with the Nature's Fury. And this is a bit of a nerf here, again, for Lightning Spear in particular, but also for potentially other builds. But there's a bunch of other small buffs here. Incinerate, Teleport, Tarasha Ring, kind of cool. Shatterbug is not mentioned, so that is still in the game. So that's something that especially Firebolt Zorks have been abusing for pushing very high pits, and that sounds like it's still going to be like the best thing out there, unless like something like Elemental Constellation pops off really hard. But yeah, overall, I think it's not looking that great for the Zorks outside of this thing here. Yeah, then we have some other rune updates here. They removed a bunch of runes that were kind of terrible. They brought down the top end, buffed the bottom end. I did mention this here, so Petrify no longer gives you crit damage, and now gives you resource. And then this crit damage has been moved into an upgrade for the skill itself on the druid tree, so only druids can really profit from this, and maybe the rogues with the no witnesses and so on. And in general, it looks like the updates to the runes are really good though. I think they make the choices a lot more interesting, and that looks fine. Now, seasonal content, let's talk about this a little bit. We actually have screenshots for this. Looks like this here. So it's called the Season of Hatred Rising. And basically what's going on here is that we have these Realm Walkers. You might know them from Diablo 3. These big dudes here that carry around the portal on their back. And effectively, they go around and you fight monsters around the Realm Walker. And then you defeat the Realm Walker, and then the portal drops down and you go in there. And you have these little side zones basically. And there you can find these gates. And you can choose the rewards that you want to get in there. So there's like, for example, boss summoning mods and equipment and gold and whatever, I think. And in there you can also find these seething opals that are an extra elixir that can run in addition to your normal elixir. That gives you, first of all, 15% extra XP, that stacks, and then also gives you extra rewards as you kill enemies. So here it says that you drop additional equipment, or you drop additional herbs and gold and boss mats and these kind of things. So pretty cool stuff. No borrowed power for the season theme, but it sounds like a pretty fun event. So these Realm Walkers are just kind of like appearing on the world map. You can go there and do the event with other people, and this is how that works. And there is some other like reputation thing again, so it sounds like. Now, let's talk about the Spiritborn. So they did show off some Spiritborn stuff here for some updates, but we did not actually play the Spiritborn on the PTR. So as I mentioned, this is still under NDA from all the other testing that people are doing. So they just showed like some updates from the previous data mine basically. And for example, you might have seen me putting out some content on Spiritborn and doing a lot of like builds that I have on my Discord that I already posted there that will need some updating, I guess. But I did come prepared for this with a bunch of stuff I've been cooking lately. And there is a few updates to that. So if you're looking through Theory Crafts and Spiritborn stuff, here's some of the new passes in the Revoked Noxious Resonance that now scales with crit damage, for example. Also a bunch of updates here. The Jaguar Spirit Hall got a heavy nerf and now incentivizes you a lot to go for multi-hits and lots of attack speed. So that is an interesting update here that will affect a bunch of builds that were just kind of like throwing in Jaguar Hall and many builds. And a bunch of other updates here, like the Storm Feathers are now unified. There used to be like, I think, Spirit Feathers and Storm Feathers, and now it's just like all one thing. And here's also a bunch of updated uniques. So they mostly nerfed a bunch of the uniques that have like crazy stats in the data mines that are now much more reasonable. But overall, yeah, Spiritborn looks like it's not really affected too much by crazy nerfs or something, outside of what we can't see right now. Yeah, I do expect Spiritborn to pop off really hard in expansion. Everyone is looking forward to that. I'm definitely gonna blast with Spiritborn and main it, and you can expect a lot of guides also from me on Maxwell and here on YouTube very soon. Okay, let's talk about the Kurast Undercity. So Kurast Undercity is a new type of content that is available in the expansion. This is something they want as a new leveling method and as a target farming tool. That's kind of cool. So you'll actually be able to choose certain rewards and even like what is going to roll on your gear, for example. So you can have that here. There are these tributes, they're called, where you can, for example, get ancestral uniques or ancestral legendaries or boss mods or whatever. And then you also have these bargains where you have like this interface here, and then you can, for example, choose here legendaries will have a core stat affix, or here amulets can roll, or amulets will always have a passive rank on them if they drop, and these kind of things. So there's like stuff like that, and this looks like a really cool new feature here that we can use, especially for SLF players, to get your stuff going and probably level up really fast. So this might be an alternative to, let's say, Helltide, for example, for leveling. And there's also like these portal pranks that they showed off. Here's a run that they've done. It's just basically like a multi-floor dungeon. It's 3 floors and a boss fight at the end. It's like a speed run type dungeon where you have like a timer, and then you have to defeat certain elites to raise the timer, and it ticks down to 0. And if you get to 0, you get kicked out basically. And you try to just get through it really quickly, kill the boss, get the rewards, and then you can target farm stuff. So it's kind of cool. And here's a bunch of more of these tributes. So there's like different qualities of them. Here's one for XP, one for items, and so on. Pretty cool stuff. Now, we have the Dark Citadel. So this is another new type of content that comes in the expansion. You might have seen that. This is basically a mini raid. And it will have 3 wings. It looks like this here. So there's like the town hub or something. And then you have like, you know, bosses here, bosses there, bosses here. So they're like 3 wings with individual instances. It will have like a weekly lockout, or not lockout, but at least weekly reward or bonus at least, or something like that. It's going to be 2 to 4 players only. There is nothing exclusive for your character here, just cosmetics. So don't worry if you really don't want to group up and do this with other people. But this is a co-op feature, and it needs like co-op, like, you know, basically the mechanics in the fights are designed around at least 2 people. Like else you just can't really do it. So yeah. And lastly, here's some rewards, I guess, with like new instances and elixirs you get there. None of them seem very worthwhile, I gotta say. So I don't think this will really matter much. But there is cool stuff like, for example, you can revive nearby players, and you can restore health. Drop health potions for other people and whatever. So kind of like minor little stuff. Can be fun, I guess. And there's this reward here. This is like a cosmetic reward you can get in a Dark Citadel. It's like a mount. Looks really cool. So I think it's gonna be like a pretty nice thing to strive for, at least. And lastly, we have the Mercenaries. So just a quick update on this. They have showed us the skill trees a little bit. So there's like little skill trees. They have 4 points that they can spend in a total of 6 skills and 12 passives. So you have 2 skills, 2 passives that you choose for each of them, and like 1 permanent perk. Each of them is kind of impactful. So for example, we have this here on the Mariana, you get like a movement speed buff and a massacre counter. And then on Subo, you reveal all enemies and materials in the area. So that's like the passive thing there. And then on the Nordkin, he has like this transformation where like it changes what he does, and it gives like a bonus to you, and you know, a bonus for you, and also like a negative effect for you. So that's kind of interesting. And then there's like a little skill tree where you can choose a few effects. And yeah, they're going to be more or less impactful. I don't really expect them to do much damage on their own, but they are kind of like buffs or help you out with like, you know, some utility, pulling in enemies, give you like an extra shield, stun enemies or something like that. And there's also reinforcements, which is a second type of mercenary effect that you can get. So you can have 1 permanent mercenary and 1 reinforcement that just kind of comes in, does a skill and disappears. And that's it. And this is like something that can also work in party play, where the permanence follower is not present, but reinforcement will be there all the time. And then there's bartering, which is actually a really cool new feature. So again, there's like a bit of a reward track here, similar to what we saw in the seasons. And you can then get these pale marks, I think they're called. And you can go to the vendor here in the mercenary hub and then buy items from them, or even aspect caches. So it looks like this here, for example. You can buy resource aspect caches, utility aspect caches, and stuff like that. And there's also boss mods I saw and these kind of things. So that's really cool. and it allows you also like a bit more SSF friendly to target farm certain things, get your aspects going, and so on. So you unlock this as you play with those mercenaries. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. That was it for the campfire chat here for the summary. So I try to keep it as short as possible. I recommend you to also go check out maybe the full campfire if you want to watch that, but that was like 2.5 hours or so, and then we went through the patch notes for like another 2 hours or something like that. And I tried to condense it as much as possible, but this is what we got here. Yeah. In any case, I will have it all linked down in the description, so hope you enjoyed this. I think it's looking really cool. I'm very pumped for the expansion. I'm definitely pumped to play Spiritborn. That has been really cool. And I think it's going to be overall nice and well received. A lot of people, at least on my chat, also said this was a really good campfire. I do agree with that. I think there's almost nothing that I'm really unhappy about here outside of, for example, not bug fixing certain things that, you know, just maybe comes later or something like that. But overall, it's looking really good. I think it's going to be maybe a bit sad for the druids and the sorks in this season. I think buffs are going to be just fine. Rogues are going to be very strong. Necros at least have some really good builds too. And then Spiritborn, of course, is probably where most people will be blasting. And yeah, that's going to be fun, I guess. In any case, that was it. Hope you enjoyed this, and see you guys next time. All right. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And unfollow. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, so we did a summary. We got it here. All right. Let's stop the recording. Does Spiritborn have multiple strong endgame builds? Well, depending on what they nerf, the answer to that is most likely yes. So many changes, yes. I mean, lots of stuff. And this doesn't even include, like, you know, all the stuff I could talk about for people that don't even know what happened on the Season 6 PTR, right? That don't even know about the difficulty rework and all that stuff. Man, I have so many videos to record. Holy dude, I'm not sure when I'm gonna do all that. I'm guessing it's gonna sit here all weekend long making videos. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, I will start Spiritborn. And I might do a rogue at some point, yes. But Artisans didn't get changed in PTR. It's been working that way since Season 4. Really? Okay, so I guess it's just like the better availability of like blood orbs and the buff with the title aspect. And I guess we generally have like a better ratio between total life and base life now. Like all power builds also profit a lot from this. All power builds are generally much more powerful than they were. I thought this was a Season 6 thing with the Blood Artisans, but maybe it was like that already. But it was, okay. It was just that now recently like improved from like the other buffs, I guess, that happened. So previously you just played pure Bone Spirit and now you do the Blood Artisan stuff. Either way, it's a bug. So I'm going to make a tier list. I will make a tier list, yeah. For a lot of people, myself included, haven't played PTR and have no idea in the difficulty comparison. Yeah, that's just hard to convey. But TLDR, endgame progression will be way longer. And the higher end of difficulty will be way more than right now. Outside of Pit. Okay, like I mean right now Pit is infinite and it will probably remain infinite. So that has not really changed. But like, you know, Word Tier 4 right now is basically like Torment 1 maybe or something in the future. This means like all the Whisperers and, you know, like all this Helltide stuff is all like kind of trivial, right? And now what will happen is you have Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4, and you can actually scale everything up to like a relatively high difficulty. And it will take a while to get there. So it's going to be much more fun and everything is going to be like much less of a joke, basically. And we got a raid from Macro by a boy. That's not how it works, though. I was supposed to raid you. Thank you, though. I just finished recording my video. You came in like 3 minutes too late. It could have called me and recording a video. They both need to get back in the kitchen. Uh-oh. Real question, but is Spiritborn controller friendly? Oh, I don't know, actually. But if I had to guess, I'd say... Yeah, it depends more or less on the build, but I guess it's okay. I played like a maniac and only got the 250 Paragon. Yeah, Paragon will be a while. Your whisper count gets wiped and moving up in world tier, so unless that's changed, it won't be a thing. Currently it does, but I think on the PTR it does not. Does this game have fishing? It does, actually. But it doesn't have a reason to do fishing. Panda new D4 partner, login. The PTR didn't feel hard at all once you get the aspects. Did he do that with like a boosted character or with a fresh character? But yeah, I mean, they made everything like roughly 10 times harder from the PTR or so, I'd say. So yeah, that means going into World Tier 4 is not gonna be that easy. And on top of this, they have nerfed some of the top builds, like 90 Spear, Victimize, and so on. So... Anyway, I was about to stop as well. Macro, Bishop Raid, but I'm gonna send you guys off to someone else. Who though? Yeah, Gauntlet is still going and stuff. Outside of that, who should I rate? We could rate Panda, actually, I see. I am now a Diablo partner, he says. Like, he's our second Sork Rider on Maxwell, actually. So let's send him some love. How about that? Oh, he actually just launched the stream. Let's go. D4. Does he have a... He doesn't have a login. Shit. Okay, let's do this. Alright, we're raiding Panda, guys. He's... If we want to do round 2 on the campfire, guys. Yeah, we're gonna together. That one. Stay tuned for the guides on the 4th. It's gonna be fun.